This is bizarre. I can't see anything. I don't know how the internet works. This is not good. Oh, I was not anticipating this. Oh, hi everyone. Oh, that's not good. Let's see. I can't tell if my audio's doing anything. It's kind of bad, isn't it? Audio mixer. Let's see. Global audio devices. If I try this, I don't know. It's bizarre. I seem to be stuck on program. Oh, that's not good. Why is this not doing it? Program scene, preview scene. Let's see. Nope. It's very bizarre. Oh, it's... Oh my gosh. How does the internet work? Let's see. I can't edit like that. Do that. Put you over there. Kind of odd. I don't know how. There we go. How do I view? How do I view the chat? Oh, there's the chat. This is, I don't know. Oh, that is very bizarre. Hi. It seems that we're quite early, aren't we? When's the first game? Like 12 o'clock Angels or something like that? Oh, wait. I put it up here for a reason, so I could refer to it, right? Yeah. Angels in Baltimore. And if I'm not wrong... Let's see. Even with the bridge claps, they're playing that game. Okay. Got, of course, betting information is always like on top. Let's actually. I'm trying to remember my umpires. Let's see. Because they changed the method of reporting, putting umpires in, where they don't like to give them until first pitch, which is kind of annoying. Let's take a look at API. Yeah, I have no data yet. Then again, I never had data from that part of the API. Let's see. How delayed is this stream? This is like... I feel like it's significantly delayed. Should do great for like responding to comments in real time. $20, not bad. I mean, could be better. Not bad for a first try, I guess. I am going to get into my sort of like esoteric looking for more API scraping stuff. I love how it like says, oh, hey, this is what's happening. And I just want to know the standard format for a URL that will get me the game day box scores. That's all. Ooh. Let's find out. Like, what am I... All right, so let's take a look. Oh yeah, the helmet toss ejection, right? I was like, now the thing is, like, I've done the video on the helmet toss. I've done the videos on, where is it? The bat flips in college, and now I am pretty much getting a whole bunch of, hey, did you see this ejection for this bat flip? And it's sort of like, well, this is going to become a college channel. I mean, these videos are actually like they're exceeding 100,000. So I have a feeling that people pay more attention to college than MLB in some regards. But then again, the season for MLB hasn't technically started, so maybe not. But yeah, those, like, it's rough because you have a point of emphasis that's effectively, we need to enforce this sportsmanship stuff. And so the umpires are obviously going to do that, but yeah, the helmet thing was, I didn't like the helmet. I was on board with like one or two of the bat flips, but the helmet got me. I don't want top chat. I want more recent live chat. Oh, I had to click that? Thoughts on Draymond Green's ejection last night. Now I have to look up Draymond Green ejection. Is that the basketball player that always gets kicked out of games? 2 technical fouls. I have to be careful about streaming that because this thing will get copyright claimed like that if I actually stream the video. Let's see if there's a way for me to watch this. So I'm going to put this in the chat, and if y'all want to watch it, it's that. And I'm going to actually pop this up in a separate window for me. So
attacking again, and that's not bad defense, but it's a foul and a finish, and you just
okay.
see the strength where you're not got to be careful here. You already had a technical free throw.
Oh, so he's yelling at. Okay. What did I say is his lip reading? By the way, yeah, the whole lip reading thing that someone got really famous for. It's a great skill to have, and I throw mine in there every so often. But, yeah, body language in this video. This is not a surprise to me. Okay, Cruz pulling the official away. Draymond still screaming from across the way. Okay, so the official's like, he probably just... So he probably deserved the second one for things that he said while he was walking. It's the same thing. It is the same thing as the baseball ones where players are walking away and they get thrown out of the game. It's the parting shot ejection. He got the first technical for presumably saying something he shouldn't have. And the second one was for yelling at them while walking away. And yeah, this will never not look bad, especially when the crew gets together to talk about it before actually doing it. So I'll just put it this way. I'm not surprised. This player seems to get thrown out a lot. Yeah, I'm actually a basketball referee. Responding to the comment about basketball. That's like, so my reason for stopping baseball was basically that. And you get a ball to the head, and you think about risk reward, like, is this worth it for health reasons? And my conclusion was, no, it's not. So basketball, I figured, I don't have that problem. The funny thing is that in basketball, I uh, I usually I do mostly high school, and I usually do like all the varsities. And one day, we're short. Everyone's short on officials, right? Um, so I did a front end, not just JV, but girls freshman, and that game of all games is the one where I got hit in the head by a basketball. Can't run away from it. Anyway, yeah, Draymond Green. I am not surprised. Let's see. After a prolonged diatribe, Green directed egregious profane Vanguard. Wow. That's is this an AI article or is that legitimately what they said? Green gets thrown out a lot. A lot. So, he's the first player to be ejected 4 times in a season since Durant. Now, the the funny thing is in MLB, because we play twice as many regular season games, not exactly twice, but close to twice, as basketball and hockey. 4 times in a season is nothing for baseball. We've had players that have exceeded that. Milton Bradley was good at that. Actually, let's retro sheet it now that I'm on this tangent, which is what you can expect from me. I'm basically Q&Aing until our first game. And let's see my favorite serial. It's not a serial, board game of all time, Milton Bradley. Where are you? We did that Hotheads feature way back in the day. Oh, only 4? Okay, he hit 4 twice. I remember the ball throwing one. Like, they took the bag of balls and threw it on the field. I remember that one. I thought he had more in a season than 4. Oh, good for him. Our friend Harper, where are you? There's a lot of stuff going on this page. Hit 3. Oh, yeah, that's right. He hit 4 last year. So Draymond Green and Bryce Harper, what do they have in common? They got ejected 4 times in a season. 2023. Well, basketball's 2023, 24. So go figure that one out. All right, so let's take a look. So we got some crews. What I found, like, I like that the crews were distributed, like over the Korea series, the Seoul series was sort of a mishmash of everyone. It seems pretty cool. It's like you're recognizing individual umpires and giving them that series as opposed to taking the entire crew over, whether or not they want to go. Get a little bit of flavor for everyone, so that's pretty cool. The changes on the crews. Every year there's changes. It's pretty rare for a crew to stay exactly the same year to year. And this year they did not. Anytime that you retire a crew chief, obviously you get a new one. You have to do a new crew, so that's more jumbling. I like this like unassigned thing that showed up. They tried this, I want to say 10 years ago. And they effectively, it's like the AAA Rover situation in a way, because they just effectively kept shuttling them between crews for vacationing or injureds. So maybe something similar. I'm waiting for our AAA guys. Still waiting for that roster. They ever since they got rid of PCL, the Pacific Coast League, and the International League, they sort of like got rid of the rosters that they would put online. But we can do AAA crews. If we get them. Let's see. They should have... They go up to... AAA goes up to Crew O. So, like, MLB has more crews than AAA because AAA is, like... It's odd to say that. That AAA sort of is, in a sense, small... Not smaller, but yes, smaller than MLB because MLB is up to Crew S, right? And AAA is only up to the O, so get rid of these guys. And yeah, the whole restructuring that they did in minor league baseball in terms of the hiring stuff is basically they tried to make it more streamlined and in a situation where they can just release someone rather than it being necessarily a we don't have room for you. It's a no, we want to give someone coming up a chance to get this. It's weird. Let's see. All right. So what trends do we have? Yeah. Did I miss any spring ejections? I only saw these two by everyone's favorite umpire, and I didn't see any others. So I'm curious if I missed any this year. Got the obstruction calls coming up. This should be fun. It's like every year there's something. Last year it was runner's lane that was a real... I mean, the last few years it was runner's lane that was sort of like the issue everyone complained about, and now it's... I think obstruction's going to be fun to see it. There was actually a play at the plate that they had the not the plate blocking rule, but they actually applied the obstruction point of emphasis to it, and I wish I had video of that. Because the plate umpire gave sort of a basketball blocking mechanic to signify the block of home plate. It was pretty cool. Let's see what we got. Allow... All right, so let's randomly do video analysis of stuff that I've gotten on Facebook that I haven't gotten to, that maybe aren't coming on the site or whatever. Okay, bunt in the air hits the bat. And then what happens? Something weird happens at third, and everyone's going places. I'm confused. Yeah, if the ball hits the bat like that, and actually I like this format in a certain sense because we can just go to the rule book, pay no attention to the 2023 edition. Actually, this is more of an umpire manual thing, so let's pop up the umpire manual. If I remember how. Preview. Aha. And I have to find the bat in hitting the bat in fair territory. So I can show you this. They do a wonderful job of like going through the scenarios that it could be. Well, it wouldn't be up here, would it? This could be a nice fruitless endeavor. Yeah, I'll get to ejections momentarily. On the one hand, I want to do like it would be an opening day ejection. Doing that live could be fun, but on the other hand, uh, I worry too much about the stream getting struck. Substitutions, multiple substitutions, pitcher changing. Where is it? They used to have it. Or am I just like making things up? Who knows? Maybe. Anywho, yeah, this is actually a rules difference between softball and baseball, and I can confuse everyone by saying that there's nothing to call, but I won't. Yeah, I thought it was here. That's wild. Let's remove that from the screen. See, I'm learning. Slowly, I'm learning how to do this. All right. What else is in... What else is in here? ESPN, huh? They'll strike me too. We're getting a lot of softball videos, aren't we?
Okay, so we have Tennessee and Arkansas.
What?
We got a ball.
I'll rewind. Don't worry.
Center fielder Rock. Tennessee and Arkansas game here.
Okay. Replay overtures play at the plate. I'd like to think that giant orchestra decided by committee to overturn the call. Okay. All right. I wonder what they're asking me to do here. Left foot in front. Okay, got it. Was this a plate block? So, here's something interesting about that plate blocking rule is this is deemed a plate block all day if, because that fielder, the replay starts a little late for my liking, but the fielder is in front without the ball and without demonstrating a need to occupy that space to receive the ball because the fielder is static as opposed to moving to catch the ball. And that's really a key consideration that people don't pay enough credit to, I guess, is needing to occupy the position to field the throw is less persuasive if the fielder sets up and is static in a blocking position than if a fielder sets up legally first. You have to establish your legality and then moves into a blocking position to get the ball. So, yeah, this would be one of those situations that sort of like you have the basis for a blocking decision. Now, insofar as how much time ahead of the runner coming or whatever can you call that? Basically, the answer has been interpreted down to when the runner begins their slide, or has to make that calculation on whether they want to slide here, go in head first, what slide is feet head, what their slide looks like. So that decision making happens somewhere out near, I don't know, let's say 5 to 10 yards in front of the plate. So that is the moment that if someone is blocking the plate, that's where you call that. Even though the runner is not technically at the plate yet, it's because they had to alter their route to the plate or base for the new obstruction rule. So yeah, let's see. Okay, so this gets overturned for blocking, and then we get an ejection. Nice. Oh, we're going to get this view. Okay, see how the runner is already having to change or modify their way of getting to home plate to go around the catcher before the catcher receives the ball. That's where that comes from. Okay, so I can understand the overturn, but now let's find the ejection.
It's one of them rules.
The waiting around part kills me. Like, we could go to commercial, right? We spent like a good 25 hours last year on watching umpires just standing off on the side of the field on the headset. And that's like you can throw in one of those commercials, or like the takeover commercial, like where you have the game in the little box and most of the screen is a commercial. It's just wild to me how much time gets wasted when we talk about pace of play. Like, they want to improve game times and all that, and then this happens. I don't care either way, but I just wanted to notice that there's something a little hypocritical about it. Okay, so they block the plate, the runner's safe, the coach is going to talk to the umpire who's going to whatever, and we don't even see the ejection. Wow. Generally speaking, right? You give the explanation. They can ask clarification of that explanation, but no, they cannot argue it, because when they argue it, it's sort of like, yeah, the rule says you can't do that. Otherwise, we'll never play. Talking about pace of play and getting back to playing baseball, we'll never get back to baseball or softball. So yeah, didn't see the ejection. So sad. Let's see what's next. Pitch clock violations, huh? No links. Sad. We get a lot of questions just about rule situations. Is what's the call in this? Here's what happened in my game. What's the call? Which is pretty nice as well. It's just no video. We have to go find the video. This one I did a video on. The interference or nothing play out in front of home plate. I don't know. I'm trying to frame these more in a way where I bring y'all into the conversation to let you sort of push the analysis over the finish line so you can come up with your own conclusion, rather than saying, this is it, this is what it is, and everything else is wrong, because that's just not how the sport is these days. Hockey. And now we're just going back into 2023. Okay. All right, so I feel like, yeah, we're 5 minutes away from the Angels. It's funny because we just had the Baltimore public address announcer with us in Anaheim for hockey last Sunday, and now she's back in Baltimore for guess who? Anaheim. I like how the season hasn't even started and the Angels are already second in the AL West. This is just alphabetical, and they don't have anything programmed into the system to deal with how that works. No, two teams can't be first at the same time. That's so dumb. Yeah, Cardinals fifth in the NL Central, Dodgers first in that. Well, that's not right. Arizona should be first if this is alphabetical. Oh, that's right. The Dodgers already played the Padres. Yeah, how about that season opening in Korea? And they just did not tell anyone. I mean, they did. It just wasn't. It seems like something that should happen mid-season rather than to open the season a week before the season. Like, you go back and you have teams still doing spring training technically after the season has already started. Baseball has done that a few times, and I just feel like it sort of undermines the beginning of the season. All right, so I am now on the hunt for the 2024 rulebook. How far down on this page do I have to go? Let's see the official rules. No, it's still 2023. MLB does a bang-up job on their website putting stuff up that kind of makes no sense. Let's see if the crews are still confidential. Yes, after Lindsay pointed out that they uploaded a document that said confidential, do not share or whatever, they finally fixed the mistake and get rid of it and upload a new document that doesn't have that. That's fantastic. It's not the first time that's happened. Okay. See if the rules here are linked to 2023. No, 2024 edition. So it's not on the general public access page that they link the rulebook, not on the footer. It's on the umpires page. So we have the 2024 edition of the rulebook. Let's take a look before our first game at what has changed. Amended 2.01 to reflect the update dimensions of the grass line of the infield, dirt, and fair territory along the first baseline. Is that the runner's lane? Or is that the larger bases? Probably runner's lane. 509A11 to reflect updated dimensions governing certain interference calls for throws at first base. Again, just a dimensions issue. Certain interference calls. I wonder what those interference calls could be. 510G, pitcher that warms up is required to pitch to at least the first batter of the inning. This is the Joe Torre, Don Mattingly rule. What they would just send the pitcher out and then go and change them to give the bullpen more time. 510M, mound visits. Amended the penalty for interference 601A to reflect the updated dimensions. 701 regulation games, suspended games. They really did away with the whole they really don't want to call games early. And so they brought the Office of the Commissioner into making a lot of those determinations and postpone game, because that is what MLB likes now. They like postponed and suspended games a lot more than calling a game early and just ending it. They'll still do it, it's just that they don't like to do it. All right. Let me see if my crew is available yet. Nope. Hold on. They should be available. Okay, here we go. We have our first crew of the day. Get your pencils out. It's the Adrian Johnson crew. Johnson, Barry, De Jesus, and Valentine in Baltimore. Oh, they have videos of the starting lineups? What is that? Oh, it's just an animation? That's kind of... I know what these are. These are just animations that they make for things like they'll have a monitor, like most every team has an HD screen, just in the public areas, not public, but the common areas, I should say, of the press box. And these are cute little animations that they can run for members of the press and others who need to know what's going on, and has little stats. Bench availability is pretty cool. Yeah, I like these little animations that the league makes. Pretty cool. I can see it now, playing on a loop. All right, so I have to assume Baltimore is favored. Yep. Wouldn't it be hilarious if I could actually stream the game here and not get in super mega trouble. I'm here to basically talk about like anything y'all want me to talk about today. So close plays, whatever, things that might happen in the game. We have our rule book open. We have our umpire manual open. We're all set. I wonder if there's a way. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so I need to open up the MLB at Bat app so I can watch the game on here. No, I can't. It's blacked out because LA Market. Never mind. You're gonna have to like describe to me what's happening in the game. When do you think the first ejection will be? So yeah, this is a great statistical thing that we can do. We can go back and look at our ejections. And I would go to the ejections list to do that, but you know what's funny is there were too many ejections last year. It caps out at 49 through 239. It's like 100 entries that were allowed on this page, so we don't even have the beginning of it. So what I will do is I will go back to the date itself. So 2023, let's do it around the start of April-ish, so end of March, start of April. And like usually it takes about a week. I'll put it this way. Oh, I love this spring training ejection. The whole so dumb. Catcher didn't catch the ball, so you're out of here. It's spring. Those things happen, and they're kind of cool. And by cool, I mean, yeah. All right, so we had our first ejection last season. Not ejection 2, ejection 1. At like the beginning, it was the beginning of April. Remember, is that Manny Machado one for a pitch clock violation? Like literally, it was literally one of the first games of the year last year, and it was it was a new pitch clock for everyone and all of that. As you can see, the teams had played 5 games to that point. The 6th game was this one, and finally Manny got rung up on a pitch clock violation, got ejected by culpa. So usually it's about a week. To answer your question, usually the first ejection occurs about a week into the season. Sometimes more than that if there's no controversial new stuff happening, like rules changes. Rules changes definitely speed up that process, because someone is going to end up doing something the old way, and now that the games count, they get upset. How many ejections do I think we're going to have? We should do like a league specific, like not a league, but just people say how many ejections they think we'll have, and the winner gets something. But so yeah, if you want to write down your predictions, last year we had 239. That was a lot. And I had a wonderful graph on this, and I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's so sad. But basically, what we have seen here's the one that goes back to 2019. And I wonder if there's a way. So anyway, the beginning of the 2000s, it turned into the Wild West because it was a brand new thing the leagues combined. And there was a lot of tension between league office and the umpires. So there you see 289 ejections in 2003 because of the whole Quest Tech thing that was going on at that time. The umpires grieved against the league, Hirschbeck, and some going nowhere person called Manfred argued about something, so Hirschbeck got suspended for whatever that was. And yeah, 2003 was a lot of tensions, mostly between the umpires and the league office, not really necessarily teams on their own, but given that all of that, the fuses were shorter, the stress was greater, more ejections. We came back to reality over the next few years. When MLB removed Quest Tech, ejections dropped dramatically. Who knew? But then we went back to, the modern pitch tracking stuff, and that was our low point. Ejections started coming back. And by the time that we get to 2019, and it's unfortunate that this thing ends in 2019, we got back above 200. But I would say the average being around a little over 200, 205, 210. Ejections this year, I would anticipate as I'm gonna just say 200 because I can remember that number. The strike review from the computer. Actually, so this is how does the strike review work? Like, are you referring to the actual, like, what they've been doing in AAA, the testing of the actual challenge system, or even the fully automated system, or are you just referring to the TV stuff that we see on the screen? That's wrong. Because if it's the AAA thing, if it's the challenge system, what they do is they go back, and after the computer has already captured all the relevant points, they do a best fit model for the strike zone. They don't actually do the strike zone unique to each player, which is kind of, they estimate what the strike zone should be based on the player's height. There's a mathematical formula for bottom and top, and they just run that simulation's like Hawkeye in tennis, because it's Hawkeye in baseball, so it's like Hawkeye in tennis. It's just that instead of going to a static line on the ground, it's going through a 3D space strike zone. But only the front of the strike zone, which they've now decided to say only the middle of the strike zone. What's making noise here? Oh, Baltimore pauses for a moment of silence. I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm not going to play those videos. But in any case, yes. So the way that strike zone, the automated strike zone works is for the challenge, not automated, the challenge system, is they run a simulation based on data points that were captured from when the pitch was thrown, and they use a best fit model of where they think the pitch actually was. It's not 100% by any means, but here's the philosophical point, right? If you can get everyone to buy into accepting the computer strike zone, whether or not it's accurate, if everyone buys in, then you don't have any problems, which is, of course, what you can say about human umpires too. If you just accept that the umpires are whatever, then you're not going to have any problems. Of course, people do have problems, and that's why we've seen ejections for people arguing about a call made by the computer, going back to when they first brought it in. Players with a squatting stance versus standing upright and all that, does it disadvantage them? Sure, but that's the problem with the best fit model. They used to, back in the early days when they first started doing pitch FX, they used to have someone, they still technically have someone that the broadcasts do, to actually measure the hollow of the knee and what they perceive the midpoint to be as the player is moving around, which is, as you might imagine, changing throughout the at-bat. But it's not static or consistent enough, so they don't really use it as much anymore, other than for maybe that TV stuff. But okay, yeah, put umpires in the chat, for sure. I don't know why it's auto playing everything. Oh, Ripken's there, huh? That's pretty cool. All right, so this game that was 12:05, it's now 12:15. Did we start? Yeah, we started. Top of the first. All right, so I probably can pull this up on. No, I can't. I don't get Bally Sports. I can't pull it up on YouTube TV. I'm blacked out of watching this game. Isn't that wonderful? So yeah, I the automated strike zone has gotten better than it was when they like first did TrackMan in. Oh, look at that! They have. I don't think you can necessarily see it. Go down. Darn. It said batter timeout. So when the batter calls timeout, there's a little message that flashes across the bottom of the screen here that says batter timeout. In any case, the automated strike zone's better than called strikes. You see, immediately people are going to say, I'm going to go on Twitter and find some people complaining about this call. Guaranteed. But then again, it's the Orioles and the Angels. Who really cares, right? The automated strike zone, the challenge system, all that stuff is better than when TrackMan first introduced back in the Atlantic League. It's not foolproof. No system is going to be foolproof. So you're not going to get perfection no matter what system you do. It's more of a matter of just public opinion, getting people to buy into what you're doing and trying to reduce the disagreement. It's like if we all accept that Hawkeye is correct, the automated system is correct, even though it's not correct. If we all accept it like it is correct and agree to play by the rules set by that computer system, it will work, even if it's wrong. So, I think that's what they're going for. It's like at a certain point, the technology, in terms of accuracy, you only can get to 100%. So even if it's like 99 or whatever, that's such a narrow window. You're never going to really close the gap fully because there are always different weird variables that are going to show up. They're going to screw up your ability to get to 100. For instance, the shadow of the baseball, the Atlantic League, depending on how people stood, including the batter, the catcher, the umpire, and perhaps more importantly, the tip of the batter's bat. Like if they would swing as the ball's coming in, or not even swing, like a check swing. So the umpire rules they didn't go, and then the umpire or TrackMan or whomever has to rule that pitch on a location issue. They get confused between if the cup of the bat is too light in color, like it looks like a baseball, it gets confused. So that's why they made a change and said, we will capture. Oh, Angels hit a home run. And capture. No spoilers. Mike Trout, right? I mean, yeah, at some point we're going to care about Ohtani being gone, but of all people, Trout would be the one to hit the opening day home run in the top of the first inning. But yeah, back to TrackMan. The shadow of the ball, the shadow of the bat, if it's raining, like weather conditions, if dirt doesn't usually factor into it because the ball doesn't usually, like, why is there going to be dirt? But dirt also can get in the way of tracking pitches. The computer is not foolproof. And, if they wanted to put tracking technology in the ball, I don't think it would work because they use so many balls every game. And so they would lose it, but it would just be too expensive. But glow puck, like hockey, right? The tracking, glow ball. Could you imagine? All right, so the Angels did their thing. There was really, it's like umpiring is always fun because it's like there's nothing much that's going on that we really need to analyze until something happens. So it's sort of like a wait around and see thing. Like if this basketball and I'm watching this game, I'm just going back and forth in any close play because there's so many of them. I'll just be like, well, here's why this is a foul. Here's why this is not a foul. All right, we got some umpires. Thank you. We have Isonia in Cincinnati and Gooch in Miami or Pittsburgh. I'm not sure who's playing where. But No, they shouldn't track our balls. They should actually. I'm always in favor of getting rid of them, but it make it a little harder to play baseball that way. But did anyone as a kid like pretend to just like play ball without an actual ball? It's like you just pretend, oh, I hit a home run, and you celebrate and run the bases and all of that. When we used to visit my grandparents, I pretended that their driveway was like a baseball field because they had a little hill, and I'm like, yeah, that's the Berman Center Field. Memories. So, all right. So basically, yeah, so we have one game. I should be able to watch these other games 4:10 Eastern. So that's still like an hour away. We already have 2 postponements. Milwaukee at New York and Atlanta at Philadelphia. I assume that's weather related. What percentage of ejections will be Aaron Boone? I really need to bring back the prop predictions. The prop prediction challenge. How many? Yeah, I should do that. But knowing me, I'm never going to follow through. Mad cow. Hey, JCW. I should open Discord too, just for fun, and see what's going on the CCS Discord. And then remember how to actually move the screen around, and remember how to like actually put this. Are you kidding me? No. Is there a way to stop autoplay? Maybe I have to go back to live or something. All right, back to this conundrum that I'm having with this. Let's go to Discord, the Close Call Sports Discord, and see what's new. And try to remember how to actually capture that. Add existing, no, create new, window capture 2. And this would be Discord. Bam. Okay. And now I just have to resize the thing. How do I resize the thing? This is huge. This window's huge. This is very annoying. All right. That should work. All right, cool. The Discord link is in every single video of ours except for this one, apparently. Let me get it for you. I should have done a thumbnail for this because whatever YouTube is using as a thumbnail for this live feed looks absolutely disgusting. All right, where is this it? Nope. Ejected for celebrating. Is it this? Discord. Copy link address. Go back to OB Studio and paste it in the chat. Oh my gosh, no, that's not it either. It's a YouTube redirect. I hate this. Okay, plan B. Going to the Close Call Sports website to find it. Join us on Discord link, copy address. And if you can't see it, it's above my, it's right here on the website. But in any case, yeah, there's the link. For anyone new who is coming in, we do chat about stuff on the Close Call Sports Discord server too. It's a great way to ask questions, and because I'm mostly active there, the YouTube comments tend to be a lot more hateful, so I try to stay out of them. Like every video, there is somewhat like if I'm doing just a standard baseball video, chances are I'm going to get a comment about how I should go back to softball. And if I do a softball video, I get a comment about how no one cares about softball. So, go back to the kitchen or softball. I have a choice. This is what empowerment looks like. New York Yankees and Astros are Hoy. Blue Jays Tampa is Tishanor. Did anyone see the New York sanitation post from today? New York. On I'm calling it Twitter still. How dare I dead name this thing? This right here, if I may move Discord out of the way for a second. Here is a tweet from the New York City Sanitation Department. And people get mad at me for doing the Houston Astros trash jokes. But I especially like the part where they say, remember, use bins to keep the rats away. Oof. It gives me a visceral reaction. People keep rats as pets. I'm always, like, surprised at that. All right, so back to what I was going to look at Discord. What do we have? We have some videos. Oh, my opening day live stream. Wait, is this actually the live stream, or is this the video that ended an hour ago because I didn't know how to do it? I think this is the video that ended an hour ago because I didn't know how to do it. I need to put the new link in. So much to learn. Actually, I could just... Am I allowed to edit Frank Drebin's posts or not? I am not. Opening day day live stream. And then I can just delete this one. Bam. Moderation in real time. Yeah, I don't go on the actual CCS website for comments too often either, because there are some people that are very not nice. And I try to ban them, and then they go around the ban somehow. No. All right, back to looking at Discord. Sorry. So we have the baseball umpiring channel that talks about, like, oh, we already have Scott Berry filling in for Quinn Walcott in Baltimore. So there you go. We already have a use for one of our unassigned umpires. This is where, you can ask questions about your own umpiring, even things that have happened in a game, like MLB, college, you name it. Ask it in this channel. It's baseball and softball, so you can do softball too. Baseball non-ump chat, because some people, I don't know, like to watch baseball for the players. What a concept. We have an ejections channel, which has been pretty quiet lately because we haven't had much going on. There's the Angel ejection from earlier in spring training. Oh, there's a throwback, the 2011 throwing the helmet thing. Well, that's throwing it at an umpire. That's different. Or is that or no, that wasn't the one with Bill Miller. That was the one with Fonzie, where the pitcher just went absolutely insane. There was no helmet throwing. All right, fantasy sports. We have the CCS Fantasy League. Someone's already happy about that. Food, music, politics, standard channels you'll find on any Discord. Tech science. This is gaming too. Transit, aviation. There's a lot of conversation about the Baltimore Bridge right now. TV. The popcorn bucket from Dune 2. A scrapbook selfie channel. People have been posting pets in, which is kind of cool. Queer stuff. Appeals board. Yeah, we don't do that anymore. RIP. Yes, RIP the appeals board channel. And then these are just stuff that my private stuff. Mod log. Well, I suppose everyone sees the bot channel and stuff like that. But then my private channel, which is basically my Dear Diary. Lindsay, have you ever seen a baseball play where something happened and there was no direct rule to adjudicate it? Oh, of course, yeah. It happens in every sport, right? Let me get this guy out of the way. And yeah, why don't I just look up Rule 803 on our site, which is the unaddressed provisions rule, right? It's the umpire can rule on anything not specifically in the rules. And so, yeah, we did an analysis and said, hey, if this Rick Renteria ejection, when he refused to leave the dugout after an getting tossed, he's like, come over and throw me out. And it's like, Mark Carlson did entertain him. He went over there, let Renteria rant, and then Renteria, to his credit, left. But yeah, 803 can go in there because it's like if you want to forfeit the game, you can go fails to obey within reasonable time the umpire's order for removal of a player from the game, but it's not a player, it's a manager, and that's technically an 803 situation, even though it's covered by a different rule. It just doesn't say manager, it says player. What do we have here? Check swing. Gosh. The twice changed bunt hit by pitch. What is that? Yeah, the point being, yes, there have been things that have happened in baseball games. Ball hitting a bat twice. The Randy Johnson, remember when he threw the ball that hit the dove? That was a not elsewhere specified umpire's unique situation, not covered in the book play. At the time, they didn't have a rule for that, so the umpires, with their best judgment, said we're going to just call it no pitch, and that's what the rule ended up being when they added it the next year. A lot of times, the rules changes come from plays that have occurred the year before, so that happens. There are many examples of it, and surprise, surprise, there's a lot of them come up where I don't even think about it, because I don't think about the possibility of something like that happening until it actually does. So, and then the rule is there for when it does. But the goal of that umpire not elsewhere covered rule that's in the book, which I should know by heart by now, but I always am afraid I'm going to screw it up. So let's get to Rule 8. And 80. There we go. 1C. I say 803. Just my brain is lovely. Each umpire has authority to rule on any point not specifically covered in these rules. So you have to be really good at your rules book knowledge to know that there is a point that is happening that is not covered by any of the other rules, right? And once you've determined that nothing else applies, like you try your darn hardest to make sure something else applies to it. And if nothing else applies to it, and it's like you've gone and you've like, this situation legit is absolutely insane and has never happened before, or is otherwise not covered, that's when you would use the not specifically covered rule. And then TMAC will always use the phrase common sense and fair play, and I know that he's looking forward to some teachables coming up. But yeah, this is sort of a common sense and fair play situation. Baltimore, of course, took the lead. Angels are so bad. This is a common sense and fair play thing. You do what you think is the fairest thing for both teams, but is also right. And your standard is just basically your best judgment or common sense. Why do the umpires always switch up every year? Well, think about it this way. As I get my umpire crews out to track all of the changes that occurred. Think about it this way. You're with your crew for, well, it's not the full 160, it's more like 120, but you're with your crew, you're with the same people traveling around the country for 120 days. Sometimes you get along really well with all of them, sometimes you don't. Especially for the younger guys coming up, sometimes they benefit not because there's a personality issue. Sometimes there is a personality issue, but sometimes they just simply benefit from getting another approach. Like if two chiefs, and every chief is different, right? Everyone has a different philosophy of how to run their crew. And sometimes it's just beneficial for younger umpires to hop crews year to year because they are exposed to more perspectives on crew dynamics and things like that, and what the crew does, how the pregame works, how their administration during the game, if there's game management stuff, how they, and you just see that there are more options. So like as robotic as MLB has wanted umpires to be, and that's how they train them in ump school, and then they let them differentiate after. This ensures that it's not just sort of like hive mind umpiring, especially if you're going to take a 3 or 4 and jumble those up. The number 2s are the ones that tend to stay with the same umpire. Like each crew chief, like when you're first picking a crew, the number 2 umpire. That's like the priority pick right there. So it's like the past few years, Bellino's had Cuzzy as the number 2, and that works for them. They have a good dynamic, so that's why that happens. Lane and Wendelstedt used to be together for a really long time. Then MLB was like, no more, because of an incident that happened. And so now he's with Hudson. And that dynamic seems to be interesting because you remember the dual ejections in San Francisco about calling timeout or something. And it looked, and Hudson was in there because I think he was the plate umpire. And then Wendelstedt was just in there acting like a crew chief as well, ejecting the catcher. But hey, for some crew chiefs, that works. For other crew chiefs, they don't appreciate that. So that's how you get jumbled around. There's certain umpires maybe no one wants to work with. Some umpires everyone wants to work with. If postseason play uses 6 umpires, why not also for regular season? There are a lot fewer games in the postseason, right? You don't need the full complement of 76 umpires in the postseason. Well, with vacation and replay, technically it's 68 still, but you don't need the full 68 during the postseason. So you have the excess. You can get 2 other umpires. You have personnel. But during the regular season, 6 umpires. That would require expanding the roster significantly, because if you think about it, you're getting 16 to 20 more umpires depending on how you want to structure it that you'd have to hire full time, and we all know how much they love paying umpires full time. So they don't do it. They just don't want to have, like, when we did a discussion about the replay, like T-Mac and I were like, hey, we need to have replay in baseball before they had replay in baseball, and then they had it, and we're like, okay, this system would work really well if they had 5 umpires on each crew, the 4 that are on the field, and then a 5th umpire upstairs being like the replay official, rather than have that central replay. I mean, you can still have central replay, but I think it would be better if someone actually on the crew did replay. And it doesn't have to be a challenge system. They can just buzz down when they want to look at something. But MLB didn't want to spend the money for that. They wanted to spend the money for the replay center instead, and that's what we got. The 6 versus 4 umpire thing is interesting. You'll notice, like other sports, basketball, hockey, the on-court, on-ice officiating crew, 3 people in basketball, 4 in hockey. That doesn't change from the regular season to the postseason. But what does change in basketball and in hockey is they add 1 or 2 standby officials. So you technically do kind of have a crew of, I'll use hockey because they have 4 on ice. If they add a standby linesperson and a standby referee, that gives you a crew of 6. And all 6 of them can't be on the ice at the same time because that would be insane. Like American hockey and Canadian hockey already shrink the size of the rink compared to the international game. So it's already compressed, the amount of ice surface. So you can't have 6 people officiating on the ice at the same time. They'd get in the way. So the 2 other officials, it's a crew of 6, and the 2 others are alternates. They're standby officials. And injury, they'll come into the game. In baseball, the field is huge. You do not need to put your alternates somewhere else. You can just put them in the outfield. And then, as what has happened a few times, and let's see if I can even find it. Jeff Nelson got hurt in, I think it was New York postseason. Let's find out if I'm right. When was this? This was... I did a whole diagram, and I'm so sad that I don't see it. This was in 2019. The 5-umpire crew. There we go. All right. This is how postseason... I don't know if you can see this graphic that I have here. But let's try. Let's see. Can I zoom in on this? Kind of. All right. It's under my head. There we go. So this is how the umpire crew looked. You had your 6 umpires, right? Blazer and Hudson were in the outfield. Nelson got hurt behind home plate. And so he came out, and they had Kerwin from second base come and be the plate umpire. So Mark moved to second. Marvin moved from left field to third base. So you still had 4 umpires on the infield. Corey Blazer stayed in right field. And so Hudson effectively was a standby official for one of the infield umpires in case something happened. Something did happen, and Hudson simply slid from left field to third base. That's the best that I can do to explain why they don't have 6 during the regular season. Oh, this article actually talks about hockey. Who knew? Anyway, if you're interested in that, the link is right there. How do you say or choose the umpire crew? Is it computerized? Do you have a meeting or pair them up? You're talking about like a crew for the postseason specifically, or are you talking about like the regular season crews? The regular season crews are, you have your full-timer crew chiefs. That's just, you have those people all set. And they basically, it's like fantasy sports, except real people. The number 2, as I said, is the most important. They'll say, I want this as my number 2. And the way it works is they usually go seniority based, right? So if the people who've been in the league, or been crew chiefs, I should say, the longest, they get first crack at picking their number 2. And then the remaining umpires that are 2s, you get to, when it gets to be your turn as a chief, you get to choose from that list. Obviously, you can't take someone who someone else took before you. And that's how that goes for that first round of that. And then similar things for the 3rd and the 4th round. How does the postseason selection work? The MLB office will they'll look at supervisor evaluation reports. MLB was not very happy with the Angel Hernandez lawsuit because part of that lawsuit it detailed a lot of how that process worked. Like, look at those documents, court documents. And so they look at performance-based stuff, like they'll look at ball strike accuracy, they'll look at replay statistics. We have that replay affirmation percentage, overturn percentage, whatever we call it, RAP. They look at that stuff. And that's all of this, like game management stuff, ejection stuff. Has there been a controversy? Like, they're not going to put an umpire who has a controversy on the postseason crews for the most part. If it's a really big deal, like the whole Bellino Bumgarner thing, that nixed the postseason for him that year. He still got crew chief the following year, so I mean, didn't have much of a long-term effect. Just was sort of like, here's your punishment, no postseason this year. So they do things like that. And that's how postseason crews are picked. World Series, of course, gets picked from the Division Series umpires. League Championship Series gets picked from a combination of the Wild Card Series and just umpires who barely missed the cut. for those higher playoff rounds. And then they replace usually the younger first-timer umpires to the wild card because they're not going to work a championship series before they work a division series. Disappointed Jen Powell did not make a Major League crew. She's ready. So the thing about this is Jen, she just got her first spring training, right? So you're not going to, I don't know that any umpire who makes a full-on Major League crew, like the full-time staff, the first year that they're in spring. There's a progression, and there's so many people that were ahead of her who have been fill-ins for a while. And I know that this is an out-of-date list, and some of these umpires have been released and things like that, but look at the 2023 AAA call-ups. There were a lot of them. So some of them, again, we got released, we got people that got hired, but Jen wasn't on that list at that time. So these are the lists. This is the eligibility pool for hiring people to the full-time staff to fill vacancies for retirements. So first, you have to get your spring, you have to get your fill-in stuff, like you're being used as a AAA call-up umpire to actually get MLB experience. You're not going to get hired to a full-time crew without MLB experience. I think that going back to the actual hiring post that I made, I think that the average was like 300 games of experience. Yeah, something like that. So Vondrak got hired after calling 286 MLB games. That's like 2 seasons at least, because you're not going to get a full schedule every season. And then Ryan Wills, although you might as a call-up, and then Ryan Wills had worked 402 major league games before getting hired. So it takes time. There's an order to it. So, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, that's how that works. Oh, here we go. I listed the 2024 spring training invitees, right? And what you'll notice, like these are the returning ones. They already have sleeve numbers, which means they're effectively qualified to go to call-up status if they're not already there. Sleeve number usually means that you have that. And then the new ones are, you have Brown, Jasinski, Jean, Jones, another Jones, Kelly, Marco, Parra, and Powell. So there are a lot of newbies, so to speak, to spring training. And you have to progress from one step to the next before you can be eligible for the next one. That's how it works for postseason. That's how it works for getting hired, too. No one in their first year of full-time MLB will get a postseason game either. But yeah, I mean, we have some good prospects. You always have good prospects, umpiring prospects in the minors that are ready to go. They're like, you get to a high enough level of baseball, and theoretically, there are so many people that are ready for MLB who are not even yet in a position to be offered a call-up game. That's just, there's only so many jobs for so many people, right? The AAA umpire schedule, you see some names that like no longer are there. People that got released, like Matsuda's was in AAA for a few years, and he got released because they just didn't see him advancing to the next level or didn't have room. And they brought someone young up to replace. And that happens to umpires every year. There are people on the call-up list who fell off in that same way they got released because they want to get new call-up umpires on that list. So Powell is a AAA crew chief, crew L for AAA, so to speak. Again, AAA's runs from crew A to crew O, so it is less than MLB's crew S. It's smaller. And there are only 3 people assigned to every crew in AAA because all the rest when you do have 4 umpire crews and triples, those are all rover umpires, which are generally your call-up fill-ins that are not doing MLB. They come down and they work on a AAA crew, and that's the 4th umpire. They're effectively unassigned. I'm just looking at some of those names that are on that AAA list. And, you know, you see a lot of, because first you have to be a AAA umpire, right? But then it really looks like the spring training invitees were chosen from the list of AAA, not umpires, but crew chiefs specifically. So, yeah, because the AAA crew chiefs, let's see, where did I put? Well, I don't know. Doesn't matter really. Like Walsh and Jones, Gene, him, yeah. Okay, so yeah, pretty much the crew chiefs were chosen in the AAA invitees to spring were chosen from the crew chief list, not from the general umpire list. I like how the AAA umpire, oh, they open tomorrow, do they? That's fun. I remember when they used to open like a full week later. And depending on your league, like you go way below AAA, they'll open up a few months later. Short season, right? Angels still losing. Orioles are about to get another run. This is fun. Ooh, they have like a little field diagram. That's cool. Hold on. Oh, do they not show it if you zoom in too much? That's annoying. There we go. Well, you can see the little field diagram. It says, it's like, here's what's happening in the game. 4-1 Baltimore. This game is going exactly how I thought it would be. Lindsay, can the obstruction call be challenged in MLB? No, it cannot. They did not include it on replay review. That is a primary difference between the way that they called the catcher blocking home plate rule and it's not a forced play slide rule, but the sliding into bases on force attempts rule. Those are things that can be reviewed. Obstruction cannot be reviewed. And so even though this new point of emphasis for obstruction moves to an interpretation which is much, much more closely aligned with the catcher plate blocking rule, that one is reviewable, but the bases are not reviewable. And furthermore, if an umpire is to call obstruction on the catcher, like due to the new interpretation, I don't know. It's like, come with me on a journey for nuance. The umpire, let's assume that the plate umpire does not have the catcher blocking home plate in violation of the home plate collision rule, but does have the catcher violating the obstruction rule given the new point of emphasis. Even though it's a play at the plate, because the umpire didn't rule it a violation of the home plate collision rule, it can't be challenged or reviewed because obstruction is a judgment call that cannot be reviewed. It's dumb. But if the umpire does rule the home plate collision rule applies, that is reviewable. So it's a little nuanced there, but if he rules that it's both that and obstruction, it's not reviewable because obstruction is not reviewable. So that's why some people say ejections will go up due to this new rule, right? Let's check out what's happening on the Discord. People talking about opening day. Has anyone heard of a bar of their own in Minneapolis? It's a sports bar that only plays ladies' women's sports games. I'd love to see Lindsay visit there and rate the food. Like, I don't know anything about... I can't rate food. I have heard of this type of a place, a women's sports bar. The one I heard of is not a bar of their own where they're like, this would require me actually flying out somewhere, right? Minneapolis. I have heard of. I think is the Oregon one called a bra of their own. Um, there are a few of them around the country, not many. California doesn't have much, so I, yeah, I'm not a bar person in the first place. It's just noisy. I'm not good with noise. I say this working with, in a stadium with tens of thousands of people every game, but I don't like crowds and noise. Um, so no, I have not. Yeah, it would be nice to go there, but I can't. There we go. Hi. Oh, hi. Yeah, the Sports Bra Portland. Thanks, Eric. Uh, that's cool. All right, cool. Let's see. We are getting close to the top of the hour, which means that we are about to have several games beginning. We went through these before, but we can always go through them again. The Iasonia crew, yay, is in Cincinnati. That's what that looks like. Where are we? San Diego. Who's in San Diego? We have Ripperger in San Diego. Wait a minute. Ripperger's a 3 on Marquez's crew. What is going on? Oh. You know what this is? I'm trying to figure out what crew this is. This is Jerry Lane's crew. Jerry Lane is one of the umpires. This is Lane's crew. So Jerry Lane is one of those umpires who is going to be on the injured list for probably a while, if not the entire season. Gary Darling did that, I think, his last year. He spent the entire year on injured list to get the service time and then retired. I think the contract allows you to do that. So this is Jerry Lane's crew, and Mark Ripperger got brought over to chief it. So he is someone who they are looking at to see if he can chief. Okay. Dodgers. Porter's crew. Nate Tomlinson. Okay. So Porter's crew is... Where are we? Where is Al? Wolf, Blakeney, Barber. So Jim Wolf is either on another crew or it's on vacation. Someone has to take a vacation at all times. That's how it works. So throughout the year, someone has to be on vacation. Like, they're not one person, but people have to be on vacation. Entire crews have to be, or an entire crew has to be on vacation at some point. And that includes opening day. I remember Joe West took a vacation once, like the day that the second day of the season. That's just how the cards play sometimes. So that explains that crew. Tampa. I like how there's one person in the outfield, just randomly there. It's the Tishner crew, Derek Thomas. So there you go. There's another situation where you have someone filling. Let's see. That was Tampa, Kansas City, which I'll probably never go to again. That has everyone is out there somewhere. Wow. Okay. Look at this gathering at home plate. You think that they're like they're trying to challenge a bunt attempt or something. Diaz's crew. Chicago. Honora. This is interesting. This Carlson and Honora thing, where Honora's plate and Carlson's not, but they can do whatever they want, I guess. Wait, that's Ron Culpa. Let's see. Yeah, Carlson's one of the TBD crews? Okay, I see. They didn't even have a fourth umpire signed. One time a bunch of crew chiefs were all like, there was a game in New York that there were like four crew chiefs on the same crew because they had a meeting at the MLB offices. And yeah, it was a 4 crew chief game. Guccione is in Miami, and James Hoy is in Houston. And meanwhile, the Angels are doing Angel things in Baltimore. I agree, Richard and Robin Kim. It would be really nice for... they used to have what they called definitive angle on the MLB video library. Let me see. MLB video definitive angle. Did I spell that right? Okay, they used to have something called definitive angle. And what this was it went over every challenge in every game that resulted specifically in an overturn or a confirm. So here we have a play at third base, Atlanta and St. Louis. This is from 2019. They explain who's challenging what and what the outcome is. Don't exactly say exactly why, but then they show the angle, the definitive angle, if you will, that they used in New York or wherever to make the call. So there we see runner touches base. This is the definitive angle used to rule that the runner was safe and confirm, looks like Vic Carapaz's call. So there you go. They used to do it. They don't do it anymore. Why do they not do it anymore? I don't know. I really don't. They upgrade. It's like umpiring is kind of an afterthought sometimes, like how they deal with these things, communication. I mean, remember, MLB is the last league that got umpires to actually talk to the crowd. So maybe they're a little bit behind the curve on that sort of transparency. This is bizarre. Did Jerry Lane get injured last year, hence the IL stint to start this year? I have a feeling the answer is yes. It's really unfortunate because Jerry sort of, yeah, he ejected people last year mostly. He gets hurt a lot. Last year wasn't that bad apparently for him in terms of injury. Like, it was getting hit in the hand, but he has had a lot of head injuries over his career. If I go down this list, there we go. Foul ball to the head, right? In 2022. And then it's like you go down the list of every time that's happened. That's a lot for anyone. And so I don't know if this absence is because of that type of a thing, but it wouldn't surprise me. So yeah, that's how an umpire can start on the IL to start the season. Another reason, there have been umpires who they've had surgery and they're recovering, and they'll start on the IL that way, and they might be there for a really significant amount of time. So yes, this is correct. Yeah. The way the rules currently work, you're allowed to do that. And it's like it's effectively a workers' comp benefit type thing. Like, before you get, like, you can retire medically. That is possible. There have been umpires who retired medically and they get paid accordingly. I think Gary Darling was a medical retirement. Dale Scott was a medical retirement, because remember, he did his last game and when he got carted off after the pitch hit him in the face or whatever in Toronto. So You can medically retire. That happens. And for some umpires, they'll spend the year on the IL before doing that to get the service time. Some umpires will just do it straight up. It really depends what the contract is. I don't know exactly what the contract says these days. They don't share that. The player's contract, the player CBA, is public. The umpire CBA is private. All right. I'm looking at this. Not really much different year to year. It's like mainly the runner's lane. Runner's lane and obstruction are the two big changes. One of them should be... I mean, I'm going to be curious because we did get a comment somewhere. I'm trying to figure... I say, ask us questions. And then we get it from Discord, we get Facebook, we get Twitter, we get YouTube. And I'm trying to figure out where this one was. Someone asked about a different college. We had the bat flip ejections. There was a situation where umpire warned and did not eject. And the opposing manager argued that person's supposed to be ejected. It's more than a warning. And I just thought, no matter what you do, you're wrong as an umpire. Like, you cannot win in that situation. They want you to enforce these sportsmanship rules. And you just can't win. It's not a good situation to be in. Someone's always going to be unhappy with that. And because everything is so not as clear as it could be, more argument. Marvin Hudson answer. Yeah, that's great. Hudson 51 umpire gear. Yeah. Having that. I had that with, I don't remember which company it was, but it's like, yeah, you really realize these guys do run their own businesses when they have side business. It is them. They might have little staffs, but it is them. With the runner's lane rules change, does each field have the same dimensions between the foul line and the fair grass dirt line? Great question. No. Isn't it? It's even better. No, they don't. They are not required. It's odd because the rule book does specify that they changed the rule book. Where is the part about the rule book? Hello, in St. Louis, on your way to umpire high school JV game. Have a great time. Best of luck. Yeah. Let's see. So anyway, amended 201 to reflect the updated dimensions of the grass line of the infield dirt. It's supposed to be standard by Rule 201, right? And I'm looking for the layout to the field. Because when they used to not have the grass line stuff as much. Like, here we go. They are not mandatory. They are not mandatory, but here's the key in provision B. Shall be no less than 18 inches and no more than 24 inches from the first baseline, the foul line. So picture it that way. It has to be between 18 inches and 24 inches. And every field you have 6 inches that you can just sort of do whatever you want. Oh, thank you. So, yeah, you'll know, like, there's a lot of dimension stuff in here. Like, obviously the home plate, the bases are all the same, 18 inches square. That's up obviously from where it used to be. Home plate is 17 inches and they tell you how to create it exactly. Pitcher's plate, the distance from the pitcher's plate to the mound, to the plate. All that stuff is in there. But yeah, the distance for obstruction between the foul line and the infield grass is variable. Yeah, I did. First 2 games did you get paid? Like, are you getting paid for these cancel? Like, how far in advance did they cancel? Or do they have one of those, if the weather causes it, we don't pay you rules? Because that's kind of terrible. I don't do baseball anymore, but for basketball, it's basically if they cancel within 24 hours, they pay us. And if they cancel more than 24 hours, they don't have to pay us. Even if it's a weather thing. I've had gyms that we got canceled because of flooding. Like it rained really hard, the roof leaked, the gym got flooded. Less than 24-hour notice, they paid us. Oh, that's so annoying. Yeah, I'm on Arbiter too. I guess it's just the way that the contract is written between either our association or the state governing body or whatever it is. They basically say, here's the rules. Okay, if we, yeah, showing up to the, okay, so show up, you get paid. So you're probably like racing to get to the field for a super early pregame, right? Just like that, like, are you allowed to show up to the field 5 hours before the game? Am I a hockey ref also? I used to, not anymore. I loved hockey. I like officiating hockey. That was so much fun. Officiating hockey is the only time that I've actually been physically battered by a player, like attacked, because he had given up a goal to the other team, breakaway. He got juked, whatever. And he was just so mad at himself for that he started slamming his stick and he broke it. And we had a rule because we, as the league, provided sticks to all of the teams. Like, so we had a rule. It's like, it's our property. And if someone, like, if you just break your stick because you're shooting the puck and you accidentally hit the ice too much or whatever, it bends and breaks, no harm, no foul. But if you deliberately break a stick in an unsporting way, it's a game misconduct, which, an injection. So I gave him a game misconduct, and he looks at both pieces of the stick, which are, it looks at me, and drops the stick, and just starts coming over, knocks me down, and starts pounding away. Not fun. I did a police report. I did the whole thing. It was, yeah. I used to ref hockey. So yeah, that sounds like the stupidest loophole of all time. Show up super early so you get paid. It's like I would legitimately I would legitimately like show up a full day early if that's what, I don't know. Y'all should get paid if the game is on your schedule for the day and they cancel on the same day. That is my opinion, because you are committing your time, and it is professional working time. You're getting paid for a service. You are committing your time to doing that service. So if they cancel it, you've still committed your time. Like, you could have done something else, and you didn't because you decided to commit your time to doing this. You should get paid. I know it's so much easier said than done, but there are parts of officiating I really take issue with, which are when they're like, there's accept every assignment no matter how far away or inconvenient it is, or like always be helpful and say yes. No, boundaries are good. For the rec ball circuit, especially here, it would be, don't ask how much you're getting paid, because it's not about the money. It's a job. It might not be 100% about the money, but at least part of it is about the money, right? When you are doing a job, it should be your right as a worker, employee, independent contractor, whatever you are, it's reasonable to ask how much you're getting paid before you choose whether to accept or decline the assignment. They're the good old boys club. I got kicked out of that group, and that, it's really fun to see how that affected things. But there's a lot wrong with the structure of officiating, the systems that go on, and it's tough to make change. When I moved to California, I decided not to get in with the association. Are you in NorCal or SoCal? I'm assuming. Oh, okay. Yeah. If you decline, you don't get the games you want. That is like they will retaliate against you for having the audacity to say no sometimes. And like that really annoys me. Assigners, like it's a hardship for them when they assign stuff and someone says no and then they have to redo it. But they get an assigning fee. That's what they get paid for. And which is another thing. It's like it would be nice if that anyway. I have problems with how the fee structure works when the assigning fees are involved. But yeah, they should not hold it against you if you say no to a game that you don't want to do. Like you're not they haven't, like, especially in California, they haven't, like, remember with the, what was it, SB2 or whatever, or was it Proposition 2 or something, with about the, like, the employee versus independent contractor thing that mainly revolved around Uber and Lyft. And I, like, it went somewhere, but then the court said it can't go anywhere or something like that. And so I don't know. You're not an employee. They can't treat you like they own you because they don't. Independent contractors have the right to say no. I learned that the home plate is theoretically impossible. There's mathematical. Yes. This rule book is full of errors. Not all of them mathematical, but yes. A lot of this, even when they had the 90-foot base, like the 90-foot base, even when they had the smaller bases, now they increased them to 18 inches. It used to be less, right? The math was wrong. And so now it's not as wrong per se, but no, actually it is. Yeah, it's still 90 feet between bases. They haven't updated that. It cannot be 90 feet between bases unless you are using specifically the middle of the base to measure. If you are using the middle of the base to measure, that's okay. But all measurements from home base shall be taken at the point where the first and third base lines intersect. So that would be at an angle if you wanted to go to the center. So it's not even in the set. So yes, 90 feet is wrong. It is not 90 feet from base to base. It is less than 90 feet from base to base. It's only a matter of inches, but just if you want to be technical about it, yeah, you are correct. The math in the rulebook is wrong, which is great for a sport that prides itself on numbers so much. 90-foot wide base. I love that idea. That's fantastic. Okay, I'm going back to games. Angels are still angeling it up in Baltimore. Everyone else seems to have just started their games, which is super cool. There are no ejections yet. I'm disappointed. No, I'm joking. Ejections don't come on opening day. Very rarely. Ejections are usually in a week into the season. There's usually a kind of a honeymoon period at the beginning of the year where everyone's on their best behavior, and then when it's like, oh yeah, this is going to be a long season, it turns into I've lost my patience, and that's when ejections happen. Dodgers and Cardinals. That game is also blacked out for me. I don't have the Dodgers channel. That's the one thing of like doing ejections. This year, I'm trying to, I don't know, take care of myself a little more than I did last year. Because last year I would be on things like that. I would try to do videos same night for like, there would be 5 ejections, 5 different games. And I would be like, I need to do all these videos tonight. I can schedule them for tomorrow, but if it's first thing in the morning, I need to do them all tonight. And I just worked myself way too hard. So I'm trying to, they punish VPNs now. I know the backdoor websites for that stuff. Anyway, so I worked myself way too hard, and it was not good for me. So I am trying this year to do a little bit better and taking care of myself, which means that some of the videos for like ejections and other things might not be same day. It might not even be next day. That I need to remember that I'm a human being. I've also added to YouTube to the channel the join. Like, I have no idea. I am so bad at asking for money stuff, but YouTube has memberships apparently, so I've added that to the channel. I was like, what perks would you like to put in? So I put in these are the perks. I don't know how to access it again, but it's there. If you want to support us that way. There's also a buy me a coffee link on the website, as well as I'm going to try to put them in video descriptions from now on, for like a one-off. And Patreon is being maybe something that I'll do eventually. I don't know, but people have been asking how to send money, and it's like, okay, I guess so. Yeah, I just added membership, like turned that on 2 days ago. Literally, you haven't missed anything. I just started it 2 days ago. I don't know what membership is going to look like other than getting a fancy badge next to your name and me shouting you out and stuff like that. Maybe I do like I mean my goal would be that I prioritize request videos for people who are members or otherwise support the channel or pay for it. I don't know. But yeah, I'll also pop you into the premium Discord channel, the Close Call Sports, the same channel that I put up my boosters in. I'll put you in that one. What do we call it? The premium channel that I don't know what to do with it, but yeah. So yeah, I just started memberships a few days ago. I don't know what I'm not business savvy. I don't know what to do with it, but it's there if you want to support us. And I think the membership is, yes, the premium channel no one talks in. You see, well, if more people join, maybe they will talk in it. Now, have I watched the Korea ABS going on? The automated ball strike system there? No, I have not. I have a complicated relationship with Korean TV, like the baseball people. What's their like major sports provider called? I don't have MLB channel either. It's blacked out. Like literally, they have that game. It's blacked out, no matter what channel it's on. But yeah, the Koreans, whatever their TV is, they copyright. Like I had an ejection that I did of that Korean player that plays on Pittsburgh that I did last year. It like the beginning of the season or whenever it was. And I had no problem. MLB had no problem with that video. Like I used the Pittsburgh, I used the Pittsburgh feed, and I used the whoever the away team was feed, and I used what someone sent me a fan video, and I think I used that maybe. MLB had no problem copyright wise about that video. And guess what? In December, I think it was, maybe January, I get a copyright strike from the Korean TV people because they says that I've infringed on their copyright. And they like MLB will usually when they do a copyright claim, they allow me to keep the video up, but they take all the money. Like all the ad revenue goes to them. None of it goes to me, which sucks. But the Korean TV went straight to a copyright strike and a takedown of the video. And, you know, you get 3 strikes before YouTube permanently disables your channel. So it's a big deal when you get a copyright strike because I do a lot of videos here. And it wasn't even Korean TV's video. It was the Pittsburgh feed and it was whoever they were playing. American teams in MLB who did not have a problem. MLB did not have a problem with my video. So I appealed and I was like, hey, this channel from Korea does not have standing to file a copyright claim. It's not their video. None of it is. And the appeals process, the way it works is it goes, when you file it, it goes straight to the person who filed the claim in the first place. So it goes to Korea TV, and the first thing they did was say, yeah, we're not gonna listen to you. We're gonna still do a takedown request and give you that strike. So it actually went to a point where YouTube was like, warning, if you pursue this further, they might sue you, like personally. And I was like, you know what? They have nothing to stand on. It's not their video. So I went all the way to the litigation stage almost. And they finally backed down. And I got the video back and the copyright strike was removed from my record. Otani. Congratulations to the Dodgers' new acquisition. but he got thrown out going to third. A little greedy. But Mookie got to third? I can't watch the game. How did that happen? So Ohtani hits a double. Oh, 2 runners, 1 base. Wow. He's not familiar with his teammates yet. Oh my gosh. So Mookie Betts was standing on third. Okay. And Ohtani just got caught up being like, oh, he thought that Mookie would have gone home. Got it. Wow. That's fun. Everyone makes mistakes. It happens. But Ohtani's good. He got a double. He's batting 1,000. No, he's not. I keep forgetting the Dodgers and Padres already played 2 games. So no, he's not batting 1,000. He's batting 364. We got a new provider. Oh, use video clips freely. Do you know the name? Is like just the KBO website has that stuff, or is it like a specific, not KBO, like an actual other TV company or something that allows the clips to be used? Or because I would love to do more Korean and Japanese, Chinese, you name it, baseball. International copyright is so dumb because YouTube doesn't trust me at all. Oh, it's just the KBO YouTube channel, and they allow you to use clips that they post on their channel. Wow. Okay. I'm on board. That's awesome. I worry about the whoever's the TV people who are actually broadcasting that game, if they are going to get mad about it or not. But yeah, cool. All right, so the Dodgers have scored. Dodgers and that's what they do. Send me clips about college or high school, and I will take a look. And if it's something that is quality for me to put on channel, and I have something to talk about, then sure, absolutely. All right, Kansas City is tied with Minnesota. Okay. Like, I anticipate that most people like have me up on one screen, or like a window on one screen, or and then it's actually watching baseball on the other screen. And here's me who doesn't know how to watch baseball. I just got an email. Hello, my name is so and so, redacted, and I represent T-Mobile for the government. I'm reaching out on behalf of the local government account executive for Southern California. We work directly with cities and counties on initiatives and resources that help develop and strengthen our communities. It is amazing to see your commitment as our... Oh yeah, this is a neighborhood council email. I get president emails all the time. They want me to like talk to me about government stuff. I'm not doing government stuff today. Discord is KK the first. Thank you. Where's the membership list? Oh, Discord has a streamer mode? That's sweet. And they're indexing the server. Hold on. New conversation, not new group DM. How do I just do a new DM with a person? Thanks, Discord. If I had access to the darn membership list of my channel and you're in the channel, I can find you. But it's streaming mode, so it's like censoring these. Thank you. Wait, we talked before. Oh my gosh, we talked before about something. There's an RL I play Because of course it was. Oh, I can, huh? How do I enable it again once I disable it, though? Yes. I'm learning how computers work. Oh, okay. So it doesn't want me to like people's full names and stuff like that. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I want to put it back. How do I put it back? I want streamer mode back. Settings. I like this tutorial. Streamer mode. Enable. Yes, thank you. I've turned it on again. Am I open to take suggestions on develop? Yes, I am open to taking suggestions on stuff. Yeah, basically I don't know what I'm doing. So yes, yes, if you have like you can like if you're in our Discord, just DM me. Um and I'm totally open. All right, I've turned streamer mode back on. Cool. All right, so meanwhile, back to Minute Maid Park, where nothing's happening. Oh, this is a nice call. This strike right here. Remember when they used to do like animations on each of the pitches? What's this? Game Day 3D. Am I going to crash my computer? Or is it something that's just never going to load? Oh my gosh. What is this? This frame rate is so bad. Okay, so they show all the pitches as they're coming in. I mean, other than the fact that like the frame rate's really bad. This is actually pretty cool. Game Day 3D. Yep, there it is. Batter timeout. A little window came up on the right there that says batter called their timeout. Okay, he bunted the ball. Or not bunted, hit the ball. Went up the middle, someone scored. This is the this is the weirdest way of watching a baseball game. Wow. This looks like those play picks that you get. Oh, I can change the camera angle. Nice. This looks like those play pick. Look at they have all the fans. Okay, I am going back to 2D because this is ridiculous, but it looks like those play picks that you see in Referee Magazine. Yeah, it's worth like what's that old triple play? Remember triple play 99, 2000, that stuff? It's worse than that somehow. I mean, this part is pretty cool up here in the top left where they show the field and the people running around. It's not as detailed or anything, but it's pretty cool to see everyone moving around. All right, move that a little bit lower. Or a little bit higher. Or lower, I don't know. 3-0 Houston. Baseball is so like, it's fascinating that, you know, you have so many games. Everyone plays every day. Basketball, hockey, we don't do that. Not everyone plays every day. Baseball, there's so many games everyone plays every day because you still fit them into around the same 6-month period. ESPN Gamecast, you say? Let's go find it. MLB scores. Oh, this website is so much better. All right. I don't want a video. This game's more fluid. Like, this website's a little bit better. It's just not as detailed, I guess. It says hit zone unavailable. Oh, there it is. It popped up. It's so small. Don't you just love like how the top of the zone is like at the guy's shoulders. Oh, 3 pitches came in at the same time. I mean, at least the bottom of the zone is like hollow of the knee-ish, but the top of the zone, look at that. Wow. That's 100% accurate right there. That ball is as big as his head. Man, the Angels are so bad. Okay, so all right, so it tells us a little summary and all that. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Yeah, I pretty much figured that Baltimore has a 90-something% chance of winning this game. Let's see if I can you see the 97%? Yeah. That's pretty cool that they have this though. Nice. I like how each site has their own thing. They have a little play-by-play section. Oh, that's cool. And it has like the little diagrams there for each batter. Nice. Like this home run, I can just drop down menu and first pitch of the at-bat, and that's where it landed. Oh, that's so cool. And then, yeah, and then they have all of them at the top of the screen. Okay. I shouldn't be laughing, but yeah. Bridge trip. Oh my gosh. What say you about the 162 game season? Is it too much? Is it too little? I think it's too much. And the reason I say that is because I get worn out around August. They play every day, which is just like it just seems so cruel for them to play every single day. I mean, the days off are like maybe once or twice a month, right? To play pretty much every single day throughout this 6-month period or whatever, like All-Star break, right? But it would be nice if there was a mandated 1 day off every week. It would be nice if that happened. But yeah, didn't this like it used to MLB season used to be longer than 162 at one point, right? Used to be shorter too. I think 162 is kind of a lot. I would like because they're expanding the way that they do playoffs because now we have that wild card series as opposed to the game and things like that. That kind of could cut into the last week of the season. It could, my opinion. Because I mean, you run into this thing where you're ending the World Series potentially in November, which if you get the cold market, like northern wherever that it snows in, that could be bad. So I don't know. I'm a fan of a shorter season. More double headers? Yeah, they just don't. Yeah, I think that's a money thing that they don't do it as much now. Because think about it this way, like yeah, you can get the fans in and just kick them all out and then force them to come back in and collect 2 gate fees, but you either have to hire a hell of a lot more staff or pay them overtime, and that costs money. Do I think MLB will do realignment in the near future? I don't like. Let's look at the MLB divisions, like all of them. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 7 like they would do in the minor leagues, the 7-inning doubleheaders. Yeah, I agree, but that would deprive someone of something, and they wouldn't want to do that because then there's like, hey, it's not fair that we played a 7-inning game today and against this team, and we're playing a 9-inning game against this team, especially if the comeback is in the 8th or the 9th inning. 154. Okay, yeah, go back to that. That's fine. No, that gets you eight less games. So that's 8 weeks of the season where you can have where you can actually have a day off where you don't have a day off. I like going back to 154. Okay, so division. COVID. Oh yeah, definitely for COVID. They did a lot for COVID. Justin Turner came out while having COVID and barely got in trouble for that. It's like, so this is security theater that we're doing again, like TSA kind of, but okay. Anyway, baseball teams by division. They have an equal number of teams in each division. I don't see them realigning them at present. If they get a new team, if they move a team, if there's some sort of wait a minute, Oakland's going to Vegas, aren't they? But that's still very like Texas and Houston are in the AL West, so Nevada definitely would be in the AL West. It's not a problem. Um, yeah, I very much think that like the only way you're going to get a realignment is if a new team gets added to the league or if someone moves like significantly out of the area. What was that? What's that betting site? I think it was like Covers that does the umpires. No, I do not want cookies. I like how they only have 5 umpires. That's funny. Um, Odd Shark, Fletcher and Barksdale because of the Dodgers Padres series in Korea, right? Um, nice. There used to be a site that like kept track of all the umpires for betting, like what the daily lineup is going to be. I don't remember what that site is. I thought it was Covers, but I guess not. Yeah, must not be them. Mm-hmm. Scores and matchups. Yeah, that's not going to be it. I don't bet. It's technically still illegal in my state, I think. No, not that I would anyway. I'm just not a betting person. I feel like I need to sneeze. Okay. All four sports playing their semifinal number one East versus number two West, and then number two East versus number one West. I don't know. There's a certain like obviously not MLB. I guess the East and West would be the American and the National, right? Same in football. There's some novelty toward, I guess, waiting until the very last round of the playoffs for the East and the West, or the AL and the NL to meet. So I don't know. If you have a really strong West and a really weak East, or vice versa, that's kind of problematic, I guess. But I don't know. I do like the idea of the regional champion winning the pennant or whatever, then going on to represent the Western or the Eastern in the ultimate, whatever the ultimate championship round for that sport is called. So, I like it that way. Angels, what are you all doing? All right, back here. Oh my goodness, 7-1. Why does the ESPN say 5-1 and MLB say 7-1? That's very bizarre. All right. Meanwhile, all right, Cincinnati's 3. Bruins v. Rangers. The Boston Bruins and the New York Rangers. Like, for a final, you'd want that? Like, the Stanley Cup final between Boston and New York? Or even between the two New York teams? That would be very bizarre. But then again, it's maybe because I'm not used to it. I think that part of the East versus West thing, at least I'm speaking about hockey and basketball mainly, the East versus West ensures that you have different parts of the country involved. And that's more people, more fans that have a personal connection. Maybe. I don't know. Because if you have two New York teams or two regional Boston, New York. What happens to everyone who's like not in that region of the country that doesn't care about those teams and doesn't follow them closely? Like for me, it's easier for me to follow just the Western Conference in hockey and not pay attention to the East as much. More manageable. I don't know. You'd have them involved in the semis, but you think though the like the finals are the ones like the big marquee event for everyone, right? So I don't know. Not my cup of tea, perhaps, but I could be persuaded still, I guess. Um, oh, fun, cool. Back to here. All right. So we are. It's 1:47 in the West. The next game starts at 4:35 our time. So you're older. You know what's funny is in most of the spaces that I am in online, I tend to be the old one. Like I, it's except for baseball. Baseball, I am my age, so to speak. Just it's like the proportions, the distribution is more normal. But yeah, so many places, internet, Discord, you name it. 30 is like retirement age. NFL has the same issue. You have two conferences and can have two teams from the same geo area. Yeah, that's true. Like, are we interested in MLB like going to an East West? I mean, technically they already have an East West for the intra league divisions, but would your realignment look more toward put all the Western teams together and put all the Eastern teams together and then have them, battle it out at the end? Or see, 30 is super young. Yeah, apparently these websites are just not updating once I close the tab or go to a different tab. Super Bowl and World Series truly was cool because you'd never see those teams play before. Yeah. I remember it's like World Series, we have talk about Subway Series or Freeway Series or one of those things happening, and that's cool. Like when New York played New York, right? Or whatever you want to do. It's like it's great for the region. One thing that's interesting is sort of like, I don't know, I have a feeling that no matter what format you do, someone's not going to be happy with it. It's like it's like being an umpire. No matter what you do, someone's not going to be happy with you. So everyone does what they think is best for them. And these days, what you've seen more and more, especially with the integrated betting, so the whole Otani thing, right? The whole Otani thing with the betting is so funny to me because it's like you're advertising betting everywhere. Like you can't go to a baseball thing without seeing DraftKings or something like that show up. So I just thought it was ironic, no, coincidental. I don't know. But yeah, no matter what you do in terms of divisional realignment, someone's going to like it, someone's not going to like it. And the same thing for the playoffs. Battle of the Bay, that's right. That was the earthquake in '89. The video on that is kind of wild. I'm always amazed at the amount of concrete that goes into these stadiums. they tend to be somewhat decent during earthquakes, which is kind of cool to see. It's like, where's the safest place to be? When I worked at Dodgers, they always would say Dodgers Stadium is the safest place to be in LA during an earthquake, and it's like, really? I think it would be underground, but whatever. Subways are supposed to be pretty safe during earthquakes because depending on how deep they are. All right, we have a wonderful called strike over here. um, it happens. You're never going to call a perfect game. It will never happen. That, you know, it's like, yeah, you're going to call, sometimes you call a strike, it's super outside. And it's like, the good players know how to deal with that. And when patience runs thin, again, because you are playing a 162 game season with like very, very few off days, when the patience runs thin, that's where the disagreements and the ejections can happen. What if you're Pat Hoberg? Well, so some of them are less than others. That reminds me, I haven't gone to scorecards this year yet. Let's see what's happening here. I mean, they're not going to, obviously. Oh, they just have the preview cards for the umps. That's pretty cool. They did this at 7 in the morning. I should have just used scorecards to see all of the crews for today. Okay, they're going to Instagram. That's awesome. Let's see. So, wait, where these are these not? I am so confused because they have a whole bunch of March 31st. Oh, wait a minute. That's a year ago. How is this a trending game? This is from a year ago. No wonder I couldn't find it. All right. That's dumb. Though, yeah, I do like using. I do like the webs. I think the website here is great for trend analysis, but not necessarily like if I jump back to, you know, the beginning of when they started doing their stuff, and waited for it to refresh, and waited for it to refresh. Oh my gosh, it's gonna take a while, isn't it? No, maybe they can't go back that far. Let's do 2019. Wait, why is it not working? Oh, I have to click on that? Okay. Technologically inept, am I not? Well, if this thing ever worked, if scorecards ever updated, it's like if this, there we go. Okay, cool. No, this can go back earlier than that. I'm going to go back 2007 and see if anything happens. I think that scorecards is really good for trend analysis. Like you can get tendencies and things like that. I still take issue with the way that it calculates accuracy a lot of times, but it's consistent in the way that it does it. So if there's error, it is consistent in making the same errors in calculating that stuff. And yeah, of course it's unresponsive. So I do like to use the site, but not for accuracy numbers. But if you do have a list of umpires that are listed by accuracy, that trend, that list, without looking at the numbers specifically, tends to be somewhat representative. Yeah, the ball is 1 millimeter in the zone. Technically correct. Best kind of correct. It was a strike. Yeah, that's why that is specifically that 1 millimeter in the zone pitch is specifically why we still use buffers. We still use the Culpa rule for horizontal and Miller rule for vertical, basically an inch of a buffer for borderline, because people forget that the ball itself is approximately 3 inches in diameter. Like the ball itself is not a singular data point. There is some substance to it. So it's very difficult to say definitively with the computer, and this is one of my issues with Hawkeye, that the ball is definitely this or definitely in, definitely out, because if it's that close, if it's obvious, it's obvious, but if it's that close, because you're dealing with things that are so small, moving so quickly, and the computers are not exactly able to tell with 100% certainty where that ball is. Like, Scorecards, I believe, does a confidence interval approach to judging its accuracy stuff. So, yeah, everyone does it differently. And everyone has their, like, why am I getting these notifications? And everyone has a different way of doing it. And I mean, ours is very simplistic in a way, in that we do the 1 inch borderline region or whatever. It's simple. It's kind of dumb, maybe, but it's easy to understand. And it does, and more importantly, it doesn't change pitch to pitch. Confidence intervals can change pitch to pitch. We do not. It's easy to calculate yourself. And what we're here for, what one of the missions of CCS is to really bridge the gap between umpiring and fans, and like the rules, bring it to the masses type of a thing. We want people to be able to go and look at the rules of the game and actually, convert the technical jargon into a format that people can understand. And we doing that with the electronic strike zone as well. I think it's just adding that 1 inch buffer is the way to go, because it's easy to understand and it's somewhat accurate. It's somewhat accurate in the sense that borderline pitches are borderline. They should be treated as such. It should be like, that was the first strike goes to the pitcher, second strike goes to the hitter, third goes to the umpire. It's similar logic, I guess, on close pitches like that. But of course, if you're a good pitcher, you work the borderline region all day, trying to get the strike calls all over. So, Angels are still losing 7-1 because that's what they do. We are going to check out the umpire trends. See, what game is this? Soto? What team is Soto on? I don't know, but the umpire sucks. Bailed by the umpire. Like, sometimes I just look at umpire. Yeah, like the umpire in the Astros games and made some atrocious calls. Both sides awful. Can't wait to see a scoring card. Scorecard's already getting a shout out. Nice. Umpire for Yankees and Astros is garbage. Umpire needs a job at McDonald's. More garbage from the Astros-Yankees game. Wow, people are really honing in on this Astros-Yankees game. Ohtani gave the umpire $4 million to call that ball 4. Ohtani probably had a bet on getting a triple today. I don't know if this is... I think it's more to dig at Ohtani than it is at umpiring, but it's always fun to look at the umpire trends, and you probably will see nearly every game show up. Maybe not the Angels-Orioles game because the Angels are losing so badly, but the close ones especially. What is this? Do umpire gracias adieu. Okay, wait. This is Portuguese, not Spanish. Do umpire. I'm not as good at Portuguese. Adios. Oh, okay. They're talking about Yankees. It's always the umpire's fault, though. Cricket. Okay. Dale Scott's book. Very nice. Dale Scott will be at Ball 9 tomorrow to talk about his book. Pretty cool. New York City Attorney General. Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Not going to lie, this umpire behind the plate for the Astros-Yankees game is pretty solid. This is one of my favorite things. I will always find a tweet where someone is saying the umpire is absolutely terrible. And then the next tweet will say that the umpire is pretty good. Always, never fails. I need to start putting more of these opposing tweets in my videos because I just think it's so funny when someone says the umpire's awful and the next person says the umpire's wonderful. Royals umpire, terrible. The umpire in Tampa, Florida for the Marlins is struggling. No, Tampa, that's Rays. What am I talking about? Having Laz as the home plate umpire for opening day should be a crime. Oh, that's the Royals game? Okay. Pirates game is some... We are back to umpire tweets. Wow. Umpire for the Twins game is terrible. Racist ump. Okay, we are done with that. Yeah, pretty much. The losing team will say bad. The winning team will say good. That's kind of just like... That's how it works, right? When things are going well, you can be gracious and all that. It's like it's a measure of character, right? When things are going poorly, how do you react? That's true about criticizing umpires too. It's funny. I got something on the box on TV, which is not even accurate in the first place. Remember, and it's different depending on your broadcast. Remember the post that we did on the Mets versus whoever the other team was on that ball 4 call, where one of the broadcasters graphics said that it was a strike. The other graphic had it outside the box for a ball, and it's like, this is the same pitch, guys. Yeah. So, gosh, I need to find that. I want to pull that up. Same pitch, New York. Yeah, the bizonal robo feed. Robo ump. This one, oh my, yeah. Mute tab because I do not want echoes. How do I do this? Maybe I'll just mute that. Or this thing will just not work. Maybe I can't play a YouTube video while I'm streaming to YouTube. Oh, there it is. Okay, how do I go theater mode, though? It won't let me. Rude. Oh, theater mode doesn't work. Okay, that's weird. All right, so we got... So, like... You remember this, right? Where this one was here for a strike, and this one was down here for a ball. Same thing, same pitch and all of that stuff, right? Let's slow down the playback to something that's not so fast. Isn't it wonderful how that happens? Savannah Bananas game. Yeah, is there any like rules thing for Savannah Bananas to even talk about? Like, because their rules are different. I could, or maybe I could just do like a parody rules analysis of it, like pretend that it's like, what are they doing? This is not in the book. I don't know. Twitter is garbage these days. You know, next time a non-white umpire blows a call, someone will blame DEI. Someone's blaming DEI for the whole bridge thing. Did you see that? They also did it to the Boeing thing. It's crazy. The internet is unhinged. Unhinged, I tell you. But yes, back to this pitch that is the same pitch, but different results on both broadcasts. Like, the numbers are the same. The expected call is ball. The umpire balled it. But That is just wild that this stuff happens. What if I turn my sound on? What happens when I do that? Oh, I forgot. I put playback speed. It's at 0.25. Not going to sound good.
Broadcasts home and away, but someone inexplicably are using two different strike zone boxes
Oh my gosh, my voice was super high in this video.
on the same pitch. Sounds weird. It's a 3-2 count, so it's strike.
This must have been from 2022. I can tell what year it is based on what the pitch of my voice is. This was 2022.
On one feet and ball 4 on the other, and the Cardinals commentary complains about how they're not getting calls. The pitch data, for what it's worth, has this pitch as a ball.
Have this pitch. It's plural.
A healthy amount, that's what it's called, well outside the mark.
Yeah, so it's the same numbers. And yeah, we've been over this before. I know. I just like driving it home anytime that we have a borderline pitch on a TV broadcast. Check your opponent's feed because it always could be something different. That is absolutely fantastic. Same pitch, different call, different outcome. And I'm sure that, like, you know, I don't have access to all the feeds, but I'm sure that, you know, it happens in a lot of games. I would say, like, if you have a full schedule that's being played in Major League Baseball, in at least one of those games on that day, it happens where one broadcast has it as a strike, one broadcast has it as a ball. Usually that pitch doesn't attract much attention because, you know, to be fair, the controversies are not as often as missed pitches are, but it happens. It definitely happens at least once a day on a full day, if not more, probably more. It's just that, you know, when do people ever watch both broadcasts for the same game? So you'd never notice, but I'm sure it happens. Reminds me of when Hawk Harrelson was talking about that obstruction call in Chicago at second base, and by talking about that obstruction call, I mean to say he did not know that obstruction occurred at all, and they legitimately started the video after the obstruction, and to make the umpires look bad. And it's like, what are they calling? It makes no sense. Look at this. Everyone's out. Why are they reversing? And meanwhile, the Cubs broadcast started the replay 5 seconds earlier, showing the obstruction at second base that led to the chaos, and like, it was obstruction. That's why this call is what this is. And it's like, depending on what broadcast you're watching, you're going to get a different story. Okay, it is 8-1. This would be an ideal game for that 7-inning limit. All right. Meanwhile, 7, you know what? The Angels aren't the only team that don't know how to play baseball. The Nationals are losing 7-0 to Cincinnati. I mean, at least it's the home team that's having the success and not the, like, at least the fans at the stadium can be happy about that. Same thing in LA. Paul Goldschmidt hit a home run. Okay, not bad. Muncy called out on strikes. Where was that pitch? Oh, right down Broadway. Wow. Okay, so they were complaining about ball 4 with Ohtani on Twitter. So, pitch number 5, the green dot. Oh, wait, you can't see that. This thing is too high. You can't see that. Hold on. There we go. Pitch number 5, which is green because it was called a ball, but it appears to be in the strike zone. Yeah, this is one of those pitches that does not appear to be a borderline pitch. Let's find out. Let us actually find out what this is Ohtani's walk in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Let's go straight on into the API and find out. Isn't this fun to look at programming stuff and like random numbers and codes and stuff? All right. So, Ohtani walks. All right. So there's ball 1. There is, okay, 1, 2, 3. I need to go to number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. PX was -6.3. PZ was 2.86. That's always, and his strike zone limits are 3.48 on the top, 161 on the bottom. So, yeah, this is a as they would call it, an incorrect call by the computer numbers. Yeah. And that is how you check on the computer what the call should have been or was by the computer tracking. This, and it's funny because these numbers are not used by the TV broadcasts. So it's like you're getting several different versions of pitch tracking. You're getting home feed, you're getting away, you're getting the one that is in real time that would be used for a fully automated system, and then you're getting this one, which is what MLB uses to evaluate its umpires. Oh, sorry. This is really no. There we go. No. Why is this black text? Why can't it be? This is not it. There we go. That is what ball 4 to Otani looked like. So you can see that is a strike. Jason, can someone teach me how to code? Really? All I had to do was check this box. That is ridiculous. Okay. But yeah, this is how I get my computer numbers. I basically just go to the source and pull out numbers, and let's see if I zoom in enough. You're programming right now. That is. Can I say that is stereotypical for? Yeah, fantastic. Let's all program right now. No, I'm joking. Whatever technology. That's right, ESPN. If it's a national game that is separate from the local feeds. True, very true. And it's like they all should have access. They all have access. We, as the public, all have access to this, right? So it's not like they can't get this if they don't want to and then put it into some sort of an algorithm. But, it's funny that you mentioned ESPN because ESPN has its own thing, like K-Zone 3D. You've seen that, right? That is their own thing that is separate from everyone else. So that's their own people that program that. And it simulates where they think the pitch went through on its trajectory. I love the visual. I don't know about its accuracy, but I love the visual. Let's see, have there been any MLB actions so far early in games? MLB actions, like ejections? Nah. You usually have to wait about a week into the season to see ejections. Because at the beginning, it's sort of everyone's on their best behavior at the beginning of the year. And it hasn't sunk in that the season's going to be long and difficult for them. So no ejections yet. When MLB starts using robo-umps, do you think they'll allow the broadcast to use the same strike zone box? It would make a lot of sense if they just patched the broadcasts into whatever MLB is using. I don't see why they wouldn't do that for transparency's sake. But then again, we've been looking for the definitive angle stuff on the video replays that they got rid of. So your guess is as good as mine on that. I would hope that MLB will sort of standardize that box at some point, because it gets confusing when one broadcast says that the pitch is a strike and the next broadcast says that it's a ball. But yeah, they don't have to if they don't want to, theoretically. They haven't been doing it yet. They could do it now. They could standardize it now if they really wanted to. They don't, because they want to give each broadcast the ability to do their own stuff. And that's how we come up with two broadcasts saying two different things. First replay in Tampa. Let's go to Tampa. I haven't seen any obstruction yet. Blue Jays challenge call in the field was overturned. See, this, because it's an overturned call, this is something that should show up for us on definitive angle. if they still had it. I'm sure we'll get a video on it here eventually. Not yet, but okay. So it's a caught stealing. Who was at second base? Manny Gonzalez. I'm going to be curious to see. You know, you have that second base umpire with a runner on thing. Some people work outside, some people work inside, right? This was with 2 outs, so there's a chance he was working out just because of the out situation. And there are some angles that are better, much better and easier to see if you're working in like deep B or something, and or C even. And there are some that are easier to see if you're working outside. So I don't know. I when I umpired, there was no such thing as a base umpire working outside when there's a runner on base, like runner on first. I mean, it just the whole concept of working the second base umpiring position outside in that situation was just didn't seem to exist back then. And now you see a lot more umpires going to the working outside approach. And it's helpful for, like, you're not going to get hit by pitched, like, batted balls as much, hopefully. That way, you have more reaction time. But angles for stolen bases, I think it's a little bit more difficult if you're outside. And while this call was overturned, we'll take a look at the video and see what exactly happened. See if that video shows up, and then I have to figure out how to actually do the video so that it doesn't copyright claim this stream. But yeah, obstruction is like, obstruction calls are so particular, right? Someone has to be on base for that, and all of, you know, this, that, and the other. But yeah, those, like that stolen base going into second there, that is a situation where that thing could happen, right? Where that obstruction could happen. They talk about it on steals and pickoffs a lot. Tagged him on the foot during a head first slide. Ball landed right in the glove when touching the runner. Okay, that's a tough call. To see both at the same time, the foot and the hand. Yeah, that is a tough call. That is, like, quite literally, if that was, you know, that's something that replay's really good for. And I don't think that, you know, in an era of replay, I don't think that you're going to have much argument for that type of a call. If that's a banger like that, especially if you can just go to the video. If a team's out of challenges, that's another story. But yeah, now just waiting for that video to show up, I guess. I like how they show on the little animation the pitch comes in, and then they show the catcher throwing the ball back to the pitcher. Like, they're literally just tracking everything that happens on that field, aren't they? Oh, here we go. Here's a hit. Right fielder is going, and I think it's a home run. I think that was a home run. I'm going to assume so because the little blue dot's surrounding the bases. Biggio hit a home run. Okay. 2-1 Toronto. Let's see. We are San Francisco, San Diego. Good call on that pitch. No. It's very interesting to me to you know, go around and see these games, and it's gotten to a point where the rule book, like you talk about you're asking about that obstruction. It's gotten to a point where the rule book is so technical on these things, and what is and is not reviewable is so technical, and that it's like you can theoretically have the same type of obstruction play be reviewable or not, depending on how the umpire officiated the play. If they called it obstruction, you can't review it. If they didn't call obstruction, you can review it, but you can't call obstruction via the review unless you're calling a home plate collision or a slide rule, like stolen forced play slide rule situation. Thanks. I am a rules expert, and different sports have different rules. True. Would you allow trans women in women's sport? Would you allow yourself to play women's softball? Yeah. I have no desire to play softball. But yeah, there are like there's a lot of people who aren't medical people making medical decisions. Not it's kind of not good. I like the models that have been done by the governing bodies that for some of the sports where, like, I'm not talking about like the whole controversies like in darts or chess or freaking Jeopardy. I'm talking about like actual physical exertion type sports. Each governing body has its own set of standards depending on the type of sport it is, and science is good enough to get hormone levels to wherever they need to go. There's a way to do it. I like those standards better than saying, no, we're just going to ban and that's it. We're banning you, that's it. Because that's discriminatory. And if you say, no, the whole idea, and this is under Americans with Disabilities Act as well, they use the phrase reasonable accommodation. And the question is, what is a reasonable accommodation? And so for this type of an issue, the reasonable accommodation in the medical community's consensus appears to be target hormone level caps. That seems to be what they define as the reasonable accommodation. Because, like, at the end of the day, you talk about, like, the build of people or whatever. And in men's sports, there's no cap. So, like, you have Michael Phelps doing whatever Michael Phelps is doing, dominating in the water because of some superhuman stuff, strength that's going on there, or flexibility or whatever it is. So, yeah, I think that the first, the red herring here is sort of saying that, the whole discussion on who gets to play what sport and all of that, to really do a restriction requires an assumption or presumption of misogynist attitudes in the first place. And we can do better than that. So, yeah, in conclusion, I think that, yes, you trust the people who have studied the stuff for a long time, who can make these sort of calls based on what they have observed. And so, yeah, target levels. That's my answer. Target levels. It's not hard to get there if you know what you're doing medically. But yeah, I always like, it's a subject I always get uncomfortable with, because I know that in other ways, not just sports, in other ways, our society is really has a problem with bigotry, prejudice, and discrimination stuff. So I really hesitate to get too pointed on it, because it invites that sort of reactionary hate. But yeah, would I allow myself to play women's softball? No, because I don't want to play softball. Would I allow myself to, in the sense of, should I be eligible for it? Well, no, I already like graduated. I'm too old. I lost my No, all else equal, yes, I would allow that. But because think of what the there's a toll for just like excluding people from things. There's like the problem with a lot of these policies is it just treats people like they're not actually people, and that's kind of problematic. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions that go on, and there's a lot of education that's needed. All right, did Tampa upload this video yet? Nope. All right, if I'm pausing it here, I don't want to, again, I never know what the copyright filters are gonna like pick up on. Okay, that's just a home run they're doing. Yeah. There's nothing fundamentally too different this year from last year that I can see on each broadcast, because I've been looking at that too, because, you know, it's like, especially with that electronic strike zone, has anything fundamentally changed? And I don't see anything that significant. Oh yeah, Shohei. I stay out of it. I'm not a gambler. But if I was an MLB organist and Shohei was coming to my stadium, I know what song I would play for him. So now that the Dodgers are in the National League, now that Ohtani is in the National League, Matt Kaminsky in Atlanta is the organist who plays all of the visiting team like walk-up songs. He just plays a song for each visiting player. And I'm curious to see if he's going to play The Gambler for Ohtani, because that's what I would do. That's the song I would play. And then, you know, different iterations of that kind of thing, like with a nod to the gambling stuff that's going on, because like Ohtani's contract is how big, right? $4 million is a lot to normal people like us, like everyday people like us. That's life changing. But when you're talking about like so much money in the first place, I don't know. On-field delay. What is the on-field delay? Is it a bench clearing? No, Yeah, it's like the part of the job is like, if the entertainment job is just to, I like to play a song that someone will think about and be like, huh, oh, that's why they played this. Sacrifice fly, huh? Oh, here we go. So without, again, showing too much of the video to get in trouble, let's see what happened with Ohtani earlier in the Dodgers game, going to third base while Mookie Betts was already at third base. So he hits a double or whatever. The ball comes in. St. Louis first baseman throws it to second. Ohtani is over here, so he has nowhere to go. So we gotta, and so he's going to third, where Mookie Betts is already standing. Yeah, YouTube actually has like these like built-in. Speaking of AI, it's like a video AI copyright detection tool. And if that tool determines that you are showing copyrighted material, it'll kill the stream. Straight up. So I don't want to trigger that. All right, so Ohtani goes there, and he does the thing of tagging both runners, which is a fine thing to do. And it looks like, is that Sean Barber? I can't tell. He points at Ohtani first and calls him out, and calls Mookie Betts safe. I don't have a problem with that mechanic, even though it was technically out of order. That's the correct call. Good. Nicely done. Opening day. And then Ohtani's like, me? Yeah, you're out. And then the umpire's like, yeah, you're out. And then Otani's like, okay, and then leaves. Otani always seems to, he never seems to argue. Otani never argues stuff, it doesn't look like. So that's really nice. He's like, am I out? Oh, okay, I'm out. Okay, and then goes back to the dugout. This is good mechanics, correct enforcement of the rule. Non-force play, the lead runner has the right to the base, the trail runner's on the base, they tag both, they're both touching the base. Good call. Otani's out, Betts is safe. And yes, that was Sean Barber. Good. He's wearing some sort of a brace on his wrist. Hope that he's okay. Meanwhile, my hometown team, technically the Dodgers are the hometown team, but whatever. Meanwhile, I don't think you can see it as clearly. 11-1. Yeah. Good job, Angels. 11-1. What a game. So I don't think anyone's going to care about call selection in this type of a game. Yeah, there's a lot of highlights, and most of them are the Orioles teeing off on the Angels. Back to Tampa, where it's 6-1 Blue Jays. Let's see if we have this replay yet. No. They're taking their sweet time getting this replay up. Here we go. Let's go to Chicago. Anything fun here? Let's see the sac fly. I presume that this is an obvious play. Yeah, there was no play at the plate. Nothing to talk about there. Kansas City. Home run. Oh, player already got hurt. Ouch. RBI double, home run. Miami. RBI double. Let's see if everyone ended up okay. So that's obviously where the run's going. The guy's just, okay, that's fine. Tim Anderson, by the way, speaking of this Anderson thing, was the first ejection of last season. It was about a week into the season, and he was the first one that we had. Let me see. Or was he the second one that we had? You see, this is great. I am very smart. I clearly have a great memory. Let's see. There's so many ejections last year. I really hope that we don't have 220 whatever ejections this year. It was way too much. He was the second ejection. This was the one where he chirped at Logan Webb, the pitcher. Yeah. Does who go down? Anderson? Oh. Took me a while. So we'll see. Maybe I should do a prop bet for Tim Anderson being the first ejection of 2024. That would pay like, the odds would be insane on that one. Cincinnati and Washington. 7-0. There's a lot of blowouts going on today. A lot of blowouts happening. Okay, we have a hit, and there's no close play anywhere. Like, that's the thing about this sport in particular. There's not much that's, the close plays themselves are so huge. Like, they get talked about so much because there aren't as many of them. So it's sort of like there's only a few to talk about in the first place. All right. And back to Houston, where all the tweets were coming from. Or about. A bunch of singles and stuff. Oh, that's nice. See, that's how you slide into second base. And that's a good call for an out at first. Okay. Hello. We are just sort of like browsing all of these games and seeing that a lot of teams are getting blown out. Let's see what's... this live stream is just basically... Yeah, we're just basically keeping tabs on all of the games that are going on for any close plays that are happening. There was one replay in Tampa, and we're just waiting for MLB to post the video on it. And then we'll figure that out. Talk about umpire positioning and stuff. But, yeah, just sort of like hanging out. People asking whatever questions they might have from me, the channel, just baseball in general. And, yeah, that's what we're up to. Let's see what's going on the CCS Discord. Baseball umpiring. Oh, very nice. Yes, we have a YouTube membership thing now. I have no idea how to manage it or anything like that. But yes, it does exist now. We have YouTube memberships. If you'd like to support the channel that way, there's also a Buy Me a Coffee link that we put on our website. All right, let's see what baseball non-ump. Welcome back, Angels Baseball. This deserves a... What kind of reaction do I give this? Give it the angel smile. Oh, that's right. The boycott of opening day in Oakland. I heard that. Yeah, I heard about that. This whole situation... Can someone clarify something for me? This whole situation is confusing. Like, are they for sure going to Vegas? Or, like, what's the deal with that? Let's see. We got All Sport General. People are talking about the women's sports bars. Nice. And I realize you can't see it because my head's in the way. Is that, yeah, a bar of their own, the sports bra, pretty cool. Yeah, that's our Discord channel. We have a link in the description of most videos. Just on the website. It's also linked on the homepage or on all pages on the site. Cool. Back to me. Okay, so they've approved the move, but they have to tie up loose ends, I suppose. Oh, did Vegas approve it yet, or they get too much pushback in Vegas about it? Nashville. The Nashville. What was their minor league team called? The Sounds. Kyle, who's the organist for the Predators, used to play for them. But they stopped having organ at that stadium. So I would assume if Nashville gets a baseball team, then that's his way back in. Raise Review is back up. Awesome. As for me, the Angels don't like to spend money on things, so I'm sort of screwed. Let's see. Yeah. I have a friend. We don't like Clark County, not because of the whole Vegas A's thing, but because of the Golden Knights. Like, you can't come into the league and win, and it's like go all the way to Stanley Cup final in your first year. That's just... I digress. All right, let's take a look. I wish I could make this thing bigger, but maybe... No, it doesn't make it bigger, does it? It just changes the rest of the screen around it. It's so annoying. Whatever. Anywho. All right, so runner on first. This is going to be a swing and a miss, and play at second base. Okay, that's the wrong video. Here we go. So it is 2 out. So this is going to be an ending situation. Got it. If it was an out, right? Yeah, see, the umpire is working outside, which makes it harder, in my opinion, to see than if he was working inside. The way that things used to be when there was runners on first base. This is, again, my opinion on positioning as the second base umpire when there's a runner on. So he called it safe. They go to their review. Here's another angle. But still, nonetheless, this is a really toughie because, like, as you said, yeah, he's going head first. The tag's on the foot. Head first. The tag's on the leg. So, like, yeah, the ball's right there. As the hand's about to go into the base. So you have to look at two things at the same time. And, well, there you go. I think that's the out right there. And the hand's not on the base. So there's, I think if there was a definitive angle to post, this would be it. But that's tough because you got to watch for two things at the same time. You can't hear. It's not like a play at first base when you can just hear it. This is you have to see it. That's tough. And especially if you're outside and looking at that as well, you're going to see, you have to effectively look over top of the base to the other side of the base to see the fingertips touching the side of the base. So you have to sort of, I don't want to say guess, but use your best judgment of when that touch actually happens. That is hard to do. And one of the reasons I don't like being on the outside, especially on that shortstop side, for steal plays at second. Looking over the top of the base, it's just sort of like, if you can get an angle, you're looking, it's sort of a top-down view, which sort of obscures that very, very, very first moment of the fingers touching the base. Yeah, I don't think that, like, I think it's primarily a 4-person, like, MLB thing that they've started doing this working outside concept, and it's like it can trickles down. Oh no, now we're gonna get autoplay videos, trickles down to college and all that stuff. But that always happens. But yeah, I'm always a fan of being inside. I always liked like when I was second base, I always liked working inside. Simply because I always felt like, oh, I am so much closer to the action now, right? Working outside, it sort of felt like I could be in. Why am I out? But it's like you spend your entire career training on how to call that from inside, so that when you're going outside, you have to sort of relearn how it works. Oh, really? Yankees Astros. Thank you, by the way. Yankees Astros. Well, we're not going to see it here because we don't get that, but maybe I can find a replay from that game. Mike, the what's really funny is I went on Twitter and I searched for umpire, as I tend to do, and I just looked at all the recent ones that were coming in, and so many people were complaining about the strike zone at the Yankees Astros game because the umpire was just not calling what they wanted the umpire to call. I wonder if the on-screen strike zone graphic that is belt high or whatever has something to do with that. Like, people take that thing as gospel when it's blatantly wrong sometimes. Well, this one looks good. This is... Yeah, look at that. That thing is belt high for this guy. Well, he's not in his stance yet, is he? Okay, that's somewhat fair. Somewhat decent. That's the problem is, like, it is such close quarters. Like when you're moving around in the batter's box and stuff like that, and you're talking about a matter of inches or feet, it's difficult because if this box was an accurate, well-calibrated machine, like if it was true to the actual baseball game that is being overlaid on top of, it would constantly be moving but that would be way too chaotic for the viewer, so it doesn't happen that way.
Anthony Rizzo.
I like that. That's great. The belt line is extended over the whole home plate area. That's wonderful.
Walked and lined out to right.
Oh, wow, that's his hitting stance. Look at that thing. Oh my gosh, hold on. Let us take a look. I don't know where I put my image. Oh, it's behind this, isn't it? Oh, this does not look great. It's going to be, this is blurry as hell. But, oh wow, how do I add this source to my list? Hold on just a second. I will be there. The window is this image program. Look at this. Wow, that you weren't kidding. That is a belt high strike zone when he is in his hitting stance about to swing at the pitch. Like the hollow of the knee part, not too bad, but like belt high. And it's actually, this might even be lower than his belt. That's crazy. Nice. Thank you for thanks for bringing that up. That's fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic because we see it all the time, and we constantly try to tell people that these things are not accurate a good chunk of the time, and that's just a perfect example of how it's not sometimes. The Angels are starting their comeback. They have 3. So, all right, we're well on our way. Thank you. Yes, I do appreciate that. I mean, it's nice to know, in a very perverse way, I suppose, that it is a new year with the same exact problems concerning how the TV portrays the strike zone. Let's switch into 3D view and see how screwed up this is. Oh, it's so screwed up it doesn't even want to do it. Oh, there we go. The bulkiness of this 3D product is amazing. It looks like a video game. I mean, it looks like a really terrible alpha version of a video game, but it looks like a video game. Is this an umpire out here? This near second base in white shoes? I mean, I know that he's probably not wearing white for real, but is that an umpire? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. They have an umpire. They're just like, this is what he's doing between. It looks like he's on his phone. I know he's not, but it looks like he's on his phone. So the pitcher's throwing warm-up tosses between innings, I see. Yeah, there's the little catcher or whatever. The umpire's just standing around out there. That's cool. I just wish that it was a lot smoother. I think it's cool that they have it, though. Yeah. It would be nice if, like, the integration aspect is going to get to a point where it's like they have this 3D thing where it looks like you have a video game, and you at home, one lucky fan, will be in control of one of the players. That's the next integration. But it's going to be laggy, so watch out. So the Padres took the lead in San Diego. Star Trek DS9 Baseball. Wasn't that a good episode, though? Take me out to the holosuite. This umpire's been practically perfect. Oh my gosh. What game? What fan are you? Blue Jays. So it must be the Tampa game. What's going on in Tampa? Where is the Tampa game? I used to have it. If anyone knows how to do this, I used to be able to take this stuff from the API's raw data, put it into an Excel program, and it would tell me someone's real-time accuracy. Who is calling me? I should turn my phone to do not disturb, honestly. Anywho, who is the umpire here? Todd Tishner. Well done. Well, we're all nerds here if we're hanging out doing like you just saw what I showed you, right? All of this pitch data, we all are. It's okay. All right, back to putting that in somewhat normal size. Back to here we go. Poor home plate umpire, Detroit calling strikes that are balls. Okay, so we have complaints about that. The home plate umpire in the Padres game is horrendous. We got complaints about that. Someone randomly tweeting about Angel Hernandez, because why not? I don't even think he's not working in one of the games that has been happening today at all. Like, he hasn't been in it. Like, if he's working today, his game hasn't started yet. Horrible umpire. The umpire. Oh, the Astros game. Oh, I have to block you. See how easy that is? The umpire is suspect as well. Astros baseball. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We have Talking Yanks saying, oh, it's the Aaron Judge strike zone. Is that the deal? I would just like to point something out here. Because Laz, I think, calls this a strike. Or who's behind the plate? Is it Laz? I don't know. That's his mask for sure. Or is that James Hoy? I can't tell. So anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to show you this pitch. I was going to zoom in a hell of a lot and show you the pitch. And say, this is not as bad of a call as Twitter makes it out to be. Hold on, where is my thing? There it is. Okay, how do I minimize, like, make it smaller? This is the one thing that the studio is not, like, big enough for me to do stuff on the fly that well. Okay, so you see this pitch that is called a strike. That looks like a ball. They're saying how horrible it is. This is where the bottom of the strike zone is. This is where the ball is. Okay, it is low. But this is what has always perplexed me, is a lot of times we concentrate on this front leg and we pay zero attention to what's going on back here, which is lower. So I think that, like, that's the part of the rule book that always got me, is we always, like, look at the front, but not the back, because they are, like, the front. Get rid of that. The front, the hollow of the knee of the front is basically about where that strike zone is. It's basically there. That's pretty good. But the hollow of the knee for the back, hollow beneath the knee, I should say, is right here, which is actually runs through the ball. So technically, this actually could be a strike. So yeah, that's why I don't like these strike zone boxes, because it just doesn't take things into account that it probably should. And it makes it look like the umpires have no idea what they're doing, when on this pitch, it wasn't as an egregious call as they claim it to be. Plus, when you wear your pants like this, that's where that separation is, like, right, this part right here, straight through the ball. All right, that was fun. Yeah, so What is this? Vaughn strikes out on a pitch timer violation. Brian Honora has been star today. Fans come to see the umpire. That's right. Brian Honora got the plate today. He's not a full-timer crew chief, but he has a crew chief on his crew, and it's not that crew chief's crew, so therefore Honora still is the crew chief somehow. What game was that? And we'll see if we have the time violation. I love to see a time violation strikeout on opening day. Detroit versus Chicago. Honora's the crew chief. Mark Carlson, a regular season crew chief, is at first because this is not his usual crew, apparently. And then we have 2 AAA guys. Wow. Okay. 2 AAA guys on a crew. Fantastic. Let's see what video we have. Do we have the strikeout on the clock violation? Nope. Let us... They used to have a feature on Film Room that allowed us to filter what was this again? This was Chicago. White Sox. Yeah, that one. Let's see. They used to have pitch by pitch on here. Maybe we have to wait for them to finish the game before they code it. But they used to have pitch by pitch. And we could see the pitch violate. No, we couldn't because it wasn't a pitch. Of course not. But yeah, Film Room's pretty cool. Like if you have a pitch you want to see, like, oh, I want to see everything straight down the middle, you can do that. And oh, see, they have all the pitches coded from like October. Are there stats on all the pitch clock violations, step off violations? Not that I know of. I think it would be pretty cool to keep those stats though, to see how someone has to be keeping that stuff. Someone has to know about it, right? If not the league office, maybe. I'm sure that someone's keeping track. It's not as public facing as it should be though. But yeah, so Film Room's pretty cool. You can see each individual pitch. They haven't done anything from today, so we don't get to see it. But yeah, that's pretty cool what they have here. I just wish they had definitive angle. Let's see. See, the one thing I don't like what they did with the search is if you search for something, yeah, they don't have as much umpire stuff that I want. They have mostly ump cam. Base cam. Wow. All right, do we have you yet? Pitch clock violation? No. Meanwhile, I see that the Angels did well today. Is anyone surprised by this result? That is so. Trout, of course, hits the home run at the beginning. Let's go to the box. Who else got some RBIs and runs? Neto was 0 for 3 but got an RBI. 1 RBI, 2 RBI. Did the third run come from an error? Oh my gosh, that's so Angels. That's such an Angels way to get a run. Classic. Okay. Good thing Ohtani bet the under. This is going to be the theme of the year, isn't it? Ohtani jokes, right? Thank you, Turned Toast. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm here for, I guess, is to T-Mac would always say, We watch the game so you don't have to. Except I'm not actually watching any games right now because I'm still overwhelmed by trying to figure out how a stream works. But yeah. How does YouTube live stream monetization work anyway? Can I even do that? Is there a way that I'm allowed to do that? I should know this. But I don't. Oh, apparently it's already on. I need 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours in the last 365 days. You can get super chat memberships and shopping. I think I have 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours in the last 365 days. I do get ad revenue, but I'm just trying to figure out if I can do it. I can apply monetization toward a live stream. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Wait, you got money on Facebook? How does that work? I want to get in on that. The audio... Oh, I have an alert message that has just shown up. The audio stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate. Okay. That's cool. What is in... Oh, no. Am I going to... Am I going to just make everyone sit through an ad if I press this button? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. If you just got an ad, I'm sorry. I saw a circle with a dollar sign on it, and I pressed it. That is not what I meant to do. Okay, cool. Okay, so then maybe I did want that. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I do know that I enabled YouTube memberships, and I don't know exactly how to use them, but I know I enabled them. What is this? Create highlight video. Add stream marker. Share. Oh, it's like if I want to record this down later. I see. I'm so thankful that you're all with me on my journey of learning how the internet works. Closed captions. Why can't I turn them on? That's sad. What if I wanted them? No super chats. Well, how do I make them get super chats? That's okay. It is what it is. It's okay. All right, how do I get rid of this window? Cool. All right, so we are back in whatever game we were looking for that pitch clock violation strikeout on, or whatever it was, and they haven't uploaded the video yet. Detroit and Chicago, I think. I really want to see the pitch violation strikeout. Maybe, you know what? Why am I waiting for it to go on the MLB website when I know that pitch timer strike out? When I know that Twitter uploads random things. Can someone upload it, please? What is this? This guy's... Oh, this was September. Oh, the Inland Empire 66ers and the RC Quakes. I am like 6 months late to this. Struck out on a pitch timer violation to end the game. Here it is. Sorry. Struck out on a pitch timer violation to end the game. Imagine losing a game because of this. Like, this is what we talked about when the pitch clock like all we need is in the playoffs for a pitch timer violation strikeout to end a playoff series. It hasn't ended. I don't think it's ended a consequential game yet in MLB. It definitely has resulted in strikeouts. That's why Manny Machado got ejected last year at the beginning of the season, because he got called out on a pitch timer violation. But I don't think it has like caused a playoff series to swing in any way yet. Vaughn strikeout. Come on, someone post the video. The pitch clock violation. He wasn't ready at 8 seconds. Okay. I mean, we've had the calling 2 timeouts version of a strikeout. Oh, who asked about keeping track of the clock violations? I found a bot that does that. I'm going to post that in the chat. The MLB clock violations bot on tweeting pitch clock violations. Oh my gosh. This is absolutely fantastic. That's a strikeout on a violation. Oh my goodness. All right, so if you are curious about pitch clock violations causing strikeouts and things like that, please follow this random Twitter account. I'm going to follow you. How do I, there you go. Follow. What a terrific idea that I did not think of. Let's see what Close Call Sports is up to. I have gotten a message. Who is the crew chief in San Diego? I don't know. Who is the crew chief in San Diego? They asked me in the morning. It's too late. They already know. Like, I get a lot of questions like that. It's like, who's umpiring where? It's like, I don't get their schedule. Oh, that's right. That's the Mark Ripperger came over to be chief because it's Jerry Lane's crew, and Jerry Lane is on the injured list. So maybe the question is asking that. So I shall answer. Who is the chief in San Diego? It should be Ripperger. Oh, people complaining about his strike zone. That's classic. I also realized I don't care this much. Why am I getting random tweets from police departments? All right, back to... Oh, that's right. Hockey still exists. I forgot. Yeah, Florida's good this year. We are not. Anyway, I just really want to see this pitch violation strikeout. I think that the next step is, beyond the Twitter account that exists to just track the strikeouts or the pitch violations or whatever. I think the next step is to get a Twitter account that actually links to or posts the video of said strikeouts and stuff. All right. So if I go back to Chicago, that's right. They rotate up because the Angels game's over. They're deliberately not posting this at this point. Like, they are just deliberately not posting this thing that happened. That is so sad. That's so sad. So based on that, like, let's see. This is going to be summary video. Key moment. Yeah, right. Where is Vaughn's strikeout? There we go. Andrew Vaughn strikes out on automatic strike. Oh, this is even more devastating because strike 2, the foul ball was up and in, so maybe it took him out for a little bit because it was, an up and in pitch, and he just didn't get ready in time for the next one. That's too bad. Bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th. If I mute the site, maybe I can actually pull this game up myself. Detroit and Chicago. Okay, I'm trying to get the game up on a different screen that I am not sharing with you because I don't want anything stupid to happen to this stream, but like if suddenly the stream gets shut down, you'll know why. All right, where is it? Where is it? All right, I am kind of tired of... Oh. This game's still going on. I forgot about that. How do I just want to move this window out of the way. That's all I want to do. Bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th. Okay. I need to make this screen bigger again. All right. Have a good lunch. I am almost at this crucial 0-2 pitch that was a strikeout because of a pitch clock violation. Okay, so the 0-2 pitch, or the 0-1 pitch that was up and in, hit him like on the knob of the bat. It didn't look to really affect him. He didn't get stunned or anything like that. I thought maybe that is something that happened. So it was a foul ball up the first base line, had to be ruled foul by the first base umpire. So it wasn't that caused it. No ejections that I can see. There usually aren't any this early in the season. Like, everyone's on their best behavior at the beginning. And okay, so they were busy showing replays when this pitch violation happened. The batter was not. We're talking about Vaughn's at bat, the bottom of the 7th of the Sox game. Carlson, the plate umpire, says that Vaughn was not ready and alert to the pitcher in the batter's box at the 8-second mark and gave him an automatic strike. Vaughn was like, wait, what? And they talked for a little bit, and then Vaughn just went back to the dugout. No argument. Manager came out to argue. Oh, is it invalid? Oh, that's probably my fault. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Let me generate a new one. How do I generate a new one? Send a surlink. Use copy button. All right. Tell me if this works. All right, so anywho, back to whatever game this is. So we are dealing with a situation, and not a situation. We're just dealing with two people talking about a pitch clock violation. This is not an ejection. It's nowhere close to an ejection. It's just... Who is managing Chicago right now? I am so out of the loop on these things. All right, so this happened in Chicago because of a pitch clock violation strikeout. It did not end in ejection. Yeah, they're just sort of like trying to figure out what happened. And Honora's saying that he wasn't in the box and look, he wasn't. Yeah, so the batter backs out of the box, right? At 12. I'm just going to put this stupid, not Discord. I need the photo program. Where's the photo program? Yeah, that one. So the batter, there's 12 seconds on the clock. The batter is backed out of the box. And I'm going to just give you the next screen grab at 8. The batter's not alert to the pitcher at 8 seconds. That's the issue. He didn't even have both feet in the box at 8 seconds. That's where it came from. Right there. Oh, really? You're getting the same message on that? Oh no. What does it say? It just says invalid or expired or can you maybe try copy and pasting it into a new window or something? Because I don't seem to get it on my end where it says that. And interesting. Anywho, yeah, so our first pitch clock violation strikeout of the season is is because the batter was not he didn't have both feet in the batter's box at 8 seconds, much less was he actually alert to the pitcher. So this is the proper call. So yeah, how about that? All right. And the game just ended. It's 1-0. Final, Detroit won. But yeah, I just like, at some point you would have to think that one of these pitch clock violation strikeouts is going to happen in a postseason game or just a pennant race or some sort of game of consequence. And it's going to end a big inning or it's going to do something, right? We're not there yet. It hasn't happened yet. But when it does, I just am curious to see what people are going to say. That's mainly where I'm just sort of like, I know that chaos is on the horizon and I'm just here to witness it. Oh, Firefox. Internet browsers are silly. Yeah. I run into an issue. I use Chrome. I run into an issue on Chrome going to some of the web pages. Like, there's mainly a government portal that I have to log into. It works on Safari. It does not work on Chrome. I don't know why. But Dodgers are 7-1. That's cool. I wonder if MLB for these Dodger games updates this graphic when if Toronto ever comes to LA and puts a Canadian flag right next to it. Because, yeah, that could be fun. I like how they have this 2020 World Champs banner up here. The COVID year. The COVID season. All right, so let's take a look at... I started using Vivaldi. Is Vivaldi a... It's Chromium, huh? Vivaldi. Wow. Unrivaled customization options and built-in browser. Okay, I can see this. I'll have to look into it. Wait, they block ads in like you don't need a plugin, they just do it straight up? That is awesome. That, like, the browser actually has a built-in ad blocker. That's crazy. Okay. Hopefully it's like just whitelist. Make sure you whitelist CloseCallSports.com though. But let's see. Oh, I don't know if Vivaldi for Android Automotive OS is a good idea. Full scale browsing from the driver's seat. I don't think that that's a good idea. Do not text and drive. Okay, they're the Mastodon. They hate crypto. Hey, look at this. They're aligning with all my values. Okay, cool. Thanks for mentioning this. I'll look into it. All right, back to the not the coding, the Twitterverse. And let's see what's happening with the umpire tag. I can't wait for this umpire scorecard, says someone who is watching Minnesota. Yeah, crypto's interesting because I work in securities law, and crypto's interesting because it's not regulated. It's not deemed a security for regulation purposes or anything like that. It's not regulated for the most part, and people lose money in it and they want to recourse, and it's like, dude, I can't apply the same like fiduciaries and suitability standards and stuff like that as something that's actually regulated because it's technically not a security. The government has not decided if it's a security yet. And then they're like, in limited circumstances, I'm sorry, I don't want to get into that too much. But yes, crypto is not good. Like for the people who got in at the very, very, very beginning, it's good. Like, because they theoretically made bank, but anyone else, you're in a Ponzi scheme. Sorry. A Ponzi-like scheme, allegedly. What is this? You're the umpire now, call that inning. I don't get it. I follow and know the umpire schools and watch their rotations. I also know a lot of college umpires and they teach me a lot. Do you follow me? No, so clearly there's not much of value here. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We have a bunch of, I hate this umpire. Yes, because the European Union isn't as dumb. Oh, you've never been to the website. Well, this is your chance. It looks like a GeoCities project from the 90s because it's Blogger, and I'm just not good, nor do I have the patience to actually put effort into doing anything. We have I hate this umpire followed by man this which game? Yankees, of course. Yankees. Do we have a trifecta? No, looks like Pittsburgh. And the Yankees are in Houston, so it's not that. Umpire, yep, that's Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh and what is Padres? We have simultaneous unhappy. It's like every opening day, you look at look for umpires and just see what people are saying, and there's so many people that just bash them. Angels have not played good today. Not played good. Does that annoy anyone the way that it annoys me? Or am I just being semantically annoying myself? But the umpire hasn't helped with his atrocious strike calling. Maybe it's time for the robot umps. Hello. The Angels lost, by the way. Let me pull this up. 11-3. I don't think the plate umpire caused that. Okay, can't wait to see the grade in this umpire. Bad both ways for the Royals and Twins. Oh, here we have something actually posting the strike zone graphic. And again, top down is hard. Like, it's not as accurate as I like it to be always on this graphic. But, oh, that looks annoying. Like, pitch 3 I can see as being maybe borderline high, depending on how that graphic works too. I don't like looking at that. On the website, I feel like you should go over the page names. Oh, I need to update the stats, the stupid replay stat. Tim does a wonderful job at updating our replay stats, and I have to update put the 2024 ones on the site. Okay, so here we are on CloseCallSports.com, the home page for all of that stuff. Home, this is where you find everything about. Pops up one of those things, but about tells you just some history of us and all of that, what we do, what QOC means. I imagine that. Culpa rule, Miller rule for the borderline stuff. The points thing that we don't do anymore because we're not a fantasy. We don't do the fantasy league. It's just way too much work. Little biographies. And the appeals board from when we had an appeals board. And the press website, I do not update at all anymore because I'm just tired of it. These are all the places that would cite us when writing their stories. Like, we'd be featured like ESPN, the New York Times, LA Times, Sports Illustrated. We had a lot of that stuff going on. Also links to our socials, which are wrong. Umpire rosters and crews is exactly what it sounds like. So these are the updated crews for 2024. I haven't gotten all the AAA stuff that I need for this year, so I haven't updated this yet. And then it's in table form. I might get rid of that because it's kind of annoying. The ejection list, which is just basically the auto-populated, everything that is tagged the MLB ejections tag is put on this. And this is the most recent, I believe, 100 posts. Or is it 200 posts? Well, whatever it is, it's the recent ejections. Replay stats, if I had thought to update this like I should, this is still displaying 2023 statistics, but it goes into pretty good detail on, LA Times, Sports Illustrated, New York Times, ESPN, Fox Sports, Yahoo Sports. Remember, that used to be a thing. It still is, technically. But yeah, basically all of these different publications would be like, use us for stuff. MLB used us for stuff for a long time, and specifically never credited us for anything. And I thought that was funny. Anywho, this is the replay stats and sabermetrics page. It has a pie chart of overturned confirmed stands, ranks it by umpire, how many overturned calls by umpire. You can scroll off and see what their replay affirmation percentage is, and that's all defined somewhere on this page. Ranking by team, and then the reasons for review, whether they were overturned or upheld on all the definitions. One video had my rendition of Fantasmic. Do I have any other organ covers of Disney music? Thank you for mentioning this. Yes, I do. I have I'm on Spotify and iTunes or Apple Music or whatever, Google Music, whatever. Basically, if it's a streaming music platform, if it's a store you can buy things and download them from, I'm probably on it. But here's the weird thing. The way that, and if you're in the music industry, you probably know what I'm going to say, is you put stuff out there under your artist name. That's your artist name, like for the lifespan of that release. It's not easy to change artist names unless you do a full takedown and re-upload. So I chose not to do a full takedown of my entire catalog. So I post music. Everything since 2021 is posted under Lindsay, and everything prior to then is posted under my old name. So it's so dumb, but that's how it works. And yes, there are a fair bit of Disney songs that have snuck into different albums over the years. Let's go to Spotify for fun. I'm probably gonna, if I try to play this, I probably get copyright stricken for playing my own music. Because I know how that works too. Let's see. All right, so. No, don't play it. not trying to play it. Okay. But this is the album that had it, right? There was a Hockey Theater Organ on Location album I did. That I believe had a Disney song. Let It Go, yeah. 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 Yeah, Let It Go. Okay. So, Grim Grinning Ghost is on that album too. Starts off with that. Who knew? So yeah, that stuff is out there. I am working on doing a specific Disney album, with only Disney stuff on it that I'll hopefully release this summer. Oh, the old organ. Yeah, this is a Roland Atelier that I play, and let's post it up there. A Roland Atelier, which looks somewhat like this. And what's interesting about this is this keyboard that I have right next to me down here is a Roland, not Atelier. It's the home version, as I say. It's a VR9's combo, is what they call it. And Roland is a lovely company that they don't want people who have the little cheapy keyboard that I do, because this is only $1,000, to have access to the premium sounds of the Roland Atelier, which is in the 20, it has to be at least 30,000 by this point. But because it's Roland, they use the same motherboard stuff for this organ that they do for the Atelier. So I went in and kind of hacked it and gave myself access to all the other premium sounds. There's a program that someone wrote called Controller that does the same thing. And so I can basically make Roland Atelier recordings at home using this organ, which is awesome. Okay. Can a home plate umpire deny appeal requests by catchers on check swings? So it depends. Is your home plate umpire Ron Culpa or not? They're not supposed to. And the rule book specifically tells them, do it. If they ask, you do it. And I'm going to pull that up for you. Wait, why am I in the definition section? It's in the umpire section. All right. Appeals on a half swing, and let's zoom in on this. Appeals on a half swing may be made only on the call of ball, and when asked to appeal, the home plate umpire must okay, so it's not even an option. Must refer to a base umpire for judgment on the half swing. So yes, they must. I had forgotten the language was must. I thought it was shall or something a little less aggressive than must, but there you go. That's the answer. What's my name? My name is Lindsay. That's how you spell it. Actually, this thing plugs in, but the problem is it's so bright you can barely see what it says, so I don't usually turn it on. So, yay, flying around. Okay, cool. Or what's my Spotify name? I want to ask something that how can I... Oh my gosh, is this my first troll? Okay, cool. What do I do here? The stupid like button is in the way of the moderation tools. I think that, let's see. No. Oh my gosh. How does moderation work? We're going to learn together. Okay. Let us open, right click on the message, the three dots. There's a bunch of options. It's emerges. You know what? It's like, is anyone having as much fun as me looking at this? I'm going to put user in timeout. Oh, wow. I feel like I've finally made it. I had my first troll. All right, back to wherever I was going, to MLB.com. Okay, I do not want to watch that. Oh, the sun is coming right in my eye. Let's close the blind a little bit. Rest in pepperoni. Speaking of pepperonis, is anyone else, like, I used to love the Costco pizza, right? Now, you remember, I'm going off on the stupidest tangent of all time. But they used to have a combo pizza. They used to have right here, the combo pizza that had like all the vegetables and stuff on it. They got rid of that, and now it's just cheese and pepperoni, and I miss the combo pizza. Okay, back to, you see how my brain doesn't work? Okay, back to whatever we were doing today. Baseball. Meanwhile, back in Tampa Bay, this 8-2 game is about to wrap up. People have been nice to Todd Tichenor on Twitter. They had that one challenge at second base where I was like, hey, if you're umpiring outside, you're kind of not going to always get the greatest angle on stolen bases, and they overturned that call. But it was a tough call. It was a really tough call. There's a called strike barely in the zone. Awesome call. So, Kansas City. A lot of people are complaining about that one. Stamps home on Pat. This is the pass ball y'all were talking about? Hold on, I can actually make this a little bit bigger. Okay, but here's the thing. They don't sell veggie pizzas anymore in today's woke era. That seems like the opposite of what today's woke era would do. You remember that scene from Inside Out, the movie, where they went to San Francisco and like the first thing that they tried to do was go find something to eat, and they had broccoli pizza, and they got and like Anger got super mad about who puts broccoli on pizza. Anyway, I was watching this play and was gonna take you all for the ride. Oh, it was just a pass ball. Not even a play at the plate. Okay. I thought it was something. Okay, why are we looking at Laz? What happened? Why are we looking at Laz? And why is this suddenly freezing on me? Okay. Perez and Laz were arguing about this? Why? Okay, that game just ended, but I'm watching this play. Okay, are they saying that it was a hit by pitch? How am I so late on this? Because I wasn't watching the game. Oh, they were looking for a hit by pitch call. I see. First the Hawaiians, and now... Okay, I like pineapple on a pizza. I do. I don't know where y'all stand on that, but my thing, you have to caramelize it just for a little bit. Like, I don't like raw pineapple on pizza because it's too jarring. But if you caramelize it just a bit, oh, it's so good. Mushroom and pineapple pizza. That's my pizza. Yeah, that didn't. That really did not even. Not much of a question. Did not hit that person. Still waiting for the next game to start in half an hour. Yeah, so there's an algorithm that they do to determine based on certain properties of the pitch location and the speed what type of pitch it most likely was, and they use that, and it just automatically spits out what pitch it was based on the rules that they set. I really like these like animations that they do now. I don't know what this is, but I think it's cool. They did it. They would do it for like, let's go back to that game that's about to start. In the Chicago game. Oh, they're not in game day yet, so we don't have them. Darn. Let's see. Maybe in the Angels game. Oh, they don't have them here. They used to. They have them. They had them pregame. They had like animations for like the starting lineups and stuff, and I thought it was super cool. It's exactly what I would think that they would put on loop in a press box before the game. From, members of the media who are trying to figure out who's doing what. A lot of these videos are pretty cool that they do like the animations on. Like, they don't last long. They're short animations, but they're pretty snazzy. Whoops. Let me slide that up for y'all. No, not that. Yeah, there we go. Like, that's pretty sweet. That's crazy. The statistics that go into this, right? Can I check on who got hits on the Angels? Sure. Trout got the first home run of the season. For today's opening day at least. Let's take a look at the Angels box. Rendon was 0 for 4, Hicks 0 for 3, Trout 1 for 3, Moniak came in for Trout 0 for 1, Ward 0 for 4, Drury 0 for 2, Rengifo was 1 for 1. Okay, he scored. Shanuel, who I didn't even know he was on the team, is 0 for 2. Sano 0 for 2, Adele 0 for 1, Hop 0 for 2, Nato 0 for 3. Not many hits for the Angels. There were 2. They only had 2 RBIs, and they scored 3 runs, which means one of those runs was scored because of a Baltimore error. Because that is definitely an Anaheim way to score a run. But yeah, I will continue to say that 11-3 Baltimore over Angels is probably the least surprising thing of the day. Dodgers had Mookie hit a home run. I like that. I don't know if y'all saw the Ohtani. Well, if you were on the stream earlier, you did. Getting stuck at third base. But where is the video on that? Because I will totally put it up. But I won't play too long because I don't want to get copyright claimed. Where is it? It's not the double in the first, is it? Yes, it is. Okay, so Ohtani hits a double. And then he goes to the third. Many instruments in Miami. I think the Marlins used to have Tabby Bertini as their organist, and I think they got rid of her. Let's see. So Ohtani got a double, right? And then rounded second and didn't realize that Mookie Betts was at third base. So the Cardinals just ran him to third. And then, we get a 2 runners on 1 base type of a deal. And so he's just going to tag both. And this is Sean Barber's third base umpire. Mechanics are fine with me. Points at Ohtani says out, points at Betts says save. The order was backwards, but it doesn't matter really. The sequence, the call is not. Ohtani makes sure that he's out, doesn't even argue, just goes back to the dugout, whatever. And yeah, this is correct. A non-force play. This is what you want to do, just to be super, super obvious and clear in a situation like this. If there's a tag made on multiple fielders, you want to rule on each of them. So, I think that, other than it being backwards in order, no problem with that. With that mechanics, pretty good. Communicates to everyone what's going on. Sometimes some people only say that someone is out, and then the runners are like, oh, you only said one thing. Which runner is out? They won't know. But I think Mookie Betts knows quite well that he's safe as the lead runner. Okay, so this is like that animation I was talking about that I could see I'm like, this is a press box animation right here. They animate the starting lineup statistics and all of that, and you just would think this is going to be on a loop. Is it appropriate to call the number that is safe out in that situation? Yeah, totally. Absolutely. You can always communicate verbally. Because at the end of the day, the out or whatever's going to happen in that play has already happened, right? And effectively what you're doing is, you're not depriving anyone. You're not creating an unfair advantage for anyone. You're just trying to make it clear to everyone who's out and who's safe. If the player comes off the base on their own, that's not on you. And it's not inappropriate to say 20 is safe, 30 is out, or whatever. Because you're just making a call. You're not coaching anyone. You're not saying stay on the base. You're just saying that someone is safe or out. So you are totally allowed to do that. Yes. Oh, this is actually a close game, New York, Houston. No wonder everyone on Twitter is getting on the plate umpire. I just really like that. I didn't save the graphic, but yeah. Oh, I still have the pitch clock violation. If you didn't see it yet, the pitch clock's at 8. The batter is not yet in the box nor alert to the pitcher, and he got called for a pitch clock violation. That was his third strikeout, and so we have our first one of those this season as well. All right, so I wish I had saved the strike zone box. Someone had mentioned that there's a strike zone box issue in the Astros game, and I think it was the Talkin' Yanks Twitter account that did it. Our good lip reading friends, and the complaint was it just spaced out. I mean, I don't know, concentration. Where is it? It's an Aaron Judge strike call. And the complaint is, it's like, it's one of those Aaron Judge strike calls that's like, it's a low strike call. And they're like, Aaron Judge is so tall, this is not fair, whatever. There it is. Okay. So this pitch is coming in, and I want to just like freeze that there. And don't worry, I'm going to make this, I'm going to just screenshot it and make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. Because the super fascinating thing about this, because someone said there was another batter that the strike zone box was like at the guy's hip, like the top of the strike zone was at their hip, and it just was like, oh yeah, that's gonna happen with TV strike zone boxes. This one is fun because like if you look at Judge's knee, or hollow of the beneath the knee, right here, that's the bottom of the zone. That corresponds pretty well to the front leg. No one ever pays attention to what's going on with the back leg. And that intersects the baseball. So this strike call is not as egregious as a lot of people think it is. I just think that that's sort of notable. TV strike zone boxes are very finicky. Let's... Where, but I wish I had that guy who, no, it's not this one. There was someone whose stance is such that the top of the strike zone box comes up to literally his waist. Oh, it's this guy. No, it's not this guy. It was a different guy. I don't know. I don't know. You be the judge, not the Aaron judge. You be the judge of this one, of whether this strike zone box is like he's into his he's stepping right. Like, yeah, that's kind of interesting, don't you think? We see this a lot throughout the year. That's all I'm saying is, like, I don't know. I think we overly rely on the TV strike zone box that doesn't always know what it's doing. All right, so back to this game. Did this game end yet? What's going on? Okay, so multiple people in that game. That's fantastic. So yeah, when they reduced the length of the pitch clock, remember that's one of the rules changes this year, which I will now look up, so I can show you that it's one of the rules changes this year. I don't know where it is. Where's my article on it? There we go. So remember, one of the rules changes is, and it's the runners on base limit. It's not the bases empty limit, but remember one of the rules changes reduces the clock from 20 to 18. All of these things create more conflicts, opportunities. So I just think it's like interesting to see how that works. We have a challenge play at the plate, bottom of the ninth inning in Houston. So this is the big play of the game, right? So let me guess. Laz said out, and the challenge is to see if it's safe. Yeah, it's going to shift. Speaking of runners lane interference, the new rule that expands it, it's going to shift from being obviously the offensive manager complaining to the defensive manager complaining. No matter where you put the line or the grass or whatever, someone's gonna be upset. Okay, so Tucker. Okay, got it. Yeah, but to be fair, the umpire's making what's minimum? What's league minimum now? 150,000? I don't remember. Maybe it's hockey. That's 150. I don't remember. But yeah, it's like it's not the same as like MLB's umpiring. It's not the same as high school. I'll put it that way. Okay, so Marlins won extras. Got it. So yeah, as soon as I pull up that video of this review, we'll look at it and see what happened. As soon as they post it. This is back to all the balls and strikes. This is how I get my numbers, folks. You're looking behind the scenes on that one. I'm looking for my PX and PZ, and there was an Ohtani walk that someone had asked about. So, Ohtani walks. And it was the terminal pitch of that at bat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the PX was, they called the umpire called this ball 4. PX was negative 0.63. PZ was, I don't know if you can see it, Maybe I have to do that. Yeah. PZ, where is PZ? Was 2.86-ish. And Otani's strike zone top was 3.48, bottom 1.61. So this is how I make those determinations on whether a call is correct or not, or is in borderline range. And so this one being a PX of negative 0.63, a PC of 2.86, the expected call is strike. It is outside of all margins of error, so that call was incorrect. That is how I make that determination. So, fun. All right, so... Okay, so obviously I'm going to take it that replay said the call stands or confirmed it. All right, I am going to check. Let's see. I am sure that it's on Twitter by now. Call stands. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Where is Astros stands? Yeah, the video's not going to probably... I guess the video won't be up that fast. But... who are... Let's see. This call was... yeah, that's fine. That is annoying as hell. Call stands. Yeah, definitely. It's the only way to survive the internet, right? Be sure to go to Close Call Sports' accounts and mark us as green. Let's see. Nothing. Oh, no. Nah, is this it? No, that was strike one. I mean, that was strike one. That was with one out. Wait, is this the play or not? This isn't it, right? This was only the second out. Do we get a replay or not? Probably not. Okay, let's take a look. So, as an umpire, because we are talking about baseball, oh, that is. Oh, okay. We are talking about baseball here. Got it. Thank you. So this is our video. Plate umpire is... I hate how the controls are like in the video itself. Plate umpire is like setting up catcher's inside hip, working the wedge, they say, right? And because the action area that you're looking for, it's going to be a swipe right out here where this stupid playhead is. So the umpire is putting himself in position to see the daylight between where the catcher is going to be attempting to reach the runner and where the runner is going to be attempting to reach the base. The catcher is set up entirely in fair territory and is not blocking any path to home plate, so we don't have a violation of the home plate collision rule. We also, because this is 2024, do not have a violation of the obstruction rule. Those are two separate rules, although they are very similar in the way that they are interpreted and enforced due to that point of emphasis. One is reviewable, one is not reviewable. Oh, they also challenged the plate blocking rule. Okay, I see. Well, yeah, obviously this is not a block of home plate at this time because he's set up legally. The ball is already here. So if the ball takes him into the runner, it shouldn't be a problem. The main thing that people don't get about the plate blocking, because like, where are we supposed to set up and all of that, is if you set up legally, the throw taking you into a blocking position isn't itself a violation of the rule, because if the throw takes you there, you're allowed to be there. So yeah, obviously this is not a block. Yeah, even after he gets the ball, he's still legal in terms of blocking issues. And notice that the umpire is moving as the play develops to maintain that sort of daylight view, the keyhole angle, whatever you're going to call it. So that's a good sequence. I don't have another angle right now, but from what we see on this angle, I'm not going to make a determination safe out, but this is exactly where you want to be as an umpire to see a potential tag on this play. Well done. There you go. I can analyze things. But yeah, we've been keeping tabs on our umpire mentions. Okay, this Astros person's not happy about this. Rather being set, to each their own, right? Like, I get it, because I worry as well about if I'm moving around while something like that's happening, are my eyes bouncing around and making it harder to see? I worry about that too. But on the other hand, if you're doing a controlled slide as opposed to a bounce, if when an umpire is like, I don't know if you could, it's like when you're sort of like circling that. Do they still call it rimming? I have to look in the manual. They used to call it that. Where is this? This is now the tangent that I'm on. Yeah. Okay, they call rimming the one of when base umpires are following. Here. Hold on. I need to make this video bigger. Here. Darn it. This practice, known as rimming, generally applies to the grass line in the outfield. So yes, it is called rimming. I guess it still is called rimming. I don't know why I'm applying it to home plate, but I'm going to call this what the plate umpire doing with that position adjust going around. I'm going to call that rimming too, because that's essentially he's going around a rim of something. It's like it's a circle. I could call it like circling, but it's not as creative. So if you're doing a controlled slide through your rim or whatever, you don't get the bouncing eyes that you do with running. So having, I do it in basketball. I do a lot of things in basketball that are not for basketball officials to do. I do a lot of hockey mechanics. Like, I do figure eights. I'm probably the only referee in basketball in our association that actually does figure eights on the court, because it's a hockey thing. Anyway, back to baseball. If you're just sliding around and you're able to sort of keep your head height steady as it slides through, it's like one of those 360 degree type like camera, not a 360 camera, but you know when they like put all the cameras in like a semicircle and then it just runs through all of them and you see the same thing from multiple angles, in like slow motion kind of. That's kind of what it does if you keep your head the same height looking into that play. So yeah, I like the idea of being set, but also if you're going to be controlled in your movements to get a position just where you want to be, I don't have a problem with that either, because if it helps you see the play better, it helps you see the play better. Yeah, Matrix style. Red pill or a blue pill. But they don't use Premarin anymore, so I guess it's a teal? Wait. Teal. Teal green pill. Sorry. See you, Mike. Yeah, just maintain your head height when you are officiating these plays, even if you're not going to stand entirely still. It enables you to get into the best position. Oh, good. They posted up there too. Okay. The videos are always fun because if I do too much of the video, I get copyright stricken and they take it down. But so I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about, but I don't want to show you too much and get in trouble. I hate how it's the blue and not the pink. I've never thought about it that way, actually. My progesterone used to be red. It used to look kind of like a runt, an orangey pink runt. You remember runts? Those were good. Anywho, this is the play that we're looking at. And so, yeah, what I'm talking about is, like, if you're going to just basically slide or walk as opposed to run into the position you want, you have a much better chance, I would say, of keeping your head controlled as opposed to sort of blurring the image a little bit that you get when you bounce around. So, yeah, it's kind of a controlled chaos. Oh, I know it's fair use. It doesn't mean I don't get in trouble. Like MLB or the best was when Korean TV, like the Korean TV company, whoever they are, tried to claim that video that I did last year of whatever Korean baseball player it is that plays for Pittsburgh got ejected, right? I did that video, and I only used the Pittsburgh feed, and I used whoever their opponent was. Both American teams. There was no Korean feed to use. MLB didn't have a problem with it. They didn't copyright claim it. And when MLB copyright claims one of my videos, all they do is say, as long as I'm not doing anything from a game that's still live, all they do is they basically take the claim and take all the money. All the monetization, advertisement money goes to them. Yes, G-Man Choi. Yes, thank you. That was the ejection, yeah. Or no, it was Bay. That's right. Who's the player on the Pirates? I think has Choi actually been ejected from a game? It was Bay. It was definitely Bay. Anywho, so MLB, and they copyright claim a video of mine. All they do is sort of, it gets demonetized for me, and MLB takes all of the revenue, which sucks because I did a lot of work, but MLB takes all the money. There's no sharing; they take everything. When I did that ejection of Bay, MLB, when I posted it, like it was like, I don't know, May of last year. MLB didn't say anything about it because I chopped it up. I did my analysis, all of that stuff. And that's why I don't post the full length ejections anymore, because MLB claims every one of them. I have to be creative in the way that I show these videos in order to have some hope of keeping money. And in January, so just like 2 months ago, this Korean TV company files a claim against that video. And they don't do the thing where they just claim it and ask for the ad revenue. They did a claim and an actual full-on video takedown request and sent a copyright strike to my channel. You get 3 strikes before YouTube deactivates your channel permanently. Like you get permanently kicked off the platform on your 3rd strike. So getting a strike's a big deal. And it's like, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is not Korean TV in the slightest. This is all like MLB teams. This is MLB. If anyone's going to claim this video, it's MLB. MLB did not have a problem with that video. So I appealed it and I'm like, hey, this is not the Korean TV's claim to make. And the way that YouTube claims work for copyright, like appeals, is the first person it goes to is the person who filed the claim. So it went to the Korean TV people who immediately were like, no, they kept their claim active. They kept the takedown. They kept the copyright strike. And so the next step there is to go to file something else, and it becomes closer to litigation. And YouTube directly tells you, oh, by the way, you can get sued now. And yeah, so I went through that process. And when it came to litigation, knowing full well that the Korean TV people had no standing to do what they did, they basically said they ignored it. They have 10 days or working days to, or whatever it is, to respond to it. They let the clock run out. They didn't answer. And so because they ignored it, I won by default, and my video was restored, and the copyright strike was taken away from me. So the correct outcome happened, but it should never have happened in the first place. And that happens too often to YouTube creators. In Marlins, Miami, let's see what's happening over there. We are tied in the 11th. We have a runner. A home plate collision challenge. Wow. Wait, is this serious? Wait, seriously, this is like the play that was it Mike Redmond that got ejected 10 years ago by Mike Winters, who appeared to not even care? I think that to answer your question, why did they try to claim? I think that they tried to put a video of that ejection on their account, and they saw me as competition, even though they didn't have the rights to me. They probably have the right to do MLB stuff in Korea, but they wanted to eliminate my video because it was probably competition for them. I would assume. I don't know. They never say for sure, but I'm assuming that's what it was. All right, now I just have to wait for this video to show up. And then we will talk about another home plate collision. Not to be confused with obstruction at home plate. You can have obstruction at home plate without it being a home plate collision call, and you can have a home plate collision call without it being an obstruction call. Or you could even have both of them at the same time, or neither. Pirate. So let's see. Oh, yeah, I figured as much, that international copyright law is sort of like, that's why I try to, I was like, I would love to do more Korean, Japanese, Chinese baseball, but I also don't want to get in super big trouble for trying. All right. Marlins. I'm just looking for videos. Is this game, or is this still from a different game? No, it can't be that game because pirates don't wear red helmets. All right, so it's not under Marlins. Maybe it's Pirates. You ever watched Australian football? I've found myself getting so involved in just watching that in the middle of the night. Oh, you know what was funny is, cause I get to be in Anaheim so often, so there was one day, like the day that Ohtani got traded, not traded, the day that Ohtani signed with the Dodgers, they had already staged a whole bunch of like different construction vehicles at Angel Stadium to take down different ads and things like that. And so as soon as it happened, they started taking down all the signs and stuff. All the Japanese advertisers pulled out of Anaheim. They probably went to LA. I don't know, but it was just like, oh my gosh, it follows that player. Okay, I do not see any video of this play yet. Sumo. Yes. That's a good one. What is this? This autograph builds the Indianapolis Indians. They're still an Indians team? AAA affiliate of the Pirates. Huh. Who knew? Oh, that's their new pitcher, their prospect, Paul Skeens. They're super excited about him, right? I always thought if Skeens was coming up and I had to do a walk-up song for him, I'd do Waterfalls by TLC. See if anyone would get the joke. Have I ever done a video about how the entire... Oh, that looks good, Bobby. This is the Padres organist I follow posts pictures of food that he gets when he does his various gigs, and I'm always hungry when I see that stuff. Have you ever done a video about how the entire MLB challenge system works and what New York does? I don't know. Oh, look at this. It's me. Why did I click on that? I just out of habit. I have not. No, I have not. I don't think I have. Maybe I could. Oh, we have a Padres play too. Didn't run out of the baseline, was still called out. Didn't get tagged, I assume? So remember, it's a base path, not a baseline. But yes, interesting. I'll have to look at that too. People just don't like umpires on Twitter. That's what I find out anytime you put in umpire in the search bar. Except for the time that Pat Hoberg called a perfect game. All right, still waiting for the Marlins play to show up. Rundown in the 10th. Wait, no, this can't be it, is it? Was this play the rundown play, or is this a different play? Okay, that's it. That can't be it. There was no play at home. Let's see. I just want them to post this so I can figure out what happened. Oh, I hate that it auto plays if I keep it on the video tab. I think it's pretty cool that that they have this little 3D area. All right, what do we have? Let's see. So Wade dodged the tag as he ran at first, didn't run out of the baseline. His base path was still called out. I don't know what happened. Padres. Oh, that game already ended. So what inning was that? And I apologize if you already told me. Oh, first baseman for drawn-in infield. Are you talking about the play at the plate? Like home plate collision exception for drawn-in infielders? Yes. Drawn-in infielders are still there. I mean, it's still in the rule book. Okay, so we're looking for which thing? We're looking for Wade. I assume it's not the single. No, that can't be it. Was it that? The head first slide into first? This thing right here? Is it that? The thing that they started way too late? Yeah, that's bottom of the fifth. I hate how this replay, like, this is a different play that this video's about. This one's about that play at the plate. Yeah, there's no plate blocking issue there. Catcher sets up well into, doesn't come across this back corner at all. Has the ball at this point, so there's no blocking here. That's good. But yeah, this video for this play, this is a great angle. I like this. High home, or not high home, but whatever this is nice up there. Too bad I didn't see the play from there. But yeah, whatever this play was right before it, I hate how I can't see it before it happened. Oh, that's kind of annoying that they just clipped it off in this way where I can't see the play. So I assume this is the ball, like the guy that's straddling the line here, the foul line here, has the ball. And the runner is obviously going super far out. No, he stayed in the runner's lane. He didn't go super far out. Did it happen before he ran by this guy? When the video starts too late, it's hard. Maybe the Marlins play has shown up. Let's find out. It's still tied. All right. No missed as he ran by. Oh, that is so peculiar. Okay. I do not see anything about a video replay from Miami. Let's go to the Twitter. Umpire. There's so many people don't like them. They didn't do this right. They didn't do that right. The classic is replay. You're going to get replay a lot of things that have nothing to do with baseball. But on the off chance I do get this video. Everyone has this Astros Yankees one that we already did. But I want this. I guess the Marlins just aren't as popular. Yeah, soccer review. That would be good. That is so bizarre. Pirates. One day when I really figure out how to work this live streaming stuff, I'm going to actually set it up so I can clip my own videos in a way where I won't get in trouble and show just the parts that I need rather than having to rely on other people on the internet. Well, speaking of the MLB Network folks, right? You remember that... you remember like how Pedro Martinez would always, like, he as an MLB Network analyst would always say like brutal things about Angel Hernandez, and I'm like, technically these two guys are co-workers, and could that be construed as hostile work environment? I don't know. Something to think about. Padres Wade. Something went wrong. Yeah, I'm trying. I've exceeded my rate limit at Twitter. Like, at least I know that the video review will eventually show up on MLB's website, but I just don't know when that is. Speaking of which, quick update. Chicago and the Rangers are in warm-ups. Chad Fairchild is the crew chief. So his regular season crew chief is Ron Kulpa, who is not with the rest of the crews. It's Fairchild, Torres, and Wills. So Fairchild, Torres. Wills is not there either. Nestor Ceja and Charlie Ramos. Interesting. Interesting crew to see. And I just realized that you saw none of it. I apologize. There it is. There's the crew at Chicago and Texas. That game starts in probably like 10 minutes. Man, it would be so much easier for me to do things if I could just do all my videos this way, but they wouldn't be as good. They would not be as good. All right, let me try something. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I will wait for your tweet. Just be sure, yeah, let me know when it's there, and I'll go and do it. How does, like, this is so weird. YouTube Studio is so bizarre. It's like, here's how you get money for ads, and then you click it, and I don't think anything happens. I don't want to put an ad in the middle of my video. How does that even work when I'm live? And now we go to a commercial break. Well, how long is the commercial break? Okay, I'm gonna figure this out, how I can just do it on my own in the future, like rather than relying on MLB to actually upload stuff on time. Let us try. Are they in mid-season form on opening day? Oh, YouTube Premium. Oh, shoot. Discord offered me 3 months free of YouTube Premium, and I forgot to activate it. I think it's expired by now. Oh, we have it. Cool. Is this thing making link posting hard? What should I search for? Oh, Jeopardy. Spoiler alert. Let's see who won tonight. Oh, Monica. She's on, what the hell's that game called? Masterminds, right? Oh, this is Chuck Forrest, Sam Catley. Good lineup tonight. Okay. Okay, sure. I will keep my Discord open. Thank you. Direct messages, message request, accept DM. Thank you. All right. Let us go to Twitter. All right. So we have a runner on third with 1 out. Tie game, 0-2, whatever. I'm strategically pausing this video to try to evade copyright detection things. Ground ball to the drawn-in infielder at first base. Throws home. I think it was the drawn-in infielder at first base. Is the drawn-in only on force plays? No, that can't be right. Umpire says out. Everyone's happy. I mean, on that team, everyone's happy. I guess what does drawn in mean is the question, right? What is the delineation point between a drawn in and someone who's kind of not? Let's see. So the catcher sets up straddling. So the catcher is in a blocking position already. So the only question here is what does drawn in mean? Because on its own, this is 100% blocking, because the key here is that the catcher sets up illegally prior to going to receive the throw. Like the catch, it's hard to see, but the catch, like the throw, just barely started and the catcher is already illegal. The purpose of the exception is because it's so fast, they don't want to require the catcher to spend the time being legal and then moving into blocking position. Okay, so here's an angle. It starts a little late due to following the ball, but yeah, the main point being the catcher straddling doesn't need to straddle to receive the throw. And so the runner obviously is blocked. The question is the block legal or not? And so what was this? They overturned it and said he was safe. Is that the issue? Here's the rule book. Just new for 2024. Rule 601J or I or 601A. No, 601J. Where is it? I know exactly what the rule is. I just never can find the page. Here we go. Call stood. Oh, so they couldn't determine. Got it. What was the call? Wait. You said the Marlins announcers went crazy. So what was the call? The call was safe or out? Out, right? The 2024 rule book is, you're going to love this. When you go to the MLB website and look for the rule book, you know how you go all the way to the bottom and there's the whole like official information? Okay, the original call was out and it stood as out. Okay. So it would be the drawn in exception. So anyway, you know how you go, it says official rules. Don't click on that because the official rules are the 2023 version. You have to click on umpires to go to the umpires page and click on official rules from the umpires page. And that gives you the 2024. You know, what something else that is funny, like about the umpires page is, remember how I did the video on the cruise and it was like, when I clicked here, it said that it was super confidential and we shouldn't see it. I noticed that they've replaced it. It's no longer confidential on the bottom and the top corner of the thing. It no longer says confidential. So I thought that was funny. All right. Back to this video or the rule book or whatever I was doing. Unless the catcher is in possession of the ball, the catcher cannot block the pathway of the runner in the judgment of the catcher without blocks the path, notwithstanding the above, it shall not be a violation if the catcher blocks the path in a legitimate field the throw. Here we go. The legitimate attempt to field the throw. And then right here it says, in reaction to a throw that originates from a pitcher or drawn in infielder. So the question here is this first baseman a drawn-in infielder? And I think that anyone who's playing in front of the baseline, like especially if they're on the grass, like fielding on the grass, I think that you should definitely, like, it's fair game to consider them being a drawn-in infielder. And if you're considering this person a drawn-in infielder, then the catcher's blocking action here, which is totally 100% a blocking violation on its own in a vacuum, is legal due to the drawn-in infielder exception to the rule. So, the Pirates won anyway. It doesn't even matter. So wait, it's funny. I wonder why the Marlins broadcasters went off the rails on this, not the Pirates broadcasters. All right, back to this. And we are now back to, so all the big games at the beginning of the day have been concluded. We're just waiting for this one to start. Cool. We are between games. They were upset that the review was even happening. Do they know how review works? Anyone can challenge anything for the most part. So they were just upset because the review was happening. There's no mandatory slide rule. They know that, right? Number one, college has the force play slide rule. This was not even a force play if MLB even were to adopt such a rule, which it hasn't. Oh gosh, he should be out. He didn't slide. Well, yeah, sure, whatever. Not by rule, maybe by like baseball coaching standards, but not from the rule book. So they assumed it was going to be overturned. You know what? They probably assumed it was going to be overturned because they saw that it was a clear violation of the block. They just didn't see that the blocking happened after the throw from a drawn-in infielder, which is an exception to the rule. Day drunk vibes. Doesn't surprise me. That's what some people do during baseball season. Let's see. How many times do I have this page open? My gosh. Oh yeah, I was going to update the replay stats page finally, because if I don't, I never will. Where is the replay stats page? You've gotten rando editing version of me, so sorry. No. We haven't even started the replay sheet yet. What's the point? The pie chart. How does the pie chart still have those numbers? Oh no, I am going to go on such a tangent. G12 to I13. Some product. Oh, probably because there's nothing here. There is nothing there. Okay, I'm going to do this another time, because there's no replay stuff yet for 2024. You missed a play at the plate in Miami that, let's go back to Twitter. You missed this play at the plate in extra innings in Miami that we're looking at the catcher who is setting up in an illegal blocking position on its own, tags this person out, he's called out, but it goes to replay. The catcher was set up. When the catcher set up, they were, straddling the line, blocking the plate. And the Marlins broadcasters, fearing that this call would get overturned because of a home plate collision violation, apparently went crazy on the broadcast. And at the end of the day, the call stood. and it benefited their team anyway. And the reason that the call stood was because of the drawn-in infielder exception to the home plate collision rule. And the question is this considered a drawn-in infielder, this first baseman? And my opinion is, yeah, anything in front of the baseline, first to second, second to third, anyone in front of that line should be considered a drawn-in infielder if they're going to make a play at the plate, especially he's on the grass. He hasn't even thrown the ball yet. So, yeah, there you go. Drawn-in exception to the rule. I'm still looking for the Wade video from the Padres game where he got apparently called out for being out of the base path, maybe? I don't know. On a play going to first. Something tells me this is not going to be an easy video to find. Wait, is this it? Hold on. Is this the Wade play? The one right here? So he didn't get called out. Or did it? No, he didn't. That's the play, right? And the umpires get together to talk about whether he's out of the base path, probably. And the entire crew gets together to talk about whether he's out of the base path. All right, so remember how I said they called him out for runner's lane interference? How? Was there a throw being made to first base or something? Anywho, remember how I said, like, on these out of the base path calls, it requires what? It requires a tag attempt, right? And you can't have a tag attempt until the fielder actually possesses the baseball. So, right here is the first time he's possessing, running lane infraction? I've never heard of this. I've never heard of a running lane infraction. In any case, so the fielder first possesses the baseball right here. The shadow is somewhat in the lane. I don't know what it's doing. It doesn't matter. Let's say he's on sort of the outside edge of this, or the outer half, I should say, of this area. The question is, does he go 3 feet to avoid the tag? Hold on. We need to go to the Padres game to look this up on our own. So this was bottom of the fifth, right? Oh, here we go. So Tyler Wade grounds out soft. So they did call him out. I just don't know what the rash, like, it just says he grounded out. It didn't say why he's out. I wish that this clip continued so I knew the mechanism of them calling him out. Like, if they signaled anything special or just called him out. Because, like, they could have very easily said he got tagged and that's why he's out. Right? It wasn't that, like, I don't know, the fielder wasn't that far off from his back pocket, especially that, like, yellow book hanging out. That's part of his uniform. He's wearing it. So, I don't know. If that's the reason they did it, then they called it on a tag. Yeah, right. He was called safe originally, and then the crew got together, right? And then after this conference, he gets called out. It's just I don't see the part of the video where he gets called out, so I don't know if they're doing any special mechanic to indicate why. But just from this video, there's the only two possibilities that you have are out of the base path for running more than 3 feet away to avoid a tag, or actually physically getting tagged on the back pocket. and I don't know which one the umpire's called because I haven't seen I haven't seen the umpire's angle or the thing of them doing this or whatever. Yeah, it's MLB's broadcast. Wouldn't be the first time they mess things up. So, yeah, but if they're mentioning the phrase runner's lane for this particular play, that's incorrect because the runner's lane doesn't come into play whatsoever unless there's a throw going to first base. And it doesn't look like this person's trying to throw the ball to first base. Wait, is this Wade trying to tag Wade? No way. That's funny. Wade tagged Wade. No, don't be sorry. They shouldn't, the broadcast shouldn't be saying runner's lane when it's not a runner's lane thing. But they don't know. So that's why we're here. We are here to say why it is or isn't stuff. Okay, so that makes sense why they initially called it a single, because it was called that in real time, and then they met as a crew and decided it was either an out of the base path situation or there was a tag. One of the two. But yeah, the broadcasts are saying that it was a runner's lane thing is kind of funny. Let's say it's funny. Where is the runner's lane in this book? I think it's called running lane. Last half of the distance. All right, these are the only parts of the rule book that runner's lane is mentioned. Running the last half of the distance from home to first. This is the batter running outside the 3-foot line or inside. Oh, God. Instead of just making the rules change to say or inside on the infield grass, they decided to make the rule more complicated by saying inside the foul line and on the infield grass. Great job, Rules Committee. So yes, running lane appears here, and there's an equivalent rule. This is in the batter rule, Rule 5. There's an equivalent rule in Rule 6 because this is the interference rule. And it talks about runner's lane interference by a batter runner. Talking about, again, running to the right of or the left of the designated running place. So that's the only part of the rule book that mentions the runner's lane or the running lane. All right, what do we have here? Let's go back to umpire, my umpire search term. So, here's a poll. Y'all might want to spell the guy's name right if you're going to make a poll with the umpire's name in it. But that's just me. Still just let's go to our next game, which is Chicago. And all right, we're in the bottom of the first. So Chicago didn't do anything in the top of the first. Summary: nothing happened in this game yet. Just ground out, line out, strikeout. Oh, we already have someone complaining. This game barely started. The Cubs game barely started, and we already have a complaint about the umpire. That's fantastic. What is this? Oh, no. That's not good. Like, you're never gonna... there's a reason that there's only been one or two umpire perfect games in the history of tracking this stuff, like in terms of public perception. It's just doesn't happen. There's so many borderline calls that the computer system, like the electronic system, the TV visualization gets wrong that on borderline calls, that you're never going to really see an umpire call a perfect game from the public standard, because they're calling it to a different computer than the public sees. And it's just, human beings just aren't perfect. It never happens. Definition of a makeup call. Oh, that pitch that's on the corner there that was called a ball. I see. Sorry, I didn't show it. Yeah, that was bald. And the umpire games begin. Oh, our Dylan is doing stupid bullshit. Okay. Not a fan of someone who willingly says that they lie to people about umpires' performance just in order to get a bigger audience. Oh, thank you. Let's look it up. Hold on, where is it? Is it in my history? Where did I put this? Right. Oh no, did I mute this? I muted this site. Hold on. I'll not always allow. I just want to allow it this time. Damn it. All right, let's see if you can hear this. I don't know if you can or not. But actually, if I add, I think I can add. Is there a way for me to add an audio thing? I have desktop audio. I have mic aux. I guess not. Anyway, let's see if this works. Let me try turning it up this way. Hold on. I don't want to play the thing because then the video will do its filter, so apologies. I have to keep it on the profile here. Yeah, but I'm on a Mac and Macs are dumb.
We did hear that baseball was going to...
He was out by 3 feet.
I do not disagree with you.
He caught the ball, moved into the runner so he could tag it.
I'm with you if I'm in charge, and nobody puts me in charge. But I say he's out.
Gets the ball. He had to go that way to catch the throw. That was up and a little bit away. Okay, has to move to his left to catch the ball. And that's where he catches it and puts the tag on it.
Right, and here's the other aspect of it. That's a bang.
Don't waste time in a game on a simple play like that.
I'm looking inside the replay room in New York. The other part that is going to be potentially a wrinkle here is because the ball got onto Bell so quickly, Fortes had a tough time getting up out of the crouch to get out in front of home plate.
Okay, so ooh, I'm probably loud. Hold on. Apologies for being so loud. Hopefully this microphone has like a volume knob, and I never know what it says. So, yeah, that the catcher, when they say that the catcher needed to occupy that space to catch the ball, the main issue here is not that per se. It's that he set up in an illegal position. Oh gosh, I'm quiet. Really? All right, how am I doing now? Is it okay? Louder? Is this too loud? Is it? Oh, I don't know. Gosh. I don't have a monitor to hear what I sound like, so I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, so in any case, what is happening is they're saying, okay, cool. They're saying that the catcher set up, or not set up. They're saying the catcher had to occupy that place to field that ball. And my point is, I am using OBS, yes. And my point is that the catcher set up illegally from the get-go. In terms, again, I'm not paying attention to the drawn-in infielder part of this play because that makes this entire play legal. So assuming that it wasn't a drawn-in infielder, the catcher set up in an illegal blocking position. And what they want you to do by rule is set up in a legal position and then only move to block if you have to receive the throw when you are actually receiving the throw. So the problem is not that he had to occupy it to receive the throw. The problem was that he set up illegally in the first place. All that said, this is a throw from a drawn-in infielder, so it makes the entire play legal. Here we go.
Common sense has to come into play.
See, right there, he sets up with that foot on that side of home plate, like you see the foul line, you see home plate, that foot is illegally positioned. And the only reason that this call did not get overturned is because that first baseman is that it's on the infield grass is pretty much a drawn-in infielder. Okay. So yeah, OBS is like, I'm still trying to figure out how to learn it because I'm like, oh no, what did I just do? I don't know how to use the switcher feature at all. And it just went it grayed out completely. And now I can't do anything. No source selected. What does that mean? I don't know exactly what I'm trying to do. So there's like any other broadcasting, like there's a preview. There's two effective scenes. I see a preview scene, which is one image that I want. And then I see the program scene, which is essentially what you're seeing. And I want to switch between the two. And there's a transition button. But as soon as I pressed it, it grayed itself out. And now I can't transition between the two scenes. So that's kind of annoying that this switcher doesn't seem to work. I'm having so much trouble transitioning. Like it won't let me. That is very bizarre. Automatic scene switcher? What is that? Yeah, that's what I have been doing too. Like I've been pretty much like, if I want this down, I take it down. If I want it back, I take it back. Wait, why is it not taking it down? Oh my gosh. Am I stuck on this view? I think I'm stuck on this view. Oh gosh darn it. I know, right? I wonder, what did I just do? I broke everything. I broke everything. I don't know. I don't know what I just did. Oh, there we go. I fixed that part. That's good. How do you do that? How does one pop out of studio mode and pop back in? Like YouTube studio mode? I don't know how the internet works. Hold on. This is where I lose it. I think I'm on my 5th hour. Studio mode button bottom right. Studio mode. Oh my gosh, what is this? Okay, so where did the transition thing go? Oh, it's back. Oh, for God's sake. That's all it was? That's all it was. Unbelievable. Wow, that's ridiculous. Okay. Thanks for helping me figure that out. It works now. I think it works now. All right, so umpire. Oh, we got this. Oh, that's loud. Okay, we got the Naked Gun one, right? I did a video on that years ago. That was fun. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad someone does. I guess I don't. This is like my first time actually doing this, so... Yeah, we have the greatest umpire in MLB history. Classic. Yeah, I wish that they didn't copyright claim it so I could get the money for it. But yeah, no, I was doing my best to be like deadpan, and it worked for like the first 2 plays of the thing, and then I just was like, all right, I'm going to be sarcastic. Oh, here we go. We have an umpire opinion that is not even an MLB game. So, go figure that one out. It's pretty funny. All right, back to this game. Chicago has scored a run in a very non-controversial way, I'm sure. Like, this is like what, you know, a lot of the other sports are sort of like there's some weird thing with like links. I don't know what it is. I think it's maybe like AutoMod is doing annoying things. Hold on. Let me find I don't know if you were asking for the Naked Gun link or not, but wait, the Savannah Bananas are live now?
He didn't pick up.
Oh my gosh. Well, there's that. That's crazy. Close Call Sports, Naked Gun. Who is this guy? Yeah, 2 years ago. When did I post this? It says 2 years ago, but this thing says 2 years ago, but I'm coming up on 3 years. There's no way that this is 2 years ago. And then I also did this video. I like using Naked Gun clips in you know, just the right amount so I don't get in trouble, but yeah, I like using those. Speaking of Wade, here's another Wade doing the national anthem. Rangers got rid of their organ stuff this year, by the way, so I don't like them. I mean, I didn't like them in the first place. I never really liked Texas, but they got rid of their organ guy, and they replaced the 7th inning stretch organ with some weird guitar thing that doesn't even sound like a guitar. It's bad, and yeah, I do not like the Rangers. Okay, so this stream is now turning into "This is why Texas sucks" stream, but I should review a Savannah Banana play, but act like nothing is different and refuse to acknowledge the shenanigans. Hey, thanks for reminding me. I totally forgot that we do an April Fool's thing every year, so you would have all been super disappointed because it completely slipped my mind that April Fool's is happening. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. I might actually do that now. did I ever see the video of the minor league umpire pushing an ejected player and getting kicked out of the game via phone call? Yes, that was this past fall, right? Yes, I did. I'm going to open up the blinds again because I think the sun has finally gone down. Yes, I did see that. And we didn't do anything on that because, wait, how do I fade? Is there a way to change the fader length? Oh my gosh, what is this? Look at this. Oh, it's like, it's a switcher, but it's in software form. Oh my gosh, this thing is a great program. I am so sorry for getting so off the rails. Yes, I did see that video. And we didn't do it because there's nothing positive about the umpires to say. I know that sounds kind of bad, but we like to put things in the video that we can teach and learn on. And there's literally nothing good about that video. YouTube's compression does not like that. Oh, great. Sorry to offend YouTube's compression again. Usain Bolt's trending. Why? All right. Bye. Have a good evening. See ya. But yeah, so actually, if you want, I can do a quick little umpire ejected thing now. Like, I'm not going to dedicate an actual video to doing it because of reasons. We have a lot of connections and stuff like that, but that we don't want to screw up. But, yeah, I'll talk about it. Where is it? You know, now the problem is finding the darn thing.
And Tucker.
Oh, this thing. Umpire auditor, of course. I don't want to watch an umpire auditor video. Umpire rejected frontier. So apparently the sun is still up. I'm going to have to do this again. All right, here we go. Here we go. So, again, switcher. Bam. Umpire, this video appears to start after this umpire is already at this dugout. Does anyone remember there was not that transition. It needs to have a fade. There. Does anyone remember years ago? I don't even remember if it was the whatchamacallums. The Close Call Sports site or back when we were still at LiveJournal. But I think it was Close Call, maybe? I don't remember. But it was in Anaheim. It was Jim Leland and Joe West. And Leland was in the dugout and Joe walked all... I'm echoing now? Oh no. Oh God. Am I still echoing? I hope not. So anyway, okay, cool. You know what? I might have been echoing because they were layering two sources on top of each other. Anywho, so Joe West walked all the way over to the visiting dugout at Angels Stadium and ejected Jim Leland. And one of the things that I don't think I did full on videos like I do now where I comment, but one of my takeaways that we talked about in the comments section, it must have been the comments section that we did that. Yeah, there we go. So it looks to be July 5th, 2011. And I'm going to assume that this video won't work. Really? MLB does not support secure protocol. Does not support it. Oh my gosh, that is an old website. Okay, I cannot go there. So unfortunately, I don't see. Yeah, they don't. That's weird. I can't look at the video on that. But we talked about it in the comments, and like the thing was, hey Joe, don't go all the way to the dugout to start something with someone. And that's pretty much how I see this ejection as well. Don't go to the dugout to start something. And I know that the problem here is that this whole thing the video starts late. It starts when the umpire's already there. So we don't know what happened. It could be something the player did that was extremely heinous that caused this. And it probably was. But like this, if you like do this and walk away, then just walk away, right? But, you know, now we're having... Yeah, it's never good. It's never a great look to have a whole confrontation happen in front of a dugout, like on the dirt warning track part, like right there. Because, yeah. This is why I didn't do a video on this, because there's not much to defend. Or not defend, per se. There's not much to say in a teachable moment other than saying, don't do this. The constructive criticism is not really, there's not much opportunity for it because, like, everything that could go wrong seems to go wrong. Like, you have the entire crew here. You have one argument there. You have another person there. We do not do these things. It's like, first of all, if we're going to have arguments, you don't have two people on the team at the same time dealing with multiple umpires. So this person is still dealing with this. The ejecting thing is still going on while this guy's trying to deal with that guy. And now they both turn to see what's going on here. The plate umpire is trying to get in the middle, but let's face it, it's not working. Hold on. Let me, at the risk of echoing again, this will let you see the video a little bit better. But, yeah, they're getting in each other's face. The umpires have to actually push this guy back, push their crewmate back. And now the umpires have gotten it to a point where they're walking him away. But I assume this is the player, is now going after, which is never a good sign. Like, and of course that's going to cause, he said something really bad. And that's going to cause that reaction. And now you touched me, you know, that whole thing. He has to be held back. Doesn't look good for anyone. So, yeah, that's really my thought on it. It is like, just keep walking away. Don't, you know, then he gets, he goes away. But, yeah, this never looks good. Being in this part of the field and doing an ejection from right there. That just never looks good. I don't like to get myself, like when I did baseball, when I do basketball, I don't like to get myself baited into, like if a coach like, come here. I don't like to go exactly where they want me to go. If they're trying to bring me into their bench or something, I'm going to keep them at the edge of their mark and at the edge of my mark. I'm not going off the floor, or I'm not going to cross a line, in this case, the grass dirt circle line, to have some sort of a discussion about something. So, just my thoughts. But yeah, reason I didn't do the video, there's nothing really good that comes out of it. All right, we are now in mid-third inning in play. You know, one baseball game is going on at the moment. When I change scenes, it's also changing my microphone settings. Oh, okay. Let me see how they're different. I have no idea how they're different. Really? That is so weird. Okay. Oh, the original scene has a... Okay, hold on. Is this still working out now? Because I think I made my microphone redundant on one of the scenes. That's very bizarre. Well, let's try another one. Okay, so I think we're back to normal, but okay, cool. Awesome. So the remaining games today are this one and then a bunch of Pacific Coast 7 o'clock games, which I don't think I'm going to make it all the way to that one. But it's like I really want to be here for Boston, Seattle, because that's fun, but that's such a long time away. But yeah, let's see. Let me check in. Checking in yet again. Oh yeah, with that, we don't need that. That can go... How do I get rid of that? I don't know how to get rid of that. Checking in with the Discord server again. Thank you. Yeah, I do need to learn how to do things like that. Taking breaks are things that I need to learn how to do, just in general. Not, not live stream during the season. Like, there will be days that things happen and I just will not upload that day. And I'm just making boundaries at this point. Because it's like, I don't get paid enough for this. All right, so let's see. Baseball umpiring. Oh, I'm just catching up to things that already happened in baseball umpiring, aren't I? Oh yeah, the A's game, that's the boycott game, right? All right, so someone already requested that I do a video on the Yankees-Astros play at the plate. I might just do a video of a few of these plays all at once and put them up in like a opening day compilation or something. Although I'm too lazy to do it. So, like last year there were like 200. How many ejections were there last year? There were whatever it was. There were too many of them. There were 243 technically. And I got so burnt out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 239 actual ejections, like regular season ejections. And then there was 3 postseasons and ones. And then that doesn't count whatever happened in the spring. Remember that? Remember the ejection for Real Muto for taking his hand away when the umpire tried to put a ball in it. Anyway, I got so burnt out doing all of that. I remember that it was the Ron Culpa. Remember when Ron Culpa ejected both managers in Cleveland, both Francona and Phil Nevin during that same game? So that was the night before I was going to get on a plane to go see my ex. And I was like, yeah, there goes my opportunity to get a good night's sleep. And I mean, I did the video. people liked the video. It worked well, whatever. But I was gutted for that next day. And, like, you know, kind of would be nice that if I didn't have to do that. I already know there's a trip I'm taking in April 20th through 23rd, 24th, something like that. I'll be in Vegas. And for once, I'm not taking my computer with me, so there will be no CCS content. I will probably make things to schedule. If there's some TMAC teachables or something, I might put those on like the automated scheduler, but I'm going to have to do all those ejections when I get back because it's just going to be way too much for me to try to do it when I'm there. All right. Oh, the Oakland game? Tickets for the Oakland game? Why don't we go and Oakland A's tickets? Let's see what we have. Does Ticketmaster, whatever they're called, still charge fees like that they don't disclose up front? Because that's kind of a racket. All right, so moving around here. I'm not like when I see that there are no seats available in this section, I am perplexed. Like, is it because they're just not selling them, or is it because they are sold out? Like, does anyone sit up in the 300s? I haven't been to Oakland in at least 20 years. Interesting. Okay, so 233.25. Like, for opening day, these prices are not bad. 20, yeah, like $233, $24 for opening day. Not like the 300s are covered with the tarp now. Okay. All right, so no one. Well, it says that they're selling in 314, way down here. I don't know if you can see it, but. Yeah, there's some 300 seats available. Maybe because it's opening day. But the tickets are like $17 for opening day. So I wonder what it is for the next day, for Friday's game. Somehow it's more expensive for the day after. This just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know how like ticketing works at some of these places. I just don't understand how they set their prices. Diamond level, how much is that? Yeah, $295. Oof. Yeah, I would like. I don't know. If I was a fan of the Oakland A's, I'd be very conflicted. And I'm not I mean, the Giants haven't exactly been doing great things lately either, so. The Giants used to have good ownership. It's like I don't know what happened to them. All right. Is anything at all interesting happening in this game? Apparently not. Again, it's that beautiful animation for the alignment charts. Like, if baseball is continuing to, like, this is the one thing about baseball that's so, like, fascinating to me is, like, I always, especially coming from hockey season, I always say it's like, baseball is so boring, which is why people like it, I guess. But if you're just, if you're trying to do stuff, and you're hoping that, like, I don't know, things will happen, it's just boring. But let's see. I don't think scorecards is not going to be up this early, but we have had no ejections lately. All right, this is. Oh, I'm sorry, that was super loud. So this is University of whatever that is, and I have a feeling it's like two Louisiana teams or area teams fighting it out, something like that. Let's. Okay, so picture-in-picture is not the way. Let's see. Can I make you bigger? Well, whatever this is. Anywho. So it's top of the ninth. This was something someone asked about. Yeah, we're not going to be able to look and see if the strike call's correct from here, but strikeout, batter's not happy. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here that's so noteworthy. It's just an ejection. I don't know what I'm supposed to analyze there. The batter got tossed. That's it. There's really nothing to critique or analyze here. If he said something he shouldn't have said, then yeah, that happens. Oh, here we go. What is this? Oh, this is the obstruction rule. No, this is the plate block or obstruction, but I'm not sure which one is being called at home plate, and the umpire does a basketball-esque referee style blocking mechanic, and I think it's hilarious. Here we go. Watch this. The video's kind of choppy, but so the catcher sets up like that, and here we go. Calls the runner safe. Does the blocking call from basketball. And I'm trying to figure out if that was because of the obstruction or because of the plate blocking or both. Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, it's super close. I can't tell if that foot is legal or not. But you see that it has affected, like, even before the catcher actually gets this ball, the runner has started sliding. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying that they take into account the catcher's positioning when the runner's still a good, like, 10, 20 feet out. So, yeah, not a great angle to see it on. I just thought it's super funny that we had a basketball mechanic in a baseball game. What is this? Y'all seen this video, right? Batter calls time. Pitcher doesn't like it and throws it at his head. So on this one, the pitcher is already like if the pitcher's, this is set, yeah, this is set position. So the pitcher's already come set. So the rule book says you shouldn't be granting time after the pitcher's set like this and is about to, come deliver to the plate. Umpire doesn't appear to even acknowledge the request for time, but gets up out of the crouch anyway. Does he see what's about to happen? I don't know. And then we get a hit by pitch because time was never out. And then now we do get time. Like puts his hand up to call time, and then I'm not sure what's going on after that because the video cuts out like it usually does. But yes, just remember, don't call. Yeah, pitchers probably should get thrown out for throwing at someone's head. But time was never out, so it's a hit by pitch. Here we have a college umpire going. They're saying that he's being physical with the player because he's pushing him or something. Well, this is the end of the game, so the umpire's trying to leave, and the player's trying to stand in his way, and that's what's happening. He's just trying to leave, and he's trying to walk, and the player's like, no, I'm not going to let you. Okay. Just go around the player. This one, everyone always likes those flipping things that we do. Here we go. Malicious contact. Bench clearing. So, catcher has the ball. There's no plate blocking issue here. And the runner just decides to give him a stiff arm or something. Everyone goes down and we got a fight. Nice. Fights are annoying. Like, you just sort of like stand by and let it happen and take numbers. That's from 2008, really? This baseball quotes account is blue check mark. Pfft. Posting it like it's from today, right? But then you realize they have the blue check mark and they get paid for posting, for engagement because they're subscribed to Elon's racketeering scheme. So now it makes sense. Yeah. What do we have here? Is this another bat flip? Oh yeah, we already did that one. I just like how I'm going down the scrolls of ejected on Twitter and seeing what stupid things that they're out here. This is an old video. Batter draws a line, gets ejected. I mean, that's pretty automatic. I don't see anything there. Ball strike issues, and I never like when the plate umpire comes out and starts yelling at a pitcher. It's like, it's one thing to yell at the pitcher. It's another thing to come out and like start walking somewhat toward the mound, like coming out from behind home plate to do it. Eric Cooper did that once and it looked pretty bad. So the manager, of course, is going to be upset with that and gets thrown out because now you're going after, how dare you do this, and blah, blah, blah. So this all looks so like, there's a lot of these things that are so preventable. I just love how these blue checkmark accounts, because they get paid for it, are posting old content like it's new. That's not good. All right, back to seeing what's actually going on in this game that's going on right now. People are still mad at the umpire. That's classic. What else is new? I'm not seeing any close plays or anything like that. It's like they're not posting anything up here. I don't think we're going to get anything. So I'll stay on for another like 5 minutes and then call it a night. Get to go get some dinner or something like that. Yeah, so anyone have any like weird questions? Once again, if you're not on Discord, get on the Discord because we get good conversations out. It's easier to talk like on Discord than on the YouTube comments, or even on the website's comments, or any of the other socials, because it's more of a real time thing. And yet, if you're not there right then, you can always come back later. We have that. We have the channel memberships. We have the other Buy Me Coffee link on the website, things like that. So on the one, yeah, it's like on the one hand, I'm ready for the season. On the other hand, I'm looking at the mountain of work that's gonna show up. Would I rather fight one horse-sized duck or 20 duck-sized horses? Well, I feel like with the 20 duck-sized horses, I could probably like climb up to another level to get away from them. Because that's like, I don't know if anyone's the same way, but anytime I feel like, would you rather fight this or that? My strategy is always to run away and not to fight in the first place. So, yeah, yeah, it is a weird question, and I did ask for it. I would have to say, the 20 duck-sized horses. I think I'd be able to at least like climb out of that. Whereas if it was, yeah. We'll see what the announced attendance is versus what the actual attendance is, and whether we'll know about it. Like, yeah. No, it's a 7:00 game. Like, there are 3 more games tonight. There's that one. There's the here. Let's get that up. There is Oakland, Arizona, and Seattle that are all playing at 7:00. So it's like the end of opening day. There's not much going on. But, now that I say that, we're going to have something super controversial show up in one of these 3 games. And I'm not going to be here for it. Boycotts are so odd in a certain way, right? Like, I don't know the value. Like, I don't know how successful an opening day boycott in a sports thing will be. Yes, please do ping me, and I'll come back. And it's like, I don't want to like screw up the channel's like, I don't know if we have a reputation or not, but I don't want to screw up the channel's like rep or whatever, and just do like by doing live streams that really don't provide any value. Like I don't post videos of just like little nothings. I always make sure that there's a point to them. And live stream, there's technically a point to this one too, but you click into it and it's like baseball. It's boring. So I don't know. I enjoyed hanging out too. It's like I rarely get to interact with people in real time like this. And I'd like to just like randomly do this throughout the year. All-star game, maybe, I don't know, but it's a downside that, all right, we got a game. Alrighty, it's a downside, obviously, that I cannot show the game to you during this stream, but everyone has multiple screens and multiple windows in the same screen, so you can always watch on here and put me up there and see what happens. But yeah, no, I really do enjoy the opportunity to go live, and if there's something that anyone can ask me anything, like, I'll do it. Whatever. It's a community building exercise. Burner Twitch. I did one Twitch video during COVID to see if it would work and if it would go anywhere, and I don't think anyone watched. what was that? There was like, trying to, let's go back and compile the questions that I got from the past few hours of this. I feel like there was one person that came in and asked me a question about trans people in sports, and that's the only thing that they said. Weird. That's what I'm saying. With the memberships, we should do exclusive stuff. We never use the VC on Discord. We could always do that. Like, it doesn't have to be anything formal. Yeah, it's like what do you think is going to happen when you ask me about trans people in sports? Like, if you're going to frame it such that it's like, Lindsay, should you be allowed to play women's softball? And I'm like, I don't want to play softball, nor baseball. I don't play sports anymore. What do you want me to say? No? I think anyone who goes through this thing can tell you that, like, you got to learn a lot about medical stuff. You got to sort of self-advocate and learn a lot of stuff, and the stuff that you learn is very much dissonant with the stuff that people who don't know anything are loudly yelling about. So, yeah, I'm not gonna, like... it's a gift and a curse. It's funny because anytime I talk to, like, different people about different things, like news people or whatever, because that's the world that I live in due to all the different things that I do, they always try to make it such a huge big deal about, hey, Lindsay, how does it feel to be the first? Because I'm the first, right? And it's like, I don't know. How does it feel like not to be the first? I don't know any different. This is just what I'm doing, right? Someone has to start. And yeah, I'm not going to go ahead and start saying that, hey, this is sports policy that we need to write. That's not what we're here for. Oh, that would be me too. Yeah. Basketball, I was legitimately the worst player on the team. Because in basketball, I don't know, you have to have the skill that enables you to put the little ball into the little hole. And they think that any just rando off the street is going to come in and dominate. And it's like, no, there's skill involved with basketball, baseball. You name the sport, you have to have skill to play it. You're not going to just be able to go... I'm not going to be able to go into softball and just be able to hit the ball and crush it over the wall 100 times. That's just not how, I don't know, sports work. I had one year, one of my last years of Little League, I was on the Giants. Our team was the Giants. We went to the final, championship game, whatever they called it. We won. I got a bases loaded triple. And my gosh, that was my highlight. I hit like 400 that year. The only reason I hit 400 was because... No, I hit 600 that year. And the only reason I did that well was because I was fast and not everyone could throw. So I just beat everything out. I wasn't hitting the ball, crushing it, or anything. I never hit a home run until I got to Cooperstown for the Dream Tournament, and I hit one home run, and that was it. I just hit infield singles all the time. But yeah, that was another day. I wish I learned how to bunt better. Because I feel like I could have gotten a lot more bunt singles, too. Run it out? Yeah. I had a coach that would always say something like, speed never takes a day off. And I always was like, hey, all right, I happen to be fast, so that's cool. What's really interesting is I noticed, and I don't know if this is a true universal experience. I assume it is, but after starting hormones and really getting my levels in check, my running speed, not just my running speed, but my stamina went down drastically. Like, I am one of the slower people that would play sports at this point. I still do well in basketball, but gosh, does it tire me out. It is such an effort to get up the court. Yeah, well, not just autism, but when imagine this. Imagine that you're a kid and your pediatrician, your parents ask the pediatrician about getting the kid tested for autism or something like that. And the pediatrician says, nah, they probably don't have it. So yeah, that was a fun experience. But yes, running used to be a forte of mine, and these days I can do the end line from a basketball court to the division line or half court. That's about as far as I can go before I have to rest a little while. And it takes a lot longer to get there than it used to. And I have to drink more. That's actually like I haven't had anything this whole time. But I have to learn how to do that. Let's see what we got. We got Michael Bush called out on strikes, and all the calls look good. We have a hit by pitch. Good. It's a tie game. I wish that this 3D thing that they offer worked a lot smoother than it does. Because not only does it take forever to load, it is laggy. Oh, did this player just pop up through the ground? Oh my gosh. Like, this is slow. This is so slow and laggy. Because I would love to show y'all that. Like, just to have that as our default view. But that the tech isn't there. Yeah, it looks like not even a beta version, it looks like an alpha version of a game, doesn't it? And then if I go into Safari, the whole 3D thing option gets taken away from me. Like, there is no button for me to press to go into 3D mode. It is very odd. Maybe if I go, let's see Chrome Incognito, if that helps. Maybe it's a plugin interaction. No, I don't even have the 3D option here. Is this because I have MLB TV or something? I mean, what is... I don't get it. I don't get why it shows up here and it doesn't show up on any of my other devices. Or my other browsers or whatever. Wouldn't that be amazing if they did an integration with MLB The Show? That would be awesome. So, I don't know if your view has this, but, like, hold on, let me switch over. So you see how, like, this is your generic page or whatever. But specifically, like, there is a part of it, like, in the center, right below the Texas logo or whatever, the team name. There's a little button that says 3D, like a circle. So I just click on it. Okay, now that I'm trying to do it, it won't do it because it's an inning break and it needs to show me an ad instead. I realize you can't change it during the inning break because they're showing ads. But in any case, this is the little 3D circle here. And it's odd because if I'm not logged in, I don't get offered the 3D circle. But if I am logged in, I do get offered that. And so I'm not sure it's because I have an MLB account or if I have MLB TV subscription or what it is. There we go. Now it turned blue. So I click on it and it takes forever to load because it's so bulky. And I see that we have 2 umpires in the outfield talking to each other. There we go. We're looking at those 2 umpires in the outfield with the white shoes talking to each other. That's awesome. Like, it looks like they're like legitimately tracking the players, the umpires, everyone. Yeah, I know. Like, these white tennis shoes are amazing, aren't they? Maybe it's an exclusive if you're logged in, I guess. I don't know. I think that was supposed to be the catcher. But it's like we're looking at all of these warm-up pitches right here, and it's just like 5, maybe it's like 4 frames per second. So it's just not, it doesn't work. It's a great idea. It just doesn't work. So I would love to test it in another browser, but I would have to log in, which means that that's a whole to do. I don't want to risk logging myself out of this one. Well, they'll be like, here, you're logged into too many places at the same time. Let's see. Let's see if this is offered on the app. I wonder if there's a way to share my iPhone screen with this. Yeah, they have 3D on the app. Oh my gosh. Oh, I wish there was a way to share my phone screen. And it looks really good. Oh my gosh. Oh, I now I have to like, how do I share my phone screen with my Mac? Mirroring. Connect to the same Wi-Fi, open Control Center. Tap the screen mirroring button. Select your TV. It's not on the list. Damn. It's not on the list. That sucks. Because, oh gosh, I want to show you all this because it's amazing. Like it says use AirPlay to stream this. Yeah, that would. Yeah. I feel like I should be able to Airstream this or whatever they call it. Like, I have an application for my phone that's supposed to do some random stuff, and y'all need to see this. Hold on. So even though, like, hold on, even though this kind of, like, isn't great and all, like, hold on, let me get this out of here. Even though this isn't the best way of doing this, like, it is actually really, I'm sorry for the reflection, it's actually really, really smooth. It looks wonderful. This looks really good. Oh my gosh. Oh, I wish I had this earlier and that it actually showed up. Let's see. Do you think it's like, maybe it's like a it has to be like a paid subscription type of a thing? And you get that? Like MLB at Bat Premium or something like that? I don't know. Where is my phone screen? Oh, what happened? Oh! Oh! Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's an injury. He's down on the ground. Oh, they changed cameras on me. How can I change cameras? I want to go to the picture. Oh, I can control my own camera? That's pretty cool. Here we go. Oh, this is amazing. Oh my gosh. AirPlay, please. I need this to work. We are on the same Wi-Fi network. Yes, we are. Screen mirroring. Lindsay's iMac. I'm pressing it, but nothing's happening. Oh, shoot. I don't want it to take over the full screen. Is there a way to do a screen mirror where you don't take up the whole screen? That's my next question. Oh, no. I want AirPlay, but I don't want it to take up the whole screen. AirPlay mirror options. Where? Where are they? I don't see them. It's AirDrop. Show screen mirroring in menu bar. Gosh, I really would like to do this. It's just that, like... Ah, that's so annoying. Media source. What's media source? Just a window. I don't want it to take over the entire screen. Use AirPlay. Like, I don't want it to take over the... this is so... Tech support is so frustrating, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to make it its own source and then put my face on top of it. Launch QuickTime Player. What? Okay. Because y'all have to see this fantastic event that is happening right now. Launch QuickTime. All right, done. Select new movie recording. Done. In the pop-up windows that... What pop-up window? I don't see a pop-up window. Choose iPhone as your camera. I can't. It doesn't show up. Like, this seems like it should be so easy, and it's not. Let's see. My face cam is frozen. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Hold on just a second. How do I restart this camera? I don't know what any of this is. Oh, did I just kill it completely? Wow, that sucks. Hold on. Okay, do you see me now? I think this works. All of this to do just like a little nothing of a thing that I'm trying to do. Yeah, good. Hold on. Let me see. What if I take this wire? What if I plug y'all in and see? Will that change anything? I don't think it will, but can't hurt. Okay. So I plugged it in. What am I supposed to do now? I'm supposed to try the QuickTime thing again. Yes, trust this computer. Yes, please. Like, it shouldn't be this complicated. You would think. Y'all. It's gonna happen now. Hold on. I just have to add this item. Window capture. It's QuickTime. And no, I would like to add the QuickTime to this scene, please. We're getting there. We're getting there, people. Can you all see this? The resolution kind of, it's like, it's vertical as heck, but all right. I think we got it. All right. We've made it work. Oh, how about that? I had to just, oh, good call. Let's see. If I turn it sideways, will the screen flip? No, it will not. I guess it does not, it doesn't do that orientation. But hey, guess what we have? We have this rando camera now. I guess the inning's over because nothing's happening. Which is kind of funny because, like, oh, there, they all came out of the ground. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Me too, Allison. Me too. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. I can use this going forward because I don't think I'm going to get copyright striked for this. Famous last words as the screen goes blank. Look at this warm-up. Oh, wow. Oh, I need to turn on my do not disturb so nothing happens while I'm doing this. We got the picture view. Like the TV broadcast in a way. That's pretty cool. batter cam. There's no batter, so I don't know what the strike zone box even means right now. Fan control, so I can just like go to different places. Is that it? Can I go to the outfield if I wanted to? Like, I don't know who the second base umpire is, but we're about to see what you're up to. This is amazing. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is like oh, don't walk away. No. I love the shoes. I love the shoes. White shoes. All right, we're getting a batter. We're back to home. So when you know that you need to sign up for the MLB TV Premium at Bat, whatever it's called, so you can get this feature, they should be glad I'm advertising their product for them. So, yes, I think this is a wonderful idea for me to consider using this in my video. Like, for the live stream, this is wonderful. This is such a good tool for me for live streaming. But like for just like the regular videos, if I wanted to just like get a break from live action so I don't get a copyright strike on like, or copyright claim on a ejection video or something, I'll have to see if I can get replays, like 3D replays, to just give me like, here's where the thing says the pitch was, and we animate it and we show how that happened. That's what I'm saying. The computer doesn't know what to do with the bat. Sometimes it confuses the bat for the ball. But yeah, this looks great. This looks really good. Okay. As soon as he hit the ball, the strike zone, this camera angle doesn't know what to do with it. I don't know where the ball is. Was it just a foul ball? Is that all that was? Oh, look at our umpire. I like this. That's a great view. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Look at that umpire with that chest protector. Yep, so don't pitch. Nice, calling time. Pretty good. I'm curious about the umpire wearing his hat backwards. Wait, is that a line out? It looked like a fly out. Everything is so deceptive from this view. Isn't this a wonderful way of watching a game that no one should ever do? And then he just disappears in the dugout. Okay, back to press box cam. I'm going back to the strike zone. So when you click on strike zone, it gets rid of the catcher and the umpire, I think. Let's see. Fan control. Can I see anyone on deck? I do not see anyone. I see the on deck circle, but I don't see anyone on deck. Let's see. If I move here. Yeah, the on deck circle, but there's no one there. So you could pretend that, hey, I'm watching the game from this seating section. This is what it looks like. This is my view. You can do whatever you want. There appears to be no one on the other, like there's no one in any of the dugouts. So there's no one. Like, I think that it's very limited on what you're able to, like, who is being tracked. I think like all 9 fielders, the batters, the runners, the umpires. But I don't even think we have base coaches. What color of dot am I? Let's see. Is it red, white, and blue? Let me see. What are my choices? Red, white, and blue, and then there's like a light blue. I'd be the light blue. I like the light blue. I like this. This reminds me right here of the press box, like a press box cam. It may be a little low, but I like the view from here. If only the red was pink. I agree. I have what do I have? I still have my collection of like Pride masks from like 2 years ago. Wait, this is 2024 from 4 years ago. Oh my gosh, how time flies. So yeah, Cubs and Tech. I want to see what a close play looks like in this view. Like, I think it would be funny. Like the one thing that like having this camera angle sort of like I still calls into question is like as soon as this guy hits the ball, okay, so he's gonna get a double. As soon as he hits the ball, what is it gonna look like for us? See, we don't get to. He just froze. Okay, that goes there. This goes there. Where like we don't get to see what's happening with the runner, do we? Like I have to manually do the camera to see what the runner's up to. And then someone just came out of the ground. Was that the third base coach who came out of the ground? I don't know what's going on. However, this is amazing right here. This right here. This is what we're here for. You see, this is wonderful technique. He's working inside. His shoes have sunk into the ground. His white tennis shoes. And he's looking straight down at the ground. Scratching some sort of an itch on the back of his... This is the analysis you're here for, right? This is the umpire mechanics breakdown. This is the positioning we're talking about. When a pitch comes in, make sure you're looking down at the ground. Also, is the second baseman wearing a batting helmet? I think he is. I think the second baseman is wearing his batting gear. I think that this second baseman is wearing... I can't zoom in anymore. Darn, his gear. Like as if he were batting. Oh! Oh, what a view! What a view! So it follows the ball. Look at the umpire going backwards. It follows the ball. It doesn't follow the players. But what a view. Oh my gosh, I love this. This is such a nifty product. We are looking at... I don't even know what, but... Oh, I could have fun with this. I'm gonna have so much fun with this. Like, I'm so glad that this thing works better than the amorphous lagging blob that showed up on Chrome. Oh, Evaldi just got pulled. What is going... What's going... Oh my gosh. That wasn't just me, right? It's the best part of this, isn't it? Like, oh, I was going to say, are we watching the runner now? Let's go back to strike zone. That's a ball. Called a ball. Good. Oh, this technology has potential to go somewhere. This could go somewhere. Absolutely. 2-0. Good call. I like how there's no bat. This is really cool, actually. For all the bugs, this is really nice. Okay, except for that. Except for whatever that was. They sink into the ground. I've completely lost it at this point. Like, this is just incredibly weird. And now there are shadows going around. I have no idea what's happening anymore. Yeah, exactly. The inning's over. I'm gonna go take my break. Okay, so we got some Twitter stuff coming in. Saying that the umpiring in some sort of a thing is inconsistent. What a surprise, eh? Oh, there he goes, coming out of the ground to go warm up. All right, standing by for a second. We have Twitter. My switcher worked. We have someone from LSU complaining about the umpiring in college. The home plate umpire did something wrong, apparently. Okay. Here we go. I'm watching the Royals replay, and it was so cute the way the home plate umpire patted Salvi on the head after a block he made at the plate. I want to see this. Was this the pass ball situation? Okay, that's cool. Oh, the batter's coming back. The batter's just popped out of the ground. All right, back to live action. The catcher just popped in to say hello and just went away. This is amazing. So apparently I'm just looking at the Twitter stuff going on, and people are not happy with that. Oh, nice play. Wait, was that a single or an out? I couldn't tell. Out. Nice catch. So people are like seriously complaining about this umpire in the LSU game. Well, we know what this means. Red colored Twitter name. Means I'm going to block you. All right, so that's all the umpire updates for now. Pop fly, foul ball. It's an extension called Shinigami Eyes. It's basically marking people it's basically marking hateful bigots on the internet for various things, and tells you who's safe and who's not safe to follow. Foul back. I figured as much. It's like the foul balls, I think that the ball just goes into a black abyss or something. And of course I'm like, where's the ball? Where's the ball? Jerry Mills is going to be on WTAM 1100, Cleveland's news radio. At 8:30, but I don't know what time zone that is. Is that Central Time? Because that's in 10 minutes. I wonder if I could stream that. If they get mad at me for streaming that. I wonder if there's actually a way to do an audio capture here. that won't cause a significant echo.
Back in its place.
Okay, I did not want that to be that loud. Sorry. It appears there's no volume control. Oh, that was a pretty cool shot. This is the future. This is the future of baseball. And I was gonna say it's the future for anyone who doesn't have MLB TV, but apparently it looks like the 3D view is only available if you do have MLB TV. Well, it's not picking it up from the source or anything. It's just coming through the desktop, like the actual speakers from the computer, and it's picking up through the microphone. I just want to like go into this window and turn the volume of the window down, and there's no volume thing anywhere. That's kind of annoying. Langford just went across the screen. Oh, someone's cleaning the plate. Cool. Who does like a radio website and have zero ability to control the volume? Maybe I'll just do my system volume. Yeah, but if I use headphones while streaming, then I don't know how to get this audio out to you. Hold on, let me try that. Let me try it anyway. Because if I go aggregate device, maybe I forgot. I set up some multi-output device. I set up some way to do it on two things at the same time. Let me see.
Which adds sodium to your water without filtering it. For our 40th anniversary.
Okay. Okay. Let's try something else. Go way down here. Turn that. Let me mute that. And let me go to my multi-output device again and play it.
Every tap in your home, unlike softeners, which add sodium to your water.
Y'all able to hear that?
It. For our 40th anniversary, we're giving.
Did everyone hear that advertisement about whatever? Or not? Okay, cool. So that is how I'm going to be able to stream audio then, because I can hear it here, you can hear it there. We good. So multi-output device does the trick. Because apparently there is a Jerry Meals interview coming up in 10 minutes on WTAM News Radio. And he's going to talk about opening day and stuff. So I would like to listen to that while we are watching our 3D baseball game. And so that's supposed to happen at 8:30 Central, which is 6:30 my time, so that's like 5 minutes-ish from now. So we have a relief pitcher, is that what's going on? Like he's warming up? Oh no, what's going on? Why are you buffering? Yeah, the moment I pay attention, it buffers. No. Let me try resetting the 2D, 3D thing. Oh no, the 3D thing is not going to work. There we go. There we go. We love to see it. We got the plate umpire over there. Why are you doing this? It's like it's plate umpire keeping track. Can't zoom in anymore over there. You got fielders gathered around. You got the second and third base umpire out in the outfield talking about it. Okay, something screwed up again. Like, did I kill my internet? What happened? We're coming out of the ground. There's a reason this is a beta test, right? Batter called a timeout. Is that what screwed it up? Okay, so the internet's good. It's just, it might be an MLB game day thing. This is very, it's like, it's bizarre, whatever. I love the way that these 3D models move. It's very realistic. I take it that was a swing and a miss. Cool. I'm getting better at like actually understanding what's happening in the game based on this 3D model. Takes some getting used to. Pickoff. I want to see the pickoff. Okay, this is a very bizarre angle to give us. There we go. That's the angle I want. So when MLB TV is blacked out in your local market, this is what they want you to watch. Oh, is this that batter that the strike zone box comes up to his like belt line? No, it looks normal. It looks fine. Yeah, the bat doesn't exist, apparently. I mean, it does. It flickers in and out sometimes. There we go. See? The bat flickered in. And it disappeared again. It's gone. Oh, the Oakland game? That's still half an hour away, though. Oh my gosh, this is a new little toy for me. Swinging a mitch and pitch in the dirt. Beautiful mechanics by the plate umpire. Oh, really? Oh, I gotta get that. I gotta get that. The Oakland Athletics. Oh, the tweet that says current situation. Hold on. Let me join me for the current situation in Oakland. Yeah. And then there's another one of, is this the people waiting to get in, or is this part of the boycott? Because there's a lot of people in the parking lot, but are all the people in the parking lot boycotting the game or actually going to the game? Like, I don't know how it works up there. I think the record for lowest attendance for a major league game was set during COVID. Opening day. Boycott. Schools over stadiums is fighting to overturn public funding in Nevada for... So wait, this is being given out in Oakland, even though this is a Nevada thing? Okay. Yeah, I don't think they're going to set a record for lowest ever on opening day. That's sort of like, we'll see. We got some selling going on, or signs, I mean. That's nice. There we go. Sell Oakland 68s and stuff. Yeah, COVID doesn't count, like, for attendance. I get that. Wait, what's this? The Oakland A's have been limited. Oh, no. Okay, so this is a parking lot boycott party. And in the middle of all of this, I see now, in the middle of all of this, we have a nepotism hire. Yet another one of these carries is becoming a major league broadcaster. That's insane. Well, we'll see if he takes after the family in rules ignorance or not. Okay, so that's cool. Anyway, let's cue this radio thing up because Jerry Meals is supposed to be on around now. We'll find out.
And the Athletics will send out lefty Alex Wood, the veteran lefty, pitched for San Francisco last year. Guardians lineup. Left fielder Steven Kwan, third baseman Jose Ramirez, right fielder Ramon Laureano. First baseman Josh Naylor, DH David Fry, center fielder Tyler Freeman. Second baseman Andres Jimenez, catcher Austin Hedges, and shortstop Ryan Rookie for the Athletics. Leading off, first baseman Ryan Noda. Then second baseman Zach Geloff. Center fielder J.J. Bleday. Designated hitter Brent Rooker. Left fielder Seth Brown, who has been a problem for Cleveland in the past. Third baseman J.D. Davis. Catcher Shea Langeliers. Right fielder Lawrence Butler. And shortstop Nick Allen. Those are the lineups for tonight's opening night for the Cleveland Guardians against the Oakland / Las Vegas Athletics. Cleveland's lineup, home run totals from last year. Kwan, 5. Ramirez, 24. Laureano, 9. Naylor, 17. Fry.
So are we going to get Jerry on this thing or not? I'm super confused. Like I'm listening to this guy and I'm just waiting for them to Oh. It might be in the next segment. I don't want to listen to this, but I have to. This music is so bad. Gee whiz, how long is this bump? Can they just like... This music is so bad. You have no idea. I'm doing this for all of you. It's still going. I see we have a single. Very nice.
Manager Stephen Vogt
Oh.
as the Guardians open the season tonight here in Oakland. And we'll visit with starting pitcher Shane Bieber coming up on Guardians.
I guess not. This is false advertising. This is such false advertising by Umps Care said that Jerry Mills was going to be on. Maybe later. I don't know. They said tune in at 6:30. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like it already happened. That's dumb. So, Cleveland has a new manager. Who else has a new manager? Yeah, I could see it from the stands. I'm that blue dot right there, the light blue dot right there. Yeah, Ron Washington. That's right, the Angels. The Angels. They started off really well today. I think that Quattraro was with Kansas City last year. At least I think I remember doing an ejection report to that effect. Let's see. So, all right. We got Phil Nevin, Padres, Ron Washington, Angels, Espada, Astros, Murphy, Brewers, Council, Cubs, Melvin, Giants, Vote, Guardians, Mendoza, Mets, Schilt, Padres. I love how the players keep falling into the ground. AJ Hinch should be banned. Hinch and Alex Cora were banned for just 1 year, right? Then they came back and managed again. Yeah. Yeah, they're interviewing their pitcher. They're not interviewing Jerry Meals. That seemed like such a random pull. Ron Renicky. Wow. All right. So back to whatever the hell I was doing here. So we got Cubs and Rangers are tied at the 7th inning stretch, which probably means that we need to listen to the 7th inning stretch. Hold on, I have that somewhere. Meanwhile, oh God. Yeah, that's what Lindsay does. When I play the 7th inning stretch, people still listen to it. Okay, that's enough of that. Oh, thank you. Well, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. 250 people in 1979 in Oakland. Okay. We could you never know, right? It'd be super nice to listen to the radio on this game. Oh, that was dumb of me. That was dumb.
Right, bottom half of the 7th inning, and Mark Leiter Jr., who struck out Jonah Heim and Ezekiel Duran to end the 6th, remains out to pitch here for Chicago.
What is the most overrated umpiring mechanic? Overrated as in like everyone loves it, but it's kind of not, as the hype's not there, or yes, they are treating the strike zone as 2D. The most overrated umpire mechanic, honestly, I think was like Tom Hallion's strike 3 mechanic. It was beautiful and glorious, but I think it got a lot more hype than I don't know. What is the most overrated umpiring mechanic? Like, are you talking about like just like this, or are we talking about like positioning, like where umpires should be going on specific plays and stuff like that? Oh, Angel's outbasement, like that goes way up here or something, or that he comes down like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. No, I look, I don't care. You want me to do a throwback to earlier? I don't know if you missed it from earlier, but I think that the most overrated umpiring mechanic, as specified in the umpire manual, is the practice known as rimming. So I would say rimming is the most overrated umpire mechanic. Honestly, I think that a lot of the mechanics or whatever are, they're there for a reason, but there's like, oh, okay, you know what? I digress. Here's a better answer. the second base umpire working outside when there's a runner at first on a 4-person crew. That is the most overrated umpire mechanic. They went from working in like deep B or whatever to working out, and I think that is the most overrated umpire mechanic. Yes, let's do a live rules analysis. Let me know what your situation is. We'll take a look at it. YouTube, really? The compression made that impossible to read? That sucks. I did such a great job too. I rimming is like, hold on. Actually, I have it on the computer too. Maybe it's in there. Here we go. All right. Preview, where are you? The practice known as rimming. This is what the thing says. All right, let me get rid of that. How do I get rid of that? There we go. Oh, did I miss a 3D strike call? No. Because I was too busy with that? Oh. I wish there was a way to replay it. Where was it? Do they even show it on here, or am I too late? Yeah, I'm too late. That's too bad. And now it's doing this thing again. We're just spinning around. We got the shadows going around. Oh, thank you, thank you. I don't know how anything works, so thank you. Oh my gosh, I have 10 missed messages. I'm so sorry. I think Discord in streamer mode also silences notifications. Oh, I wonder why we're that compressed. I didn't know that we were that compressed. How do I change? Is there a way for me to change that? That's annoying. Did I do it? I don't know what I just did. I pressed some weird thing. I'm sorry. So did I increase bitrate by doing that? I don't know what's going on. Did I increase my bitrate or did I cause a bigger problem?
With Tampa Bay back in 2014, his first opening day roster was in 2015. He told me tonight he gave up a home run on opening day that year. It was a swing and a foul ball back. He said it's still probably the most memorable opening day that he's had. But On the positive side, he said his first opening day with San Diego in 2018, he picked up a save. Then in 2019, he led the National League in saves for the Padres with 41. He has 62 career saves. 0-2, and that's just a bit inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is his
Okay, how far back is
362nd
this
big league appearance.
at this point?
He has a record of 19 up and 19 down and a 353 earned run average. Opposing batters hitting 2.
I think the radio that I'm listening to is super far ahead of this 3D thing.
Waiting for the ball to be thrown around the horn, but did not get the call from Chad Fairchild. In the Cubs bullpen, right-hander Hector Neris. Kirby thought he had him. He was waiting for the ball to be thrown around the horn, but did not get the call from
I'm
Chad
trying to sync it up.
In the Cubs bullpen, right-hander Hector Neris.
Let me see if I pause that. And so that's the pitch that he wanted to strike. He didn't get called a strike.
Former Astro and Philly is getting ready. As Yates works 2-2 on Ian Happ with Suzuki on deck, and then Bellinger, and the pitch is popped foul.
Okay, if the pitch is popped foul, I'm trying to just time it with the radio feed so it matches.
Straight back and out of play. Josh Sborz worked a shutout inning thanks to the fortuitous bounce on the automatic double by Nick Madrigal. Sborz gave up 2 hits but struck out 2.
I hope that it's not going to ding me for using radio sounds.
Yates from the set delivers, and he missed down low with a split, and the count has gone full. Yates featuring a
not bad. It seems to be somewhat lined up. But I don't want to anger the copyright gods, so I'm going to sort of like be selective on when we hear it.
World Series championship patch on the left sleeve. Here's the payoff pitch. Happ swings and pulls one foul on the ground past first base.
Yeah, this is the weirdest way of watching a game. But whatever. Can you believe it's almost 7? I guess I'm making it. I am gonna make it to the A's game, to the Mariners game.
Payoff pitch. Happ swings and smokes one foul on the right side. He's making Yates throw some pitches here.
Must be something to be like the only game going on at the moment.
Seager way over toward the middle at short. The pitch to the lefty is swung on. There's a foul at the plate.
He is hanging in there, that's for sure. Yes. Okay, so I'm so sorry that I missed on that rules question. The question throws back to a home plate touch appeal. My partner was on the plate and there was a play at home and the runner didn't touch home. My partner called time. Call time? So play at home, runner didn't touch, partner called time. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Obviously we don't want to do that, but it happened. So like maybe the rest of the play dictated that time should be called. Like you're not giving away per se that this is a missed base situation. I guess. Oh wait, did I read this wrong? That he did a dead ball appeal. Am I reading that wrong? That the issue is live ball versus dead ball. If it's a dead ball issue, like what rule set are you playing under? That's the question, right? Because you can do dead ball appeals in high school. You can't do them in like OBR, for instance. So it depends what rule set you're playing under. Yeah.
Swung on, fouled into the mitt of Jonah Heim.
And really, there's no penalty per se for like trying to appeal during a time call, right? All you do is just be like, okay, you put the ball back in play, and then they can appeal it at that point. There's no harm for trying to appeal. And if you're playing in a level that you're not allowed to do dead ball appeals, there's no harm in doing an appeal during a dead ball. You just have to do it again when the ball becomes live.
2-2. And Suzuki skies one into left field. Carter has trouble seeing it, now finds it, comes on and makes the catch. That ball stayed up in the air for a long time.
So, yeah. Let's take a quick look at the tweets. Oh, apparently my hockey team is playing tonight. Oops. Checking the Twitter DMs now. All right, back to searching for umpire stuff. I know that they allow some games on opening day to be free. I don't remember which ones they are. Also, you know how like college is in the middle of this whole bat flipping controversy frenzy thing, like sportsmanship that we've been talking about? This is the MLB homepage today.
A 1-2-3 inning for Kirby Yates. We go to the bottom of the eighth. Seager, Young, and Adolis coming up. We're tied at 2 on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
They're sponsored by a hot sauce company? Y'all see this advertising? What in the world is this? That's peculiar. Umps are our neighbors. Is this a he gets us thing? It's the he gets us people can't be trusted. But of course it's the he gets us people. Why would it be anything different? It's so foolish, right? He gets us, that's for sure. That's funny. I still don't like him. I don't care what your ads are. I don't like them. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let me put this a little bit up because we have a post-game question answer with Juan Soto about a call at home plate.
I mean, I just prepare before that happens. You know, my mindset was that just try to make a great throw to the plate and let Trevi do whatever he wants to do.
How much pride do you take in your defense?
I feel pretty good, man. I mean, I worked all spring training long on my arm and the throws from right field again, you know, and see this stuff happening. It's just great feeling, you know. It just tells you I'm going in the right way, what I've been doing, and I'm more excited to keep doing it.
Have you worked on any new technique with the throwing with Rojas or anything that you hadn't done before?
I would say no. I mean, I just keep working on the angles, you know. It's just different angles from left field and right field. So just getting back to right field, getting the angles right, taking the good routes to the ball. He really helps me a lot to see where to take the good routes to the ball. I think we really work and put the ethic on that, and I think it's happening now.
Is that a long wait waiting for the review on the call?
I mean, it was a long way, but when we see on the screen, the big screen, I think we call it out right away. It was a great call by the umpire. I mean, and great tag by Trevi.
Juan, Aaron Boone said even though you guys didn't score the first 4 innings, that you guys were wearing Frommer down. Did you guys kind of feel as a lineup that
like what would he say, that the call was not, the umpire did a terrible job? Of course he's going to say the call is great. No, actually, there's some people that don't say that. Some people just call him out. Like, so I guess credit where credit's due, right? What is this? Oh, NFL. Oh, I see there's more LSU Arkansas rivalry stuff going on with umpires. That's weird. Anywho. Back to this game. It was great positioning by the umpire to get that, I thought. I mean, I liked it. I liked the mechanics that I saw. Yeah, I had no idea my bitrate was so low for the first 5 hours of this stream. I think volleyball officials wear white shoes. Most other sports seem to be black, but volleyball is definitely white. Maybe water polo too. Okay, so it was a configuration thing on my end. I had no idea that it was going out so badly. See, we're working out the bugs on opening day. I feel like I should eat something.
Get into the right frame of mind. Harris spent the last 2 years with the Astros after
my
pitching
food?
for the
I don't
Phillies
even
for
know.
8 years.
Yes.
He's working 2-2 to Garcia. Young away from set. Swing and a miss, tied him up with a fastball inside at 93.
See, this goes back to my earlier point about Costco pizza. I would definitely do it if they still had the combo pizza with the veggies, but they don't. And I'm just not into not having veggies on a pizza.
He is wearing the number 36, which is the number he wore at the University of Florida. He wore number 82 in spring training. The pitch, Langford takes. It is down and away for ball one. A first pitch splitter from Neris. And it is 1-0. The Cubs in the ninth are due to send up their 4, 5, and 6 hitters.
I feel like I want to switch to the A's game because of all the hype. about it. But on the other hand, this game appears to be tied, so maybe at the end of this inning.
You would assume he pitches the ninth, whether the game is tied or the Rangers take the lead. 2-0. Here comes Neris. Langford takes, and that one missed. Sinking fastball. It is 3-0, and we'll see if Langford gets something to hit here. The game brought to you by the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat. 3-0. And now time is called by Nick Madrigal, the third baseman. I don't know if the pitch clock was about to run out, and I guess that's the case. And that is going to be ball 4 to Langford.
Did we just get a ball 4 because of the pitch clock? That is hilarious. All right, I'm gonna be curious to see the A's, the Coliseum games. Like, I don't care about the on-field product. I would just want to see what the stands look like.
Nobody has left this ballpark. We're about 2.5 hours into this game, which started at 6:40. All these seats still occupied. A ball and a strike. Here's the pitch. Heim swings, pulls one on the ground to second base. Horner's got it on the rim. Short toss to first, and that'll close out the inning.
All right, I'm off to Oakland. Let's see, how do I do this? I love how you can see my phone. It's super cool. I don't get the 3D button yet for this game because it's too early, I guess. That's sad. Your umpires, we got Marvin Hudson's crew, Wendelstedt, Tumpane, and Marley at the Oakland Coliseum. No, I don't want video. I just want audio. I do not want video. Definitely not.
Lone All-Star a year ago, 30 home run man, and that was Brent Rooker. He's the DH. Hitting fifth is Seth Brown. He'll play left. Batting sixth, newly acquired J.D. Davis over from the Giants. Has a career home run against Bieber. He's at third base, batting sixth. Shea Langoliers now in his third season with the A's. He's behind the plate. Batting at eighth and playing right field is Lawrence Butler. And Nick Allen is the shortstop, batting ninth for the 33-year-old left-hander Alex Wood, who signed a free agent contract with the A's coming over.
So, yeah, I heard Philadelphia and New York I assume that Philadelphia and New York have bad weather today. I am just a baseball fan. Never really latched on a particular team per se. I like the Angels when they won the World Series in 2002, but yeah. Oh, come on, you. We got the fielding alignment. Is that on TV? I'm so out of the loop. That's TV, I assume? I don't want to screw up my TV stuff. Sorry. I pressed 3D. It didn't go to 3D. It's so sad. This is just sad. I pressed 3D, it didn't go to 3D. Maybe not all games get 3D. I don't know. Or maybe it will go to 3D. I do not know who the umpires are for tomorrow for the Phillies because it never happened. They used to tell us, like, as soon as the scheduled game was supposed to, like, be, like, earlier that day. They no longer do that.
Comes behind the mound and makes a sliding catch, and that's the way our ball game begins.
No, the ball game begins with the catcher walking into the dirt at home plate. They did say J.D. Davis, yes. Someone else said that. The batter just came out of the ground. You know what? They're just celebrating the release of Dune 2. The new MLB rules, which are now the bat's floating apparently. The new MLB rules are, and I assume that you're referring to primarily to the pitch clock that went down from 20 to 18, the new obstruction point of emphasis, the new expanded runner's lane. I think that, like, obstruction will become an issue at some point. Not this early in the season, but it's going to happen. The runner's lane, you're going to go from the offensive team being really upset to the defensive team being really upset. So that's I'm just waiting for things like that to happen because you know it's going to happen eventually. It's like, it makes no difference. At the end of the day, you just enforce the rules as they're presented to us, but... Ooh.
Tom Payne at second, Nick Marley's at third. A's and the Guardians met 6 times a year ago, and Cleveland won the season series.
Yeah, MLB's... I don't know if it was a memo. I don't know if they issued the teams a memo. I mean, I can't assume that... I can't think that they wouldn't do something like that. But... like, everyone should know that there's a new point of emphasis on it. Look at all the fans. I'm surprised at all of this attendance. Look at that, eh? This is a very well-attended game. They even are using the top level. Oh my goodness. I assume they sent one. I don't see why they won. Let's Twitterize this. Like, I want to go to Oakland now and... Oakland Athletics. I just want to see. Okay, I shouldn't have searched for simply athletics, but all right, let's so that's apparently what it looks like right now. So, go figure. The top level appears to have an athletics tarp on it. They keep saying, like, next year that they're gonna go, but I don't know. It seems very like a prolonged thing. Oh, here we go. We got this going on, right? I mean, this is technically before the game, but... Anthem mode. Maybe I need to type Oakland. Yeah, there's this thing that's going on right there. Red block. That. We got a view of the broadcast. That's cool. Got more of that. Cool. I wish I could, like, maybe if I do, like, listen into TV for just a little bit, I won't get in trouble. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can switch this up. Hold on.
He would have had his 5th consecutive start, but now Bieber.
Okay, that's pretty much all I can do, right? I don't want to get completely blacklisted for doing that.
Better.
Like, it's not the most empty stadium that you see in the world, but it sure looks like, you know, it could be more people.
Well, the best on-base percentage, he had that for the Oakland A's, 4th best in Major League Baseball. And there's a look at Carl Willis, the pitching coach.
Not for anyone on this stream, there isn't. Oh, thank you. Who else does ejection reactions, really? I don't know. A lot of people do, but the people that do, I feel like they do other stuff too. Yeah, there's like a lot of functionality that they've added to their site, to the apps. It's pretty cool. We've got a nice picture here. The umpires are out there doing their little conference in this photo, so it's about 5 minutes before first pitch. Don't forget ump auditor if they count, but I don't think Dylan does really analysis. He just sort of like says, "Look how bad the umpires are." Yeah, people who know the rules doesn't really happen.
And goes down swinging. So back-to-back punch-outs for Shane Bieber to begin against this Oakland A's lineup.
Well, this...
We're behind. Oh well. The 3D is behind. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through like a bunch of to see how many fan shots of Oakland I can find, right? A lot of them, they're the same. Like, we got some sell stuff, some parking lot boycott stuff. That's cool. I think that's about it. Okay. Every time I go on Twitter and I just keep scrolling down on these trends and stuff, I keep seeing like red names and I'm like, aha, block.
Sid. Good job with this crew. Hunter Wendelstadt's been around for a long time. John Payne and Nick Marley round out the crew, and that's in there for 3-1.
Okay, yeah, we are definitely behind on the 3D view, but whatever, I don't care anymore. It's funny to me that TV is so far ahead of the game day 3D view. There's people at the game, of course, right?
Hudson in his 25th season as an umpire, third as a crew chief, and he's got a pitcher's umpire strike zone. A little wide, a little girthy. I'll take it.
Little wide, little girthy, I'll take it. Okay. All right, let's switch to... Let's see what's going on in Seattle for a little bit. Let's see. Let's see if I got my 3D on that one. Yes, I do.
Casas, the first baseman. So Jorge Polanco with a base hit, a single in his first at bat in the Mariners uniform. Welcome to Seattle, Mr. Polanco. Julio to third, and the Mariners have 2 on with 1 away from Mitch Garver.
Oh, something going on in Rangers and what's going on over there? Chicago took the lead, I see.
Three and the Rangers 2.
Let's see. Oh, I heard crazy play that...
It was called a passed ball.
Oh.
So here is Travis.
Now I want video. Okay, so we're going back to where was this? Houston? Texas something? Where the hell is it? There it is. I'm so blind. So, it's the scoring play. Pass ball by Heim. Horner walks, and then during this next at-bat, there's a pass ball that should have been a foul ball. That's what they're saying? So we just need to wait for the video to post. They haven't posted any videos from this game yet. All right, bottom of the ninth. Let's see this game end.
2-1 the count. And here's the pitch. And that is low, 3-1.
Or
we get a strike call. Late strike call there by Chad Fairchild, who already is not the most popular man in the building. Mastroboni stays in the ballgame at third base after pinch hitting for Madrigal. 2-2. That's inside and low, and the count is full to Jankowski.
Yeah, this thing's still behind. Yeah, it's just, I mean, I understand it. 3D probably takes a lot of things to model it and get it out and process and all that, so I can understand why it's behind.
Deep right field. Suzuki back. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Travis Jankowski with a pinch hit home run has tied this game.
Well, I don't know how many clips I have today. I'll have to go back and look. Like, that's the thing, is like theoretically I can keep compiling clips or whatever of these different things that happen. And Yeah, I do not know how many clips I have from today. I don't remember many things. Like, specifically speaking. All right, so he hit a home run. Cool. Yeah, he just crossed home plate.
Travis Jankowski, his 11th career home run. He's never had more than 4 in a season.
That's pretty
Pitch
good.
to Carter, the lefty is low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I don't want to leave this game now that it's like bottom of the 9th tie. None out. This is a pretty good game for an opening day. Like the Angels did what the Angels did today, but then there's this type of a game. So wow. Let's go to pitcher cam for a little bit. Oh, you can see the umpire do a little strike mechanic. That is amazing. No, I don't want to see you. I want to see the umpire doing the mechanics.
Cubs are going to call a meeting.
David Bell, yeah. David Bell, Aaron Boone. Who else? Who else are like our usual suspects, right? We have a meeting on the mound. What is he levitating? Woohoo! Oh, here comes plate umpire to break it up. I love how that looked. It's like it looks like the umpire comes in and everyone's running away from him. Is that the pitching coach or the pitcher? I can't tell who that... Wait, is this a pitching change or just a mound visit? That was bizarre.
Would follow. We're tied at 3 in the bottom of the 9th. Alzolay set. Here's the pitch. The runner goes. The pitch is bunted and fouled off to the right. Carter had a great jump. He had second base stolen.
I mean, this is great. The umpires are wearing catcher gear. They're wearing white shoes. The hat is backwards. Like, where is it? That hat is backwards. It's amazing.
He fouls it back with a full swing there with 2 strikes. Many in the crowd have remained on their feet after the Jankowski home run brought them out of their seats.
Yeah, I would too. The invisible bat saga of the invisible bat continues. Foul. Oh, that's right. I'm behind. I forgot. I'm listening to the radio. So the next one's going to be a fly out. Yeah, come on out of the ground. Oh, this is incredible. We got the, oh, look at that. It's like an on-deck batter. What? I'm very confused. The thing doesn't seem to know if I want to be focused on the person who is actually batting or the person who is on deck. We have a double play coming up. Sounds like we have a double play coming up. Oh, that is so weird that they would put him on deck. He's on deck again. Like, we have a double play at first base. Meanwhile, I don't know what we're looking at. It's my cue to go to a different game. That's what we're looking at. All right, Boston and Seattle. We have a name tag in the middle of the screen. That can't be good.
Está en el hoyo, Rafaela. ¿Podrá salir? Vamos a ver.
Okay.
Listo, la piedra.
I think I chose the
Viene
wrong
su
one.
envío afuera completamente.
I chose the wrong
La
one.
piedra, bueno, tiene una bola rápida que oscila a las 98 millas por hora.
Really?
Gran lanzador, sin lugar a dudas.
Is it just...
1 y 2 el
I
conteo.
guess they're pitching faster.
Para Rafaela viene el lanzamiento afuera completamente.
2-2. Even if the Red Sox don't get runs against Castillo early, 35 pitches. Remember, this is his first start. He's not stretched out in the way that he will be in May, June, and July. 2-2 to Cedon. The pitch is strike 3 called. Fastball at the top of the zone. And the inning is over. Borderline pitch, but Castillo gets the call.
Okay, I want to see... No, I want to see batter cam because I want to see a mechanic from an umpire. Oh my gosh, look at that mechanic. That is like a typical Larry Vanover style mechanic. That's crazy. All right, so we are now going to Cleveland and Oakland. Nope, it's the middle of an inning break. Texas and Chicago. We have that ghost runner at second. I mean, ghost runner, real runner at second.
In center field, coming in to play at first base now is Jared Walsh. So you've got Walsh at first, Jankowski in center, Robertson on the mound working out of the stretch, and the 1-2 offering is in the dirt and blocked by Heim, and so
You mean blocked like it wasn't a foul ball? All right, I'm going back to batter cam so I can see something from the umpire here. They look so lackadaisical when these 3D models do strikeouts.
Between the Mets and the Marlins, he had a total of 62 relief appearances last season, pitched to an ERA just slightly over 3 as he throws this fastball just a little bit off the outside edge, and the count at 3-0. And fans are really getting on plate umpire Chad Fairchild here, perhaps more so for what occurred in the 9th inning when the Cubs got a go-ahead.
Oh, I want to see this clip. So this is an ESPN game, so that's why I'm not seeing any clips uploaded. I understand this one. Okay. So the 3-0, it doesn't look like the umpire erred on any of those 3, but yeah, building from earlier, I guess. Strike. Oh, that one is inside. I can't even zoom in on that. It will not let me. Meanwhile, the batter came out of the dirt, and I didn't even have a good view of it. It's too busy being in the middle of nowhere. This is pretty cool though. Like, just the technology, the way it's gotten. All right, first and second.
Now the 0-2 pitch. Chopped off the plate toward short, charged by Seager. He's got it on the run. The throw to first, his only play. And they get Suzuki for the second out. Both runners advance. Mastrobuoni up to third and Happ to second.
Huh? Oh, I think that this thing is to reset the pitch clock. Or their attempt to animate that. All right, runner. So intentional walk to load the bases. Bases loaded, 2 outs situation. Nice.
He's 2 for 4. He has tripled, singled, and scored a run last time out. He was called out on strikes facing Leclerc in the 9th inning. Bases loaded, 2 men out. Score tied at 3 in the 10th. Robertson's pitch, a swing and a drive down the left field line. Fair or foul? It is a foul ball as it lands in the second deck about 4 or 5 rows up.
Wow. What's going on over there? So that was that foul ball. Okay. Nice. Just sort of waiting to see what happens with the rest of this inning, or at least half inning, and then I'll check in on the others, and then we might call it a day. Because I don't remember how long ago I started this stream. Foul ball. Is that the third base coach that caught that? Ah.
For Chad Fairchild. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up. High in the air, right side of the infield. Walsh back onto the outfield turf. Is under it. He's got it, and that'll do it here in the top of the 10th. Robertson et al. Survived the frame, no run.
I like how it showed the pitcher walking off the mound thinking that he had that strike call, which he should have, but he didn't, so. Well, it's a full work day, and I didn't get paid for it. All right, so that's a pop fly that's going to be caught for the third out of the inning. Let's check in on some other stuff real quick. See what Cleveland and Oakland are up to. All right, 1-0, top of third. See, even this app is conking out on me. Rockies and D-backs, which I haven't checked in at all. And Mariners, Sox. Yeah, that one's close, I guess. Cool. All right. Let's do another check of the tweets. And my favorite, seeing how many people are at the Oco Coliseum or the Oakland Coliseum or whatever they call it these days. Like, this is not the worst turnout that I've ever seen. So, I don't know. Oh my gosh, thank you. Let's celebrate this on the live stream. How do I do that? Oh, I click something and now I don't see any of the chats. Wonderful. I tried to click the little heart and now I don't see anything. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I just closed a dockable window. If you'd like to show it again, use the docs menu on the menu bar. How do I do that? How do I open that chat? How do I open chats? Oh dear, what did I just do? Docs, chat. Oh, I just killed my chat. Oh my gosh. All I can see is white. Oh, there we go. I had to, no, every time I click the little heart to try to say heart, you know, to react that way. Oh my gosh, I've been doing this so long, it's making me sign in to YouTube again. It doesn't believe me. It doesn't know who I am anymore. This is absolutely absurd. Let me try yet again to load the chat. Okay, let me try saying, like, hearting this again. There we go. That's all I wanted to do. Thank you. And then it says, let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. And I don't know how to do that. It says, I click on that where it says celebrate user in live stream. I click on it. It says channel activity, go to channel, report, no, remove, definitely not. User in timeout, why would I do that? Hide user on channel. Oh, I can add you as a moderator. Yeah. You're now a moderator. Congratulations. For that one troll that we had like 5 hours ago. Okay, so that's cool. That is super cool. Do I know who I am anymore? Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think the better question is that I did not I didn't either for the no. Do I know who I don't think that has anything to do with the fact that I've been streaming for 8 hours at this point. That I don't think I knew who I was before now either. I graduated. My hair makes my head too big for these things to fit, so it doesn't fit anymore. Oh my gosh, we've gotten to the silly point of Twitter, or Facebook, YouTube. What is? No. The Ghost Runner in second inning. You're gonna love this. Rob Manfred loves that stupid Ghost Runner. That he put it in the rule book, and I'm going to find it for you. Like, he actually changed the rules and put it in the rule book. Hold on. Where is it? I thought it was in the rule book. Yes. Here we go. T-Mac is still around, still has teachables ready to go for us when we get into season. He's doing a lot of the replays, the replay stats and stuff that you see on our site under the stat. I mean, you don't see it now because it's just not like we haven't had, today's really the first day of the season, so we haven't inputted anything yet. But this replay review statistics page on the site, these stats, he puts all of those in. And so we're going to refresh all of this for 2024, and it'll be fun. Anywho, where was I? Oh yeah, rule book, right. Extra innings. You'll notice that a runner is placed on second base now. So, just so you know, it's in the rule book now. It didn't used to be, and they made sure that it was now. Will we do another Q&A? We actually have another Q&A. We have, I think, 2 more of them in the pipeline. Like, we recorded them, and I just got super not paying attention to how things are supposed to go during the fall and the winter. So I got super burnt out, and I just didn't do them. I didn't like make the videos, upload the videos, that sort of thing. So I will have to do that. I'll have to upload them, and yeah, I think it's a pretty cool feature to have. And obviously, these live streams, it's like it gives you a chance to ask questions if you have them too, and I'm always game for that. But yeah, what's the purpose of the live stream? Well, one is to be here in case anything happens in any of the games on opening day that someone wants to talk about. Like we went over a few plays. We went over a weird looking strike zone. That was like the strike zone box is back, right? And where is my glorious screen grab of this? The strike zone box is back. This batter is like, he is in his cadence, his step. He's about to step to hit the pitch, and the top of this strike zone is about at the belt-ish, kind of. So yeah. That's interesting. So yeah, we've been talking about things like that. We did that today. just rule stuff, umpiring stuff, mechanics. People have been asking questions, and I've been answering them because they've been fun. Thanks for coming in. Nice to see the evening crowd here too. Because apparently I've been doing this for 8 hours and 15 minutes. So yeah, the bottom of the strike zone's at the shin too. That's right. Yeah, it's a nice little picture there. And we've discovered this 3D game day thing that MLB has on the app. So you can see my phone is being live streamed on that side of the screen. What will be that's the prop bet for today. What will be the final paid attendance for the A's opener? I have to think it's going to break 10,000. It's opening day, right? I don't know. What did the A's have for their attendance last home opener? Like 2023. Home opener box score. Let's look it up. The Angels and the A's. And surprise, surprise, the Angels lost. But here's something. Look at this. So this was the home opener last year. The attendance was 26,000. 26,805 for last year. So, yeah, it happens. So we'll see. I think that's why I say I think this year we'll still get in excess of 10,000, but who knows? Maybe it won't. Let's see. Where will Angel ever go on CCS and participate in an interview? Serious question. I don't know. T-Mac, that's T-Mac's territory, domain. He's he's talking about he wants us to do interviews. Maybe not the super long form, just because of life gets in the way. But yeah, I'd be game. I don't see why not. What's my most cancelable umpire take? Oh, get canceled, huh? I don't know if it's cancelable or not, and I've said it on stream before when certain things have happened, but umpires go on power trips too much. There's some things that umpires do that are kind of they don't look good for, we talked about the whole, someone asked about, and I did it earlier, I did a little streaming of the, that, I guess it was the Frontier League when the umpire went to the dugout and threw out the player and they got into a little brouhaha and all that, and the umpire left the game. I'm like, we bring a lot of that hurt on ourselves when we do things like that. And, there's always variables to it. But there was a 2011, 12, something like that, at 13, ejection Joe West did of Jim Leland in Anaheim, where Joe West went to it was Tigers at the time, dugout. And it's anytime an umpire goes to a team's dugout, it's stands on that dirt in front of the dugout. I don't know. It's how can you blame anyone but the umpire for the fact that situation existed? I mean, you obviously, if someone incited something once, the umpire did that, that's fine. But umpires get too much into sort of looking for trouble sometimes. That's my most cancelable take, maybe. I don't know. Another cancelable take, because I'm in the mood for more, is I've definitely seen that umpires can be a very sexist bunch. And that's just officiating in general. I mean, that's the world in general, really. But in officiating, my assignments, as a woman, my assignments were not at all what they should have been. And I am a person that, of all things, I have the most sort of, we talk about in science, they talk about controlled experiments and controlling your variables and stuff like that, and only changing one thing at a time to see what the effect is. And of all people, I have that. So just seeing the assignments differences based on it's like, oh, a woman can't do a guy's game. And a lot of umpires uphold that stuff. So another cancelable take is there is a significant discrimination problem with officiating. Also a cancelable take for me, since I am so on a roll, the assigner that expects you to say yes to every game. You're allowed to say no. People have a life. The assigner or anyone else in the association or units or groups or whatever you want to call them, they get mad at you if you have the audacity to ask how much money you're getting paid for a game. As they think, oh yeah, the assignment itself it's not about the money. But bowl hockey, of course it's about at least partly about the money. So yes, you should be allowed to ask those things. I think that's it for now. All right, so the question is, will Angel agree to come on CCS? Yeah, that is a good question. Harmery and Eddings are becoming the new class of bad umps. Y'all remember Eddings in the 2005 League Championship Series with the Angels and the White Sox? And I was an Angels fan at the time. Eddings was already sort of persona non grata in Anaheim at that time due to that drop third strike versus did he drop the third strike Doff Paul AJ Pierzynski kerfluffle. So it's been a while. When will we have female umps in MLB? I think The Office is really pushing for Jen Powell to get there. But even if you're pushing for someone to get there, you still have to climb the ladder, the same as everyone else. So Jen got her first spring this year, but after you get spring, you still have to get she's a crew chief in AAA. You still have to get into like a call-up status, get a sleeve number. Hasn't gotten that yet. That's like the next step up. And then you still have to have a certain number of games of experience after doing that, a certain number of seasons under your belt being a call-up to get to the MLB. This most recent go-around, Wills and Vondrak, were your new hires, like the AAA guys that got hired to the staff. And one of them had like around upper 200s, 300 games of experience. The other one had like more than 400 games of experience. And you think it's a 162 game season. The full-timers usually work as scheduled. It's around 120, 125 games. So you're basically being a call-up for at least 3, 4, 5, 6 or more seasons before you get the full-time nod. That, of course, depends on your retirements, but there's so many people that are in line for that. So just keep that in mind as well. The assigner can go ump the game themselves. Yeah. There's a shortage of officials. They should treat the officials that they have better. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Ref Union. Chris Balsinski from San Diego runs that, and he's in that. The purpose of that organization is primarily basketball, but it's really they're trying to branch out into different sports. They've done flag football. The purpose of that is to negotiate for higher wages and better working conditions for officials. And it's tough because we're not employees, we're independent contractors. But yeah, so that they definitely are a sort of a labor force for the officials in our, at least in our region. Next is Eddings at his spot at getting into it at the plate. Estrada, yeah. I don't know why it reminds me of Bill Hahn in Florida. Remember the old Dolphin Stadium they used to play at, the Teal? But it wasn't the Marlins, it was the Braves that were visiting, right? And Bill Hahn would like go over to the dugout and it's like, hey Bobby, here's the lineup. Who do you want me to throw out of the game? And Bobby was like, you gotta throw me out, and he threw him out. Then they also got into it in Boston. Bill Hahn. Wow. Brian McCann. That was a whole to-do. Good times. Nice to hear my opinion. Thank you so much. Yes, it's nice to be able to just be here and talk to everyone and have a conversation where it's not this formal. I'm trying to fit the video into a 2.5 minute. I don't want to trigger the copyright gods over, like, if I show too much of a game at once or something. So it's really nice to be in this format. The Brian McCann ejection from Doug was like, this is what RetroSheet is for. And if you don't know about RetroSheet and you don't use RetroSheet, I highly recommend that you do. Let's see. Let's go to Doug, not Eddings. I'm going to, I meant Han. Come on. Well, if the internet would work. Okay, so it seems to be not loading, which is kind of annoying. Is that my internet, or is that just that website? Oh, there we go. Bill Hahn. It might be that website. They might be getting overloaded because it's opening day. Let's see. McCann. Brian McCann, 2009. July, I can't get this thing to go low enough. July 29th, 2009. He threw out both Bobby Cox and Brian McCann. That should be in, when they were in Florida playing at Land Shark Stadium. Wow. How time flies, right? And that was a crew chief. That's a crew. Look at this crew. Paul Emmel, crew chief. Currently a crew chief. Gary Darling, crew chief at the time. Jerry Mills, he's retired, but he was a crew chief. So, yeah, look at that. That is a big-time crew for that game. Pretty cool. Let's see. What do we got? Just as long as Angel Hernandez ain't the umpire. Like, Angel is good at doing a lot of certain umpiring. Like, he, we did the whole analysis of when he sued the league for discrimination, and the result of that was basically finding that he is good, and like, his stuff is good enough. He performs well enough. He has had some, all of this stuff that he should have been promoted to crew chief at that time. That said, once you become a crew chief, there's always a tendency to go back down a bit. And he has done that, just like any other crew chief does. Except he's not a crew chief. So, but then every so often he does things like, oh, I don't know, call a lodged ball from behind home plate. Just saying. He's not, he was on Chad Fairchild's crew last year when he did that. And guess what's happening this year, right? He's not working with Chad Fairchild's crew this year. I mean, it's technically Culpa's crew, but Culpa's not there, so Fairchild's chiefing today. So it's like, it's a case of an umpire who knows how to do the job, but does some things that draw attention that, combined with the whole reputation thing, make it look even worse than it is sometimes. I think the NBA has the worst referees since they are protected the most. I don't know. Traveling is hard. I can't call, I'm a basketball referee. I think block charge is easy. I think traveling is the hardest call in basketball. And the NBA, yeah, you put their traveling on top of it, that's a toughie. It's a tough sport to officiate, basketball. There's always something happening. Are your drawbar settings secret? No. It's just, so here's what I have. My organ that I use is a Roland Atelier, AT90R. That's a 1999 Roland Atelier. I think the fact that I'm sharing this screen is messing things up for my phone. I don't know. I'm trying to find a picture of it. It's not really showing everything that I want it to show. But it's a Roland Atelier, and generally speaking, it's all about the secret. It's not a secret, but the trick is it's all about like layering things, right? So it's not just one, because I use the theater organ pipes on it. I don't use necessarily like the drawbar stuff. Like the drawbar stuff I use for my baseball sounds, obviously. And Roland's drawbar settings for that are actually published online in their user manual, and I'm going so like far out there to talk about this. And yeah, in any case, I will look it up and I'll put it in the chat. Yeah. So, baseball sound, right? So yeah, that's that baseball sound. I will I'll look it up because it's basically picture this just I'll look up the settings and I'll post them. But it's basically I'm taking all of the tonics and layering all of those and I am not even touching the I'm taking the 16. I'm taking 8 16 8 4 2 1. And anything that has a fraction is not getting touched. That's basically what I do. Okay, so is it wrong to say that my occasional guilty pleasure SWAT games that specifically Angel umps? You see? This is why they need him. You remember, what was it? Was it A Few Good Men when Jack Nicholson did that whole you need me on that wall scene in court? That's basically Angel's situation, I think. Like, that's how the viewership goes up when controversy happens, right? That's just true of most situations. MLB realizes this. You go to the MLB YouTube channel, look at the top videos of all time. A lot of them are fights, pitchers throwing at someone's heads, and ejections. So take that for what you will. They like when they get views and clicks. We all do. Let's see. We need to have you on live during the next NFL season. Those are tough rules, NFL. I know. I mean, I get them. I can definitely put them all together, but I am not as well versed in football as I am in the other sports. Like, the big secret on that is my sports are baseball. Primarily, I like baseball and hockey to like watch, basketball to work. I don't like football at all. I just it's weird for me to say because I love hockey so much, but football's too violent for me. In Seattle, throw from F5 to F2, hit the runner in the head. Ooh, ow. I should have been there so we could have seen how the 3D. Wait, we were here. We were for that game. Seeing how the 3D would react to it. How did the 3D react to it? Well, there's a pitcher coming in through the dirt. Nice to see that still exists. How long has Jen Rowe been crew chief in? Oh, Powell. Autocorrect. I didn't get rosters last year for AAA, so I don't know. I do know that she's there this year. In terms of not there being AAA, but there being crew chief. I didn't see the rosters last year. Okay, time to Roland Atelier drawbar footages. This was in the owner's manual. This is so esoteric. Oh my gosh. I just need to look up my owner's manual. Hold on. I'll do it. $18.90 owner's manual. Not to flinch. Yeah, I think that the not flinching thing is still there. Like, at least when you're coming up. I think that that's pretty much still there. That's how I was taught too, by the way. And I didn't flinch, and I got hit in the head by a ball and knocked out and concussed and all that. And I stopped umpiring because I didn't want to deal with the risk of that happening again. Like, it's stupid. Why would I put myself in harm's way when I'm not, I'm not going to MLB. I'm not going to get paid, like, career pay for this. I went to a sport that I feel does not give me the greater, that great chance of injury. Catastrophic head injury, at least. All right, I am working my way through the owner's manual. Don't you worry about that. There's a page, I know exactly what the page looks like, that tells you every footage, and I will tell you exactly which ones, what are the registrations that we use for the two baseball sounds, like this legit the Dodger organ sounds. Where's my baseball umpire experience from? My training, my level of work. No, I never got beyond high school. And I started baseball I did like Little League here and there when I was in Little League. I'm like, hey, I want to try this, and so I did. But really, like, when I was in school, like into high school, that's when I first like really got into officiating, like, and especially baseball officiating. I went to college. I did the intramural thing, so I did softball, baseball, a lot of games, like a lot. But it was fun. It was fun. And yeah, after that, I did high school for a little while. I mean, it's mostly just like I could never get beyond the whole being behind the plate and that threat of head injury thing. I just, like, it happened to me. I was hospitalized because of it, and that was it. I couldn't fight back from that. And I just transitioned to basketball. And I've been in basketball since 2007. Where is this page in the owner's manual that I know exactly what it looks like? And I don't see it. And it's very frustrating. It's like you ask, like, literally ask me to do something, I will do it, and then I will get extremely frustrated when I know how to do it, and it's just not there. Maybe I need a different... No, this is not the ATR. This is just the 90, plain old 90 without anything else in it. That sucks. I was on the wrong owner's manual. AT90R. All right, here we go. AT90R, model number, matches. They say high school catchers are better than young ones at catching the ball, so safer, but the ball is so much faster. Both true. Yeah. The older you get, the better people are at catching the ball. That is why, as a Little League batter, I batted above 500, because I was able to beat out so many plays because their ability to throw did not match my ability to run. I no longer have that speed. When you gave the umpire crews for this season, has anything changed? Like, did Barry and Livensparger get a spot on one of the crews? I mean, Barry was working today on one of the crews, but I don't think it's because he got a spot on the crew. I think it's because he was filling in for someone. Everyone has to take, like, a vacation at some point, and that includes opening day. So opening day, you're going to have a crew. The crew is on vacation because there's always a slot for a crew to be on vacation. And you're also going to have, I think it's 2, and you're also going to have an individual umpires taking vacation too. And that's where you need the standby officials and potentially moving people from other crews around for seniority and experience reasons. Because like Ron Culpo was not on his crew today. He was probably on vacation. I don't know. Maybe I don't think he's IL. Jerry Lane is IL. Jerry Lane was not there today. and someone else was there chiefing his crew. So that's where the standby officials come in handy, to be able to like backfill. Let's see. If you had an interview with media about managing this channel, I've been interviewed about Close Call before. Sports Illustrated did a feature on it. But you know, that's Sports Illustrated, so RIP. Page 27. Holy crap, you found it before I did. That is exactly right, page 27. Nicely done. So yeah, the ones that I use are full organ 2 888000008 and full organ 3 808808 Those are the baseball organ sounds right there. And, oh yeah, jazz organ, right? There's a jazz organ one too. Jazz organ 2, 88880000 with third harmonic percussion. There, I took the long route, the scenic route, but I finally got to the answer. So yeah, those are it's not the exact same as a B3 because Roland did whatever Roland did to create those tones, but yeah, that'll get you into the right ballpark. Get it? So. All right, Oakland, I really want to see. Like, I think that the big story now is to try to figure out how many people are in the Oakland Stadium. Oh, we have an umpire running off the field. There's no bathrooms out there. Did I really go 8 hours without bathroom? That's fantastic. Who are the new call-ups? Let's check it out. So we haven't been graced with the official list, which is why on the website, like, I have the crews out here on our umpire rosters page. And then I have the AAA guys from last year. So the crew list is 2024. The crew list, let me bring that down a bit, is 2024. But the call-ups are 2023 because we don't have the official full list yet. When we do, I'll let y'all know. But if you go to the post that I did about the crew list for this year with the rosters, you'll notice that under the crews, no, it's not this one. Okay, where's my spring training roster post? Oh, here we go. Under the Vondrack and Wills hiring, Guccione is promoted to staff. Powell on list of 24 spring invitees. Okay, this is the post. This is the one where you see the people who are returning from last year, which are Arrieta, Bacon, Ballou, Clemens, Hanahan, Jimenez, the other Jimenez, McKay, Merzel, Metz, Ramos, Riggs, Thomas, Tomlinson, and Walsh. And then, so you see that there are some names like Navas and Williams that are no longer on that list. And, you know, the releases, and you'll see some new invitees to replace them and such, which are Brown, Jasinski, Gene, Jones, the other Jones, Kelly, Marco, Para, and Powell. And those new invitees, I noticed, like, we don't get the rosters from AAA anymore ever since the PCL and the International League became sort of whatever their consolidation is called, East and West or whatever. But I think that the invitees were all chosen not from all AAA umpires, just from the AAA crew chiefs. They appear to all be crew chiefs. There are so MLB goes up to Crew S, AAA goes up to Crew O. So there's less overall officials in AAA because those are all assigned as crews of 3. And then the 4th umpire comes into those crews because those are effectively the rovers that are call-up umpires who might be in MLB at any given day. And if they're not, then that's when they're in AAA. Which MLB umpires am I closest personally friends with? I mean, I'll pass on that one. I talked to a few of them. There's some people who seem to like me. There's some people who seem not exactly a fan of the site. So, yeah. I don't want to get anyone... I don't want to, like, implicate anything. So, let's see. Lane's last season. It's looking like it. The thing here is this might be a season for Jerry Lane that he's doing the Gary Darling thing to do, which is effectively spending the entire season on the injured list, and then at the end of the season retiring. Some umpires do that, and it looks like Lane might do that. I don't know if he's going to try to come back onto the field this year or not, but I believe he's starting the season on the injured list. Let's see. Which crew has the O's second series? I don't get the schedules. I know they do the schedules. They send them out to all the stadium ops people for all the teams. I don't get those. What happened to Charlie Ramos? He's still there. His sleeve number is 111. Still there. I think I think I saw he did do spring, and I believe he's a chief in AAA. But yeah, hold on just a second. Excuse me, I forgot how to press the mute button, like the cough or sneeze button. I don't even know if I have one. I should probably invest in one. This is amateur production right here. Let's see. Wow. So for the first 5 hours of this stream, I was streaming in like a really poor bit rate. The quality was bad, and yeah, it's bad. This is a little better now, so I'm hoping that this will. I'm still figuring out. This is my first live stream. Time to check out the Discord. The Close Call Discord. If you're not on the Close Call Discord and you'd like to be on the Close Call Discord, we have links to it on our site that tell you how to get there. We have links on pretty much any other recent YouTube video. There will be a Discord link, and it's in the chat from earlier too. But is there a repository of every single umpire pronouncing their own name? Great question. The answer is no. But there is a directory of not every, but some umpires pronouncing their name. So without further ado, let's go over that now, if I can find it, which I may or may not be able to do. There used to be a pronouncers thing for me. I don't know where I put it. Hold on. There is a pronouncer folder, which is in a Google Drive somewhere. It's public, but accessing it itself is not public. So it's kind of tricky. I need to see where it is. All right. Going. There we go. All right, folks. This is All right. Let me get you to the Google Drive. It's obscure URL. Not all umpires do it. Let me see if I couldn't load. What do you mean couldn't load? Okay, so here we go. This is the laggiest anything that I have done for the most recent. Well, no, it's not laggier than the 3D thing was from earlier today. But here is a way that an umpire will pronounce a name. Hold on. Let's move that up there. Here we go.
DJ Rayburn.
See? They can pronounce names. Some of them are names that are, more in demand to be pronounced than others, such as
Mike Molinsky.
And some of them not so much. So there is a directory of umpires pronouncing their names, but only some of them.
Todd Tishner.
Stu Sherwood. Ryan Wills.
Like, come on. Do we really need to know the pronouncer for this?
Ryan Wills.
I mean, I get it. He's, new MLB umpire. It's exciting. You want to get in there. I get it.
John Tumpane.
Edwin Moscoso.
Like this is like the audio is lovely here, isn't it?
Alex Tosi. Mike Estabrook. Nick Marley.
Last year's version of this, they repeated their name. They did it slower the second time. This year's version's kind of weird.
Chris Conroy.
John Lipka.
Like everyone wants Angel to do his name, right? He did not do a video.
Chris, you got it? Chris Caccioni.
Right? There's the whole Angel Hernandez versus Angel Hernandez thing. Every media guide that MLB puts out says Angel Hernandez.
Hammery. Adam Hammery.
Malachi Moore. And Isonia. Roberto Ortiz.
Like, I mean, I should do a critique video on the pronouncing, right? I give this a 10 out of 10.
Roberto Ortiz.
One more time.
Clint Vondrak.
I love how they did this video with Ortiz, like, clearly doing his own thing, and they kept it in.
Vondrak. Roberto Ortiz.
One more time.
Clint Vondrak.
And they just go with it. Yeah, I'm still going. We've moved into umpire name pronunciations because that's the most exciting part of baseball season.
Jeremy Rayhack. Rayhack.
Not Rehack, Rayhack.
Ryan Additon. Seha. Nestor Seha.
You see, this is the format that they did last year. They had all of them repeat their name. They would have the second one, if there was a complicated name, be slowed down.
Good. Eric Backus.
So, if I...
Seha. Nestor Seha.
So if I'm rating these things, which I am doing now, this one gets the highest rating so far because he did both. It's laggy on my end too.
Go ahead.
Ramon de Jesus.
I hope the audio isn't laggy, but the video sure is. All right. What pants are you wearing, Hunter?
Hunter Wendelstead. Nick Lentz.
And that's all of them. Not everyone agreed to do it, and the ones who did it are in this folder for umpire pronunciations for 2024-25. And, well, there's the owner. I don't know who this is. Maybe I should. But, anywho. You asked, I answered. I'm glad to hear that, yeah, anytime we hear that umpires are good, are good people when they're not, doing, obviously, the job. They're just good people to, like, giving back or whatever. I like hearing that. All right. Did we ever decide on the over-under of the A's attendance? Someone in the Discord is there. Really? Oh, we have it. We have a spied, do we? We have some espionage in Discord, in our Discord server going on. All right. I said it's going to be over 10,000. That's just my opinion. Last year's was 28,000. I think it's going to be over 10,000. So yeah, Discord, what's going on here? Sell the team. That's nice. Oh, everyone who's on Discord's over here too. Like the people who are in the live stream are in the Discord. I love that. If you're not on both, make sure you're on both. Yeah, 9 hours. That's pretty cool. Baseball umpiring channel, anything new? The Little League trainings. Oh, we're looking at that. See, we talk about some nice things. That's great. Everyone helps each other out. There's a fantasy sports league for baseball. So people have been, and for basketball, March Madness has been talked about. So everyone's like, talking about this stuff. And the bot channel because of the bot channel. Who are my new prediction call-ups? Who are my new prediction who are my people on AAA who I'm predicting to be called up next? Or who are my people from the spring training invitee list who I think are going to be call-ups? I think that I hear Jonathan Parr's name a lot. And just from hearing the name a lot, it's not fair. It's not a fair system to say. Just from hearing the name a lot, I put him as but when you hear names more often, those tend to be the people MLB wants to go with, unless you hear them for a bad reason, in which case they're not. And Jen Powell seems to be the push. So everyone is deserving. Everyone on that list is deserving, and there's just not enough space for everyone. And that's really the core issue when it comes to choosing promotions and stuff like that. Is try to figure out how to, like, I think we've seen in the past, it's not just the statistics that make the difference. There's intangibles that walk the slippery slope, walk that blurred line between a legal method of evaluation and discrimination. And that's what the Angel Hernandez lawsuit against MLB taught us from 7 years ago, that there is a fine line, and that's usually where the tiebreaker is. Who are the new hires? The new hires are Clint Vondrack and Ryan Wills for this year. So Clint Vondrack and Ryan Wills replaced the retiring Jeff Nelson and Ed Hickox. The crew chief that replaced Jeff Nelson, because Nelson was a crew chief, is Chris Guccione, got promoted. And then, yeah, spring training invitees and all of that stuff. And all of that stuff is, that was our post. We did that on back in February 12th is when we did those releases or announcements or whatever. They said, quote, it's going to be very close to 10K for the A's attendance. All right. I still think that I'm good on the over. I just like, I can't imagine an opening day that is under 10,000, even for Oakland. Because it's paid attendance, right? It's not actual attendance that we're talking about. Plus, look at all the people here. Like, look at all of the people that are in the stands here. That has to be at least 10. Wait, this is the Seattle game. Oh, my joke didn't even work because I was doing the wrong game. Oh, wow. Tisk tisk. So the Rangers won 4-3 in the 10th. Chad Fairchild gets off the hook for that pass ball thing from earlier. Works for me. Guardians took a 6-0 lead over the Athletics. Okay, this is what I was talking about with the A's attendance. I'm just making fun of the stupid 3D thing at this point. And by stupid 3D thing, I mean I love this 3D thing that they have, that they've added, where we can just, oh my gosh, this is like, I feel like this is better than it was before, right? Does anyone else feel like the graphics just got severely upgraded from what we had before? Or is it just me? I feel like this is, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just brighter. I don't know. But look at all the people in attendance here at the Oakland Coliseum. There's no way that all of these people do not total at least 10,000. Anywho, that's my joke for the day. Looks... Who do I think will get hired in the future? Oh, okay, I get it. On the call-up list as of now. Got it. So there are... So the legacy umpires, and by legacy, like the legacy umpire, and by legacy, I mean the umpires who were there, who have been there for a long time. It's really John Bacon, and that's it on that list, right? A lot of them are. I need to go back to the COVID triple digit umpires. And you see, you know how there's a lot of triple digit umpires on that list. That, you know, the triple digits are the COVID umpires. But it's like there are umpires who, like Bacon is really the one who okay, here we go. Here's the 2020 roster of umpires approved for MLB. So these are because they're triple digits, right? They're non-standard. They were hired for COVID, pretty much. And they've been there ever since. And some of them have had more games. Some have been hired to staff, like Vondrack and Wills. Some of them have been released, like Williams. So Moscoso is also on staff, and Navas is out. Moore's hired. So they worked their way through this list. But, you know, I also look at the umpires on that list overall from this year who sort of predate the COVID list. And I look at them as the make it or break it moments of they could very well be next in line to go on, like Bacon, but that's on them too, right? They have to be good. Or whoever's seeing them thinks they have to be good. They probably are good. It's just that it's very competitive to get on staff at this level. Arizona is beating Colorado 16-1, so the game that I never checked in on in the first place is the game that's the biggest blowout. I feel bad because, like, the Angels are supposed to be the team that gets blown out the most. So, yeah, poor Colorado. What was with Angels' mask during COVID? What mask? When you say mask in an umpire setting, it's confusing to me. Do you mean like a face mask, like a COVID mask? Or do you mean like an actual helmet or bucket type of mask? Like, This was my COVID mask. It's pretty cool. I have a few other flags, but yeah, which mask are you referring to? Because I don't know. Was Angel one of the umpires who wore a COVID mask longer than others? I just legit don't remember. What do I think of Stephen Vogt as Cleveland's new manager? Finally, someone young. I don't know. It seems that it's like the deck chairs on the Titanic thing with a lot of these other teams that are just trading managers for the most part that have been there for a while. And so, yeah, they're bringing up someone new to be an actual manager. So let's see how it goes. I hope I hope it goes well. Question: where is the 3D button at? Oh yeah, that's the MLB. Yeah, I think that we got to the conclusion that it's only because I'm an MLB TV person that I get that. And yeah, we tried it in Chrome, and it was very laggy, very bad. So that's the reason that my phone is on here. Well, every manager has to get ejected eventually. I mean, not every, but technically, but they all do, right? I think that you could find, if you go into the, and it evades my ability to do that right now. No, I'll do it anyway. Let's go to Retro Sheet and look for, like, you'll find managers that never got ejected when they were playing, who, when they became managers, learned how to get ejected. It sounds stupid that it's a learned skill, but kind of is, I guess. Is that a home run? I assume that's a home run. So here's a great example of someone who rarely got ejected as a player. It only happened twice during the same season. That as a manager got ejected quite a bit. Let's do that. Mike Scioscia is a perfect example of a player turned manager who, as a player, only got ejected twice. That was in 1989, both of them. And as a manager, he has 47 total ejections as a manager. You know, it's not like he's a one-season player. He played 13 years, from the 80s until the 90s. And he was a manager for longer than he was a player, because he managed for how many years? 13 years as a player, 19 years as a manager. But nonetheless, the distribution of 47 versus 2 is disproportionate. So Mike Scioscia is your example for that question. Yeah, once the pressure, I think that it's a different kind of pressure that you take on when you're managing a team versus when you're just playing on it. Because when you're a manager, you feel like you're in charge of everything. And when you're playing, maybe you don't feel it that acutely. Oh, wow, here we go. So, meanwhile, I'm going to check in on this Diamondbacks game because... Wait, everyone look at the phone because I think someone's about to pop out of the ground. This is the best part of this app, is when people... No! Where is it? When people pop out of the ground. This is the best part. Come on, do the thing. Do the thing. There they go. Oh, I love this app. Anywho, I'm checking in on the 16-1 Arizona game to see what's happening. This looks like a really fun game because the home team is the team that's winning. Like, yeah, give the fans what they want. Dan Bellino's the plate umpire for this, so it's Bellino's crew. This is a nice, easy game for them, but I'm sure that it's super exciting to be out there for all the extra pitches. This is the MLB app. This is just legitimately the MLB app. The only thing is, like, you know how you go into the app and you just look at, whatever game you want to look at? 16-1, that's crazy. You go in, and if you're subscribed to MLB or you have MLB TV Premium or whatever they call it, this nice little circle on the top right shows up that says 3D. And you just click on the 3D button, and it takes you into, well, the 3D view. If you do it on a Chrome browser the way that I did, it looks terrible because the frame rate is awful. It's so laggy. But doing it on the actual app has, like, it looks pretty decent. So I like the way that looks. This Ohtani gambling thing is going to be the theme for the whole year, isn't it? I don't know if it's sad or if it's funny. Let's look at our plate umpire about to come out and, well, not come out, but, well, maybe if he wants to, but about to break up that. No, it doesn't need to do it. They broke it up themselves. I still think the graphics in Oakland were better than this. The bat that comes in and out of focus. Like, it's 16-1 in this Diamondbacks game, and it's only the 5th inning? That's, like, what do you do for the rest of the game? I mean, 14 runs in the third. That's an all-timer, right? Wow. Like, you never know what you're going to get in baseball. So, in any case, I do not recommend you click the 3D button on the browser, because this is what happens when you click the 3D button on the browser. The iOS one is on the right, the app is on the right, the browser is on the left, and you'll notice that the browser is extremely laggy. A little less so than before, but still extremely laggy. So, yeah, I don't recommend the browser version, at least not on Chrome. Can you see Angel Hernandez returning or CB returning? Both of them are on cruise this year. So, like, yeah, I mean, they both technically returned. Let's go to the roster and crew list. We see that we have a Buckner as Dan Isonia's number 2 on crew O. And then just a few crews down from that, we have Hernandez as Lance Barksdale's number 2 on crew Q. So, yeah. They're both returning. If you're talking about returning next year, they're on full-time staff. I don't see a situation transpiring where they would get removed or anything from the staff unless they did something super terrible, probably off the field. But I don't see that. It's like, from all accounts, these are good guys. So, like, not, baseball is baseball, and you can have your opinion that way, but retiring. I'm sorry. Do I see them retiring? Oh, I just spent a whole bunch of time sounding like an idiot. So CB, probably not so much. I don't know, because, like, I just, like, realistically, Buckner, we'll start there. Again, waiting for Retro Sheet to respond to me. CB has been there since 1996 was his debut. So, CB is 1962. We are in 2024. He's an August person, so at the end of this season, he will be 62. So he is vested already. The 20 years is the vesting. He has 28 years in the league, 3,161 games. Yeah, he can. I mean, it's like it's time. Like the window is open now until whenever Joe West was there for 37 something years. Jerry Lane has been there. He's still technically, even though he's IL probably for the whole year, he's still there, and he's been there for 38 years. People went toward 40 years of service time. It's like that's the upper limit, it seems, and CB's at 28. So does he have how many? He theoretically could have 5 more years in him if he wants. As for Angel, I think it's a different story. I think he stays because now at this point he seems to, he's been treated so the way that he's been treated. And he just puts up, he figures out a way to get through it. Credit to him for doing that. But he's been there for 33 years. So he has been there for more than 30 years and 3,800 games. Maybe he's working for 4,000. I don't know. But yeah, he 1961. So only 1 year ahead of CB. A lot of times you'll get guys that just want to, this is what they do. This is what they do. And they just want to hang on to that. And, I see maybe a few more years. Yeah. But it's really, they could do whatever they want. But at some point, yeah, at this point, exactly. At this point, there's nothing to lose. So, 33 years, 1991 came into the NL. So 3,812 games, that's a lot, and I don't think that, I don't think that there's another World Series waiting for him at this point, given all that has happened. I don't think that MLB would dare do, no one has humility at all. I'll put it that way. There is no humility on either side. So I don't think MLB would ever grace him with a World Series assignment again. He's gotten playoffs not this past year or the year before, but because there was an injury as well. But 2021, he was still working in the playoffs. So if it's a situation that it lends itself to it, he'll get another playoff game or series. And if not, he won't. But World Series, I don't think that door's opening again. Because, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, whether he deserves it or not, on either side of the equation, there is no humility. So no one's going to capitulate to the other. Which is sort of it's an interesting stalemate to see, right? Working in spite of the employer. But that appears to be what is happening right now. Does height play a role in umpiring? I'm wondering what the average height of an MLB ump is. Are there exceptionally tall or exceptionally short umpires? Well, let's go and let's see. What was our friend Jordan Baker, the tallest current umpire in baseball? Tallest umpire in baseball since Tim McClelland. 6'7"? Am I 6'7"? Am I remembering that wrong? Let's find out. Jordan Baker is 6'7". Yeah. And 240. That's not bad for 6'7". So that's the exceptionally tall, right? On the other side of the equation, he just retired. The shortest that I can recall is Jerry Mills, and he's not even that short. He's just, compared to everyone else, he looks short, but he's not even that short. 5'8". 5'8" is not short. That is my height. That's fine. Does height help? I mean, at the end of the day, what you're looking for as an umpire is, right, you're doing, especially as a plate umpire, you are looking to find your spot behind the catcher where you can see what's going on with the strike zone, the pitch coming in, etc. And height, to a certain extent, helps you, I guess, preserve some of your joints, but not too much, because if you get too much height, you have to bend too much. But you do need to be able to see over the catcher. And, you know, you're doing your squats or crouch or whatever they want to call it these days. If you're short, you don't have much flexibility in terms of what your stance height can be. So height helps to a point on that. On the bases, I always say height seems to be more valuable in basketball than in baseball, in hockey too, but especially for linespersons. But in on the bases, height is sort of like if you're trying to look over something, and especially if you are, again, back to my pet peeve and my what is overrated in umpiring thing. If you're a second base umpire, there's a runner on first. You're working not in deep B inside the infield, but outside the infield. On a stolen base, you're probably, especially if you're on the shortstop side, which you probably are, you are looking over top to look for a base touch. And being taller helps in that regard. That's how that works, but I don't think it's as necessary in baseball as height is in like basketball. They seem to really value that in basketball because everyone's huge in basketball. And then in hockey, it's not really the referees that need to be tall because you're standing on skates. You're already taller by virtue of standing on skates, but so is everyone else. It's the linespersons because the lineies are the ones who break up the fights, and you just want to be bigger for that reason. One of the shortest umpires you show is taller than Jose Altuve. Yep. You don't have many, like, it's just, I remember, like, in baseball, no one ever commented on my height because, like, it didn't matter as much in baseball, but, basketball definitely did. They prioritize height in basketball for sure. Fair or not, that's just what happened. Korea's shortest baseball player is, wow, 5.348 feet. So that's like, okay. Yeah, ABS, that's right. That's the other thing that height, especially not for umpires necessarily, but for players, gets into play is, remember, what was that, what was the name of the guy that they brought in to get like the really small strike zone? Eddie Goodell in the Wiki Simpsons, which was a parody on, oh god, I forgot who. The Simpsons did that whole thing on him. Oh gosh, I forgot. The MLB team did something similar. But yeah, you bring in a shorter person to try to shrink the strike zone. Remember we did that video on the Little League Chicken Little guy who was like crouching down all the way to his knees or like to his ankles or whatever to try to get the strike zone to like theoretically go away. It didn't work. There's so many ways to manipulate the strike zone in baseball. And yeah, with the electronic system, they're trying to figure out all of the ways to get rid of that. But the secret is they're never going to get rid of the loopholes. Oh, we are in warm-up period, aren't we? Let's go to our game that we have not done all night, which is the 16-1 game. Because clearly that's the most important game going on right now. It's the most impressive. How about John Cena's strike zone when he came out for Banana Ball? Okay, what is John Cena's strike zone when he came out for Banana Ball? Let's see. I'm going to look it up. Was he on stilts or something? Or... oh, the crouch. He did the super short crouch. Okay. Not bad. Because I know that they have someone on stilts too, right? And I'm curious about that strike zone. Theater mode is having a really hard time today on YouTube. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, oh well. Let's do a live look-in. And I'm gonna get, I can't show you any, it's like, I wish I could stream the darn actual games here, but I don't, it's copyright, I can't do that. Let's do a live look-in to see how this Arizona game is going. Do I think that MLB is more tight-lipped on umpire assignments before a game compared to other sports like football or basketball? Yeah. They definitely are. Yeah, I think it's probably, gambling's probably right. Let's get rid of this guy. No, I don't want to get rid of that guy. Interesting. Let's see what's going on. Trying to figure out.
But he overthrew it. Ball kind of came out the little bit of a wrong way and stayed way up in the strike zone.
16-1 game, very exciting.
So the count is full. McMahon off and running on the pitch, and here it is. Swing and a miss by Tovar. He is down on strikes, and the inning is over.
Well, that was exciting. Like, I just like, you're barely halfway through the game. The team has scored 14 runs in the third inning, like, or this whatever, right? What do you do? This is definitely a position player pitching situation later on, right? A prop bet for the umpire assignments? Oh my. I feel like some people that follow us would have inside information, and I have an unfair advantage. Probably. Non-ump chat. Am I a Savannah Banana fan? I like what they do, because it seems to be an entertaining thing for people. But I don't really watch their stuff at all. But it's entertaining stuff for people. It seems like, the families like it and stuff, like the kids like it and all that. So why not? It's just, I do so many other things that I just, I don't make it a point to watch them or anything. All right. Oh my gosh, we have someone on Discord that caught a foul ball at the A's game. Oh, that is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. A foul ball. They caught a foul ball at the A's game. Then again, here comes the joke. There aren't that many people there. So. Yes, I have been going. This is a 9-hour stream. This is the stream that never ends. Oh, yeah. That's amazing though that you got a foul ball on opening day. Congrats. I say you like you're watching, but you're at the A's game. You're not watching us. You're watching an actual baseball game. I'm not insinuating that people that control the umpire assignments are part of the audience. I'm insinuating that people who might know where the umpires will be at some point are part of our audience. The umpire schedule is predetermined prior to the season beginning. The entire season I believe most of the entire season is already plotted out. And that's like at the beginning, like before the season even starts. They might do it by halves. I don't remember. I used to know. But no, sometimes they switch it up based on different circumstances, and then they'll just swap crews or swap umpires or whatever they need to do. But yeah, all that master schedule is usually, for the most part, contrived before the season starts. What are we doing out on the mound here? Like, what are you going to have a mound visit for? Or is this an injury? Is this an injury? Yeah, the plate umpire just gave the brush off signal. At least according to 3D, the plate umpire did this, so it's like, don't charge them with a mound visit. Might be an injury issue. Who has access to the information? So, two things. Obviously, MLB office would have that. They send it out to the different stadium operations people for all the different teams throughout the country. Obviously, the umpires know, and the people who are involved with their travel and stuff. And the stadium ops for all the different stadiums, like the umpire attendance, and they'll get that stuff too. And it's usually for all of these confidential list of people. Get set that stuff. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out for so long. I'm still trying to figure out when I'm gonna finally end this thing. I feel so committed, just that I've been here for so long. It's like, can I really leave now? I'm here forever, or until I'll final out. I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Oh my gosh, how did I... Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. I did not see Angel's COVID mask thing because Discord, because I'm in streamer mode, did not notify me that I got a DM. I'm so sorry. So if you're still here, Angel's COVID mask. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that because that looks kind of weird. But then again, I'm saying that Angel's COVID mask looks weird. But in the picture right here, we see that this, I'm assuming one of the coaches, the coach that's like holding back the manager, seems to not be wearing his mask at all. Like he's wearing it below where it's not doing any good. And the manager's wearing it below the nose. So can I really criticize Angel's COVID mask given that neither of these two people seem to be wearing their masks? No, I can't. But yeah, that's a weird mask. I agree. I haven't seen that kind of a mask before. See if I can make it to the final out. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be some kind of a stream. Might be the first and the last. No, I'll do this again, but I'm going to actually, like, I am really bad at setting limits and boundaries and stuff. I will actually be like, from this time to this time, this is happening, and that's it. The photo is quite emblematic of 2020, 2021. We wear the masks because, you know, they tell us, you know, we're going to wear the mask, we're supposed to, whatever. Until something happens that we want to yell about. And then what is the first thing that we do? It becomes a chin strap. I probably got 30 minutes left because what? Oh, the player came out of the ground again. Well, this Diamondbacks game is where? The bottom of the sixth, right? That's usually an hour. I don't know. Back when I worked in baseball, we always would budget things like each block of 3 innings takes an hour. Hopefully they hurry up. Yeah, I think final out, we'll just do a wrap up and leave. I'm going to make it the whole day. I can't believe this. Okay, so like, this is obviously a very exciting 16-1 ball game that we were looking at in the 3D. Call that a strike! It's 16-1! We can do that on our level of baseball. They can't do it on their level of baseball because look at how hyperactive the computer is in tracking them. That's a Dan Bellino strike mechanic right there. Good thing Bumgarner's not on Arizona anymore. Last season, the average game was around 230, thanks to the pitch clock. Yeah, they actually put out like a press release on the average length of the game. They were like, look how much it's come down over the years. Let me see if I can find that because it's a wacky stat. It is a wacky stat. Here we go. The average length of Major League Baseball games from 2000 to 2023. So it was 2.5 hours ish all the way until 2012. What happened in 2012? I don't know what happened in 2012, but something happened in 2012 that took it all the way to from 2.5 to 3 hours. And then it's stayed around 3 hours for a little while, and then last year it went back to less than 2.5 hours, 2.42. So, yeah, 2.5 seems to be the new norm. Hey, hockey games are 2.5 hours, right? Like we start at 7 and like 7:08 we start, and then the games end at 9:30 something usually for us. So, yeah, you're getting baseball to be more like other sports. Yay. Does CCF have content on the website about something like a day in the life of an MLB ump? Might be a cool idea. I agree. It would be a cool idea. Who's going to cooperate with that? I don't know. But Timmy wore a wire for one of his games that he did for one of the indie leagues. And in typical late 2023 form, I did the trailer. I posted the trailer and I never posted the actual, like I never got to do the work to edit it and compress it enough to where I could post the actual feature. And if I can find that video, I would love to do it. I agree. That would be fun. Because, like, it's fun to, like, it's fun to see the behind the scenes stuff. When I was working when I worked for Dodgers, I was like, we should get it would be so cool to have like a backstage web series or whatever the hell it is about what we do, but we never did. All right, so this game is clearly fun. This is the end of the 6th right here. So go to the 7th. Let's go to another one of our games. Okay, Boston and Seattle is actually close. The other two are blowouts. So let us do Boston, Seattle. Let me get some radio going. Yeah, I had a really rough end of 2023, and it got in the way of me doing so much of the stuff I wanted to do for CCS. So, yeah, I'm hoping that that's all behind me now, and things are easier, but yeah, 2023 was tough. Let's see what Boston, Seattle are up to.
Away, they had to remind you, almost got to the foul line. And you cross it routine. This job's not over yet.
Here's a pitch that misses inside for ball one. That can't happen.
So what you're seeing on this right now is the pitcher striking out someone and walking off the mound to go to the dugout, but it was only the second out. Or it was only the second strike. No, it was only the second out, right? So it was a strikeout, but it was only the second out, and he went off like it was the third. That's fun. Yeah, we're still here. We are here. I've now decided we are here till the final out today. And if there's like a rain delay, if there is some weird thing that happens, I am going to go crazy. Oh, thank you for the membership. which I just learned what YouTube memberships were. And so, yes, thank you so much. How do I like this? I want to like this. How do I like it? Okay, I'm trying to like this membership thing, and I don't know how to do that. I'm so sorry.
Now there are 3 outs, and the inning is over. 5-4, a 2-run bomb for the Mariners. We go to the 8th with the Red Sox ahead by a run in Seattle in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI.
Okay, so go to the next inning there. Great. So how do umpires pay for hotels and meals, or does MLB League pay for all of it? I think it's a reimbursement. I don't recall precisely, but I think that like the crew can book whatever they want to book. And MLB, you know, like obviously MLB pays for it. It's just the technicality of how. Oh, thank you. I really need to figure out how to like these things. Like, I want. Remember when you sent the super like or whatever it was, and then I was able to like it as the channel, and now it's not letting me like the membership things. It's so. Aw. So yeah, they can choose their own flights if they want, and their hotels and all that stuff. And MLB they get it per diem for food and whatever entertainment budget, whatever you want to call it. MLB pays for that stuff because they're traveling on behalf of MLB. Basketball referee. I'm still confused on the NBA playoffs. Like, are the Bulls still in? Shoot, I don't watch the NBA. NBA basketball. I don't like the NBA because it's not the same basketball that I officiate. I referee basketball with a different feel to it, different rules that seem to be like enforced. The NBA I call the NBA Showtime ball, whereas the basketball that I do is more about technique and what does the rule book actually say. The NBA seems to sort of be flexible with that a little bit more. Are the Bulls still in it? I mean, let's see what the standings say. Is it...
To the history books, Tyler O'Neill.
How about that?
Home run.
Little hanging, breaking ball. He drives it out to right center. 5 consecutive opening day home runs for Tyler O'Neill. That is a new record. Major League Baseball.
And he has unbelievable power.
Wow. Okay, so anyway, I think it's top 8 from each conference. Is that how the NBA does its playoffs? I'm asking you after you've asked me. NBA playoff. Like the NHL does top 3 from each division, and then the 2 wild card teams from each conference. So, let's go to the playoff matches. Like, maybe this is it. No. Not a private charter flight. They fly first class. Commercial. Okay, so it looks like that's right, they have a play-in tournament. Right, that's true. How does that work? I don't know because I'm not an NBA person. God, I wish I knew how that worked. Like, I know that Chicago still has games, but I don't know how the NBA does playoffs. Where's the playoffs? Okay, so this website says that, like, for the Eastern Conference, Celtics, Bucks, Knicks, Cavs, Pacers, Magic are already in. And then the 7 and 8s are the play-in seeds, I guess. So Chicago, because they're number 9, would be in running with the Hawks, right? Oh my gosh, thank you for winning my... Okay, so this one does give me a heart. Thank you. So I think that Hawks, the Bulls, like the 9 seed plays the 10 seed? I don't know how it works. But yeah, it seems that there's a battle to see who gets in. Sorry, don't know the NBA. Wish I did. It confuses me. NHL playoffs took me a really long time to learn as well. I think super chats are the only ones I can like. Memberships just show up and I get to say thank you. Graduate level calculus. Top 8 is simple, right? And then they apparently no longer do that. So, oh, look at that. We're tracking the ball for mound ball on the little... The umpire is going downstairs. This 3D is such a trip. Such a trip. The NBA is sort of like, yeah, I don't like NHL playoffs took me a long enough time to learn, because the NHL playoffs is basically just you take the top, I'll do the Western Conference because that's the one I know. You take the Pacific Division, top 3 teams go to the playoffs. You take the Central Division, top 3 teams go to the playoffs. And then out of everyone else, the 2 teams with the best records of everyone else who's not top 3 in either of the 2 divisions are your number 1 and your number 2 wild cards, and they go to the playoffs, and everyone else goes to the draft lottery. We are going to the draft lottery as probably the 3rd worst team in the NHL. Right? Yeah, this is pretty... This is... Oh, the pitcher's coming up. What benefits did you get as a high school ump? I mean, benefits, right? I got paid to do games. Is that a benefit? I guess. There's no health benefits. Gosh, it would have been nice if there were. It's nice to be involved. It's nice to have something to do where you're going to a new school. You're on a new campus every day for the most part. You're just out and about, and you get to know coaches. You get to know players. You build a rapport. Obviously, you know the people that you work with, your association. It's nice to have those types of work friendships and relationships. The benefit is camaraderie, really. Who's my hockey team? Anaheim Ducks. It happens. But... Oh, the Michael Jordan era. Yeah. That was a magical time. You remember Space Jam? Talk about, the beginning of the 3D movie craze. I mean, Roger Rabbit predated it by quite a bit, but Space Jam. I remember Wayne Knight got inflated or something. Oh, what a movie. That song about the Space Jam, everyone loved that song. I digress. I go back to my childhood here. What is going on in this game?
Turner and Duvall. And what we saw from Story in camp and O'Neill in camp and big home run there. There's a chance maybe they can outduel both of them as far as combined numbers go.
1-2 to Julio. The pitch is strike 3 called. Four-seamer right there, and Julio is gone, 1 away.
All right, everyone, we got a strike 3 pitch to look at. Here it comes. Let's see, how did it go? Come on. I know we are so behind on the 3D. Let's see. Oh, right down the middle. Yeah, how are they booing for that? Strike 3, right down the middle. Oh, they're booing the player. They're not booing the umpire. I'm so used to them booing the umpire. They're booing that player, of course. Oakland, duh. Yeah. So, wow. Yeah, 13,000. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Because there's always enough tickets sold that gets you to at least, you're always going to get season ticket holders alone, right? I don't know how many there are, but that's my logic anyway. I might be completely wrong. Oh, they had a replay situation in Oakland because there's an umpire talking on a mic. Hmm. Wait, I'm listening to radio on Boston, Seattle, and I'm thinking it's Oakland. How many hours have I been doing this? Oh, I confused things. Do I ever go to a game? Not usually. The only times that I've gone to games, for the most part, are sort of when I get paid to go to a game. Like the last game that I went to at Dodger Stadium was September something or other 2015. And it's because I was playing the organ. I got paid to go to the game. I haven't been back since. No desire. I don't usually go to, like, hockey. I will go to a game that I am not working because it's kind of fun. But baseball, nah. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if I'm traveling, because I have gone to Fenway before. Just, because you have to make the Fenway trip. You have to do this. I want to go to Wrigley. All that stuff. But like the local teams around here, I won't go unless they pay me to go. Work in sports, you get antsy like that. What's this?
It's a double for Mitch Garver. Martin did not get away with that one. Top of the zone, middle of the plate. And the tying run will come to the plate in Cal Raleigh.
This is an exciting game. Oh, I'm more than 10 hours on this? I'm setting my own record today. What are my thoughts on the Shohei gambling scandal? Wow. Oh, yeah. 4 million sounds like a lot of money, but when you're Shohei Ohtani rich, is it really? It is. It's always going to be a lot of money. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Like, Shohei has always had a good, nice guy image in baseball. So, like, he doesn't have a bad enough reputation where it's like, oh, it was him the whole time. I mean, regardless of how I think this, because MLB is going to investigate because it involves gambling and it involves a player's name. So they will investigate it one way or the other. It's going to happen. I don't know what is going to turn out from that, but at the end, I just think sort of like this is going to hang around for maybe this season. There will be Ohtani gambling jokes. Like, people will just continue to make that for most of the year. That's fine. Will punishment be handed down? Like, it depends if they find anything. I don't think that they will. I think that whether or not it was the other guy who did everything, that's what it's going to look like. This is not like a collusion Black Sox situation. With gambling now ties to the game, here's a topic to ruffle the bench. Should Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson have the bans lifted, the lifetime bans? Do you remember? I forgot what year it was, but there was Pete Rose did a shoe commercial, and the whole joke was he was trying to quietly step in his shoes into the hallway, and they kept saying, "Pete, you know you're not allowed in the hall," just like a hallway in a house. Anyway, yeah, it's super hypocritical of baseball and basketball, every sport really, that like the first thing that you see advertised on so many of these pages is gambling stuff, right? Every game when you look on like the score, it gives you the odds of the teams, like the gambling odds, the lines, things like that. So you get win probabilities that aren't just win probabilities for the sake of probabilities, they're probabilities for the sake of gambling. So, like, I'm looking at, like, the line of the A's Cleveland game. Cleveland's favored, -145, over under 7.5 runs. It's all about gambling. It says, you know, you look, it says powered by ESPN Bet or whatever. It's the first thing that shows up. So, like, I think it's super hypocritical, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you can't afford to have people actually in the game gambling on sports, even if it's not their game. So, alternative MLB All-Star Game idea. 22 umps form 2 teams, play against each other, and a cohort of MLB players ump the game. Oh, like turn like one of the All-Star Weekend type events, or like make that the actual game. Here we go. The catcher comes through the ground there. I think it could be fun for All-Star Weekend, but I don't like one of those This Week in Baseball funny videos, but not for the game itself. Could you imagine the umpires forming teams and playing? Like, there would be some umps that are pretty good at it, right? But, oh, I'm struggling. I think it would turn into, like, the, like, you know, the annual congressional baseball game? The Democrat-Republican game that they do every year in Washington, D.C.? I think it would turn into something like that. Like, sure, you have representatives on both teams that can play the game, and they do. They're like, oh, like, they look good. And then you have people that are just like, nah. So I think that if you did umpires, it would be a similar thing. Just don't have Joe West do anything. He reminds me of Tommy Lasorda in a certain sense. Joe West does. Because it must be the food. Who is my favorite MLB team announcer? Close call. I like John Miller on the Giants a lot. I really like there aren't many broadcasters from that era left, and I really like John Miller a lot. It's just a classic baseball sound. I like Orsillo. I think he's on the Padres now. I like the Orsillo-Remy when that duo existed in Boston. That was wonderful to listen to. It was so funny. Because that was back when I was really following the Angels, and that was when they had that one game with the fan throwing the pizza at the Angels outfielder trying to catch the ball near the stands, and those two were hilarious together, and I missed that. Vince Scully, of course, being from LA, we were spoiled to see Vince Scully here. We're spoiled to have the broadcasters that we have in San Francisco right now. I'm trying to think of some other teams whose broadcasters. Those were my main ones, really. I have to say Vince Scully 1, John Miller 2. Here comes the pizza. Oh, the A's game ended. Wow. 8-0. Well, the fans didn't show up And it doesn't look like the team showed up either. Enjoy Ron Washington as man. That's an interesting thing. I don't know what's gonna like. Better than Phil Nevin. All right. So this game's top 9. The other game's the blowout game is top 8. Cleveland, I think, won the Oakland game, right? What about MLB players umping home plate? What would their ball strike accuracy be? I mean, not as good as the pro umps, but I don't think they're going to be like deplorably terrible or anything. Like they play baseball. They're around those pitches, but they're going to also realize that it's harder. It might be harder to call some pitches from that position than they might have thought. I think they'll still be pretty good compared to like the general population, though. I mean, that's what they do all day. Yeah, Kruk and Quipe, or those guys. That's a great duo too. When you like, it is out of here. You know, I can't do the voice, but it's just a classic, right? There's certain people that you think of in broadcasting that have those sort of catchphrases, and you either hate them, like you can put it on the board. Yeah, didn't like Hawk much at all. Some guys are sort of like, they used to be cool, but now they're kind of annoying me. Like Michael K's, Sia. I still like Sia, but sometimes his broadcasting gets to be a little much for me. But yeah, I do like the Giants booth. Holy cow, that's before my time. We used to have in hockey, there used to be a broadcaster, Mark Jeanette, in Buffalo, and his famous call was always on overtime game-winning goals, and he'd be like, and the Sabres win in overtime. So yeah, that I really like that. Some classic, iconic broadcasting phrases. But yeah, I really like listening to the Giants booth. And I feel like they're one of the more knowledgeable rules booths in the game. The San Francisco Giants booth are. And when the Dodgers had Vin Scully, they were one of the more rules knowledgeable booths too. I think Oral can be a nice guy, but I don't know about his rules knowledge. I think the Giants, like, when I'm watching a game and I'm having if I'm doing a rules video, an ejection video, and the Giants are involved, whether I'm using the Giants video or not, I like to use the audio of their broadcasters if I'm using broadcaster audio, because usually they say something that makes sense and that is rules correct. They know what they're doing. They know the game. A lot of booths don't have that. I know that I can't use... There are a lot of teams that I can't use because they're just wrong about things routinely. So, will the MLB have a rules specialist in the booth like NFL, particularly for high-stakes games? Apple TV had Dale Scott and Brian Gorman. ESPN had someone, but I don't remember who it was. But it's not for every game. It's just for the big games. And for Apple TV, it's just for the games that they carry on their channel or their streaming service or whatever you call it. So I don't think that it's going to get to a situation, it's like the other sports. I don't think it's going to be each team has their own rules person on broadcast, but the big games probably. Yeah, I think so. I think ESPN has been looking for someone, like Sunday Night Baseball was looking for someone for a long time. They offered, I think the story goes that they offered Bob Davidson that, and he didn't want it because he wanted to spend time with family, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. I allegedly heard that, so. Who are the early prediction World Series favorites? Dodgers every year, right? No. The Braves seems to still be good. Like, honestly, Otani's on the Dodgers. He's good. He already hit, even though he got thrown out at third on a really stupid play. He got a double today, so like right off the bat. And that's just one piece of their puzzle. So the Dodgers, I think, they have to be the favorites, right? I don't like the fact that they're the favorites, but they have. I can't deny that they're good. I would prefer a team I haven't seen in a while win the whole thing, like a Toronto or even like a Seattle. Seattle winning would be awesome. I'm Los Angeles. I am from LA, but that is not. Don't let that factor into any perceived bias that I might have. I don't like the Dodgers as a team. I'm not a fan, but I still acknowledge that they're really good. Would you accept an offer to be part of a broadcasting team to explain complex situations during a game? Yes, I would. I don't think any broadcasting team would want me because I don't have MLB credentials other than being an organist for an MLB team, which has nothing to do with umpiring. But, yeah, I definitely would. We have a challenge.
I do think he made it barely.
By the way,
it is very close. I think he's safe.
Challenge
and here in the ninth inning,
Boston,
Lou, there's absolutely no reason not to challenge. I mean, if you're wrong.
Let's see. What about AL? Oh, the AL teams.
Story, the lone guy in this starting lineup.
Is New York on a comeback streak this year or not?
This one by busting out of the box on a routine ground
I think it's going to be the NL team.
I think he's going to beat this one
this year. If it is Dodgers or
should overturn this.
Braves,
Michael Brenly is so awesome.
You never know, right?
Room. And the Red Sox, seeing the replay on the big video board, confirm what they heard from Mike, clapping in their dugout. And
let's see the announcement
it's
from
close.
Who's the plate in this game? Vanover?
We've seen so far is pairing up, syncing when the foot hits the bag and when the ball hits that leather.
I hate to say that I think the Astros are the AL favorites.
Well, I think even all the Mariners are still on this field preparing for this to be a hit.
Safe.
I think he is safe. And Story, if he does get his first knock, which we think he will, he can thank Jarren Duran for distracting Arias just long enough for him to beat it out.
Again, I mean, Raffy doubled because Rafaela was messing with, or Duran was, disturbing Castillo. Speed has really been an element, and here we go.
Upon review, call on the field is overturned.
So, 1-for-1 in the video room, and the Red Sox continue the inning.
Okay. Replay review. Thank you for the announcement, Larry. I was hoping the Braves didn't get to play last. Oh, I see. Yeah, I like the Braves, though they look good. They look good. This seems like Boston's game to lose. Oh, there they all come back out of the ground. Challenge is over. Everyone pops out of the ground again. So Arizona, Colorado is 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. It's still 16-1, so I think that game's pretty much going to bed. It's just a matter of this game right here in Seattle and Boston.
Surprised if you see some action.
Try that play again. 0-1. The pitch is just outside. Breaking ball, and it's 1-1.
One day these things will be synchronized. Today is not that day.
Casas before the game, swinging a bat from the right side with a huge bucket between his arms.
I mean, he just gets to the point where you look at it and go, okay, right? Just whatever you need, your routine, you do your thing.
1-1. Trevor runs. The pitch is low in the dirt, and it's a steal for Trevor Story. The Red Sox have their third stolen base.
So I'm actually curious to see what a stolen base looks like in this 3D view. So here comes the replay.
I mean, Story last year got 10 bags. Didn't play in many games. you know, he's going to have 20 plus. I mean, Duran's going to get up there as well. Rafaela, they're going to run, especially when you're leading by a couple here. Put some pressure on. Love to see a knock here to spread
That's
this
pretty
thing
cool.
out.
Here's a big swing and a miss at a sweeper.
So let's see. What is up with the Rockies? Why does it seem that the same teams, like the same teams have struggles for so? I think it's the curse of the Tim McClellan safe call at home plate when they played the Padres. Remember that in the playoffs or whatever it was? Game 162? I don't remember exactly what the circumstance was. They seem to have not been good since then. Why does MLB start the season on a Monday or Friday? Why don't they start on Monday or Friday? Why does it need to be a Thursday? So MLB seems to like this way of doing opening series where they give everyone a day off. Like, not everyone. They give some series a day off. So even though you're doing a 3-game series, you might be Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, and take Friday off. And that, I believe, is supposed to give teams that aren't debuting on... But we had a full schedule today, didn't we? It's so bizarre. But, they've done this forever. They've done this for a really long time where they do it on a random during the weekday. Could it be as simple as they know that opening day is going to be one of those days that they can count on ticket sales, and they don't want it to be on a Friday because that's a day that they can count on ticket sales anyway? Could it be as simple as that? Yep, batter fell into the hole again. Now it's like this amorphous blob going out. Top of the ninth for Colorado. They have a runner on first with none out. Starting the comeback, 16-1 right now. Yeah. Did he touch home plate? I don't know. Let's see. The inning is halted as the players seem to be digging tunnels under the infield. How do you deal with one-person crew umpiring jobs? I don't anymore. Yeah, those are awful. It's so much work for one person to do. Same thing as soccer. It's way too much ground for one person to cover. There are certain... That is one of those where you keep your eye on the ball. There's things that you can't see. You're not going to look at base touch in a one-person crew with multiple people running around. You're just not going to see it. You're one person. So you do your best. The 16-inning game, was that the one where Jerry Mills called him safe? Oh, no. When you don't know if the person swung, you have to point at yourself. Yeah, no check swings. For the gambling people amongst us, because that's where we are now in the world, Boston has a 91.6% chance of winning this game. A 2-game series on the weekend. I don't understand that logic. Thank you for coming. Have a great night. Don't worry, I'll probably be like less than 30 minutes behind you. Oh, you sent me a DM. I do not get notifications during streams, which is kind of annoying, I realize. But at the same time, it doesn't interrupt them. Oh, a bunch of videos. Thank you. Bet on what, to lose or to win? Like come back in this game or a different game? Or are you talking about the Avalanche? Because the Avs are really good. How is Colorado's baseball team so terrible when their hockey team is so incredible? MLB. Let's see what's going on. 16 runs. How many outs do they have? Oh, are they final? I think they went final. Yeah, they're final. 16-1. And then there was one. This is the last game of the night.
And he walked him. Cutter high and away.
Time run coming to the plate.
It was often nervy for Kenley, especially down the...
Oh, is Kenley Jansen pitching? He was... Yeah. He's hit or miss. I heard about the pass ball play in the Rangers game. That's the one where they wanted the foul ball and the umpire said no and it was a pass ball. I heard about that. And
Cutter,
it was going to be a big issue, but then they sort of came back and won the game anyway or something like that, right? So it didn't matter? Something like that? Oh, the Broncos. I have a friend who's a Broncos fan, and yeah, I don't hear good things about that.
Leadoff man Orton, the 0-1 right there. That was a good frame job by Wong. Borderline pitch. They get the call, and it's 0-2.
Well, how is it a strike? The batter was below the surface of the dirt the whole time. Yeah, Arizona was home. So good for them for winning at home by that score.
Long set, he throws, and way high with a cutter. That one 94 miles an hour. When he's really
don't go extra innings. I just do not want this to go extra.
It's 1-2.
Yeah, even though it's a 2-run lead, you really have to keep Haniger at first base, though, because again, that ground ball get a couple quick outs right away.
1-2. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He got him, blew him away with a cutter. 94. Kenley's first strikeout of the year is a big one. And there's one away.
Like either hit a walk-off or lose, like in Boston, just close this out. We don't want extras. Am I streaming tomorrow? Probably not. No. I don't know how to recover from this. Knowing that I can do this, though, I might, like... We need to, like, work out a schedule and figure out like some planned streaming days, because this is fun. If we can get like people here at the same time and we can all have a nice chat, it's a good way to spend an afternoon or an evening or 10 hours of the day. 11 hours by now, right?
He's in, he's there, he makes the chest high grab, and the Red Sox run out away.
Yeah, I'm introverted enough that, but again, it's like I'm not in person, I'm just online, so it's kind of like I'm not talking. I'm like I'm talking to myself in a way, even though I'm talking to all of you. I'm the only face that I see right now, so yeah, if I did this every day, I would need a lot more memberships and super likes and stuff. I would need more subscribers. And I'm about 10.5 hours now. Wow. What am I doing to myself? I just started streaming to see if I could earlier today, and I just never left. I literally have not left this chair for 10.5 hours. And somehow I feel physically fine. I hope the Avs win the Stanley Cup. They're a likable team. I mean, they're good. I like their uniforms. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
That's 94.
This
color
is
right
this
there.
is this is for the this will be earmarked for the ibuprofen that I surely need.
They're signaling to Casas over at first. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. That's
Yeah.
a nasty cutter.
So the other part of Close Call is T-Mac, Tim. He doesn't really do the streaming stuff at all. He'll do teachables. He'll do, if we do our podcast, he'll host those and things like that. He's a great host. He's wonderful at that. He does the replay stats. I really liked him. But
The Red Sox win the opener in Seattle 6-4. Bayo gets the win in his first opening day start. Devers goes yard. O'Neill makes history going yard for the 5th straight opening day. Martin and Jansen lock it down, and the Red Sox win the first ball game of 24.
Okay, cool. That was a really long sentence to say that the Red Sox won their game, but whatever. Just so you know, the win probability is now 100% for Boston. Wow, and that's the first day of the... it's funny because technically opening day of the season was right with the Dodgers and the Padres in Korea, but no one knew about it. So, today's opening day. I don't understand the opening day overseas 2 weeks before the season starts or whatever. And then you still have spring training games going on for other teams. And it's like, is this really opening day? They did that with Australia. They did that with, I don't know. So in any case, game's over. That's the end of opening day. How do we have only 34,000 subscribers? Thank you so much for the compliment. I don't know. I don't control that. John Boy's very good at entertainment. I am not as good at entertainment. We just do different things. So yes, thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm glad that we did this live stream and that it was successful-ish. I learned a lot of things on how to do this, and so thanks. We look forward to starting the season and of course seeing y'all. Hopefully we'll get back to doing one of these and we'll figure out another time to do something like this. And yeah, have a good night everyone. Thanks for coming.